Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Hello everybody and welcome along. We are live from Road America for the iRacing Team Endurance Series powered by Champion Motorsport here on Apex TV. We have qualifying coming up here first. 3 independent laps for each team and then the full race, 4 hours around this iconic 4-mile circuit. I'm Ashley Denman. Alongside me this evening is Charles Boschel, and production manager behind the scenes will be Samuli Kumo. Charles, welcome along. This is the opening round of this championship. Lots of opportunities up for grabs here. We can see the weather out there looking a bit foggy and cloudy, in fact. And obviously being the start of a championship, yeah, plenty on the table. I mean, how are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, absolutely, Ashley. Thanks for having me along. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This is my first real look into the iRacing Team Endurance Series by CMS. So great track to start. Nice open long straightaways, plenty of room for passing opportunities. But there's a couple of things that we're going to look out for during the course of the race. But you know, as you said, first race of the season, so everybody is in play to try and go for the championship. And we'll see what happens after the end of 4 hours. Who's got the advantage?
Yeah, it will probably be a fairly lengthy race for some guys out there. For others, it might not feel long enough. But 4 hours, you know, make sure you got yourself a drink, maybe a little snack alongside you, because we are going to be strapped in and settled in for this lovely race that we are about to witness and unfold. But of course, qualifying will come first. We will, of course, mention top sponsors for this event. We've got Penguin RC, and alongside them, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, Masterworks Agency. So some big names there sponsoring this event. Lovely companies as well, and I'm sure we'll hear a bit more about them later on. And of course, don't forget Apex Racing TV. Hopefully very shortly. I think we're currently looking at the end of practice here, potentially on the screen. We will get into qualifying and see where all of these teams are going to settle in for the race itself. Yet you can see there now the timing towers just come on, just ending the session. We've got a few different classes, of course. The LMDH, the top prototypes. You can see there the LMP2s. They won't be too far behind, but there is a bit of a time difference. And then we do have the iconic GT3s, and we do have them split into professional and amateur teams alike. But just because they are all separated in classes, they're all racing on one circuit. So when the faster guys do come back around, they've got some traffic to navigate, haven't they, Charles?
Absolutely, that is the biggest part of multi-class racing is the passing aspect between the faster cars and the slower cars. One of the things we'll have to watch out for, the AM drivers, we'll just start with them. The least experienced, we won't call them bad drivers, we'll call them the least experienced drivers. Generally, the rule of thumb is just run your racing lines, let the faster guys work their way around. So we'll see how many people stick to that, or if maybe somebody gets a little gun shy and tries to move over out of the way and actually move it into a driving line, or a passing line, I should say. So yes, that's the biggest key to this, is just keeping your car clean for the 4 hours, is making the passes where you can make them, not being aggressive but not overly so, and being patient where necessary. And there's, like I said, a couple of spots on this track where patience is going to be at a premium.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And luckily this circuit does have a few straights on it, so that's where you'll probably see the majority of that passing being made, as we just see one of the GT3 cars there just getting it all sorts of wrong on that corner, maybe trying to warm up his tyres a little bit, getting ready. But I doubt the grass is going to really provide that sort of grip and heat. But yeah, back to the racing itself, like you say, Charles, it is about navigating the traffic as quickly and as best as possible, not losing too much time. And that is, of course, what brings that extra aspect to endurance racing. It adds that spectacle where you do have to factor in all of these extra things. It's not just a case of gunning it to the line as quick as possible. You do have to, of course, take into account a lot of other things. And one of those is, of course, the cars as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we've got, this is our, I guess what we would say is the standard IMSA package here with the GTPs, the LMP2s, and the GT3s. The LMP2s, we do have some overcast, but there's no rain expected for the race, which is good. That's going to keep the gaps between the LMP and the GTPs a little bit wider than they normally would be. So the GTPs will have that straight line speed advantage. So you'll start seeing some moves as they're working against each other down those long straightaways, especially between from the final corner into turn 1, the start finish straight, and then from 1 into 3, and then 3 into that hard braking zone down at turn 5, which is where a lot of passing is going to take place.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Of course, as we mentioned already, strategy comes into play. Pit stops, tyre wear and fuel consumption is on for this event. So that will be having to play a factor once again in the minds of these drivers, whether they maybe go early to try and get out from behind someone's dirty air potentially and get some clear track positioning and such as that. So all of these things, they accumulate together to give us this sort of racing experience that is endurance racing. But the thing I love about this circuit, Charles, I think about you doing some research and getting all the info about it, is a circuit. It's made in the 1950s by Cliff Tuft, and it's never been altered. It is the original layout from way back then.
It really is, and there's only really a couple of different configurations for this circuit. They have they call a club layout, where they cut off about the second half of the track, and then a couple of little chicanes meandering about in the back half of the lap. But yeah, it's a true national park. So not only is it a full-fledged racing circuit, but they run lots and lots of lower class racing here. SCCA does a lot of racing here. That's held the nationals many times over the course of history. So just a great track. It is what we call the National Park of Speed, and it's just a fantastic track to watch a race or to call a race.
Yeah, absolutely. I also love that it does have a nice variation of corners. You can see there the track map on your right hand side of the screen. You've got your long straights, especially the start finish. You climb, I think, about 160 feet or something up to the start finish line from the exit of turn 14. You can see it there as we jump on board with Team Tenuto 233, Pat Labromsi. He's about to start, or I think he just finished, sorry, his flying run. First one to set a time, 1:46.4. It's actually quite quick from my memory as well. So it's already been beaten though, as one of the Porsches immediately goes a tenth faster. But it's a good starting point for these guys. They've got 3 laps here independently on the track, so they don't have to worry about traffic or anything like that potentially getting in the way or ruining a lap. They just have to focus on the driving. So it's about nailing those braking zones and finding the right racing line.
Yeah, absolutely. Tenuto was the fastest car in practice, I believe, if I remember correctly. But as you can see, the gaps are quite small in the LMDH categories. We're already seeing some lap times come in for the rest of the classes as well. Looks like we've got about a 5-second gap between LMDH and LMP2, and then a full 12 seconds between LMP2 and GT3. So that means that the LMDHs will be coming up on the back of the GT3 class relatively quickly within the first 5 or 6 laps. It'll take a while for them to get back around to the LMP2s, maybe, but they'll get there eventually. But it's as you can see, the top 4 in the LMDH only separated by 0.3 of a second. And early, as we get another couple of laps in for each one of these cars, they just got to keep the car on the track, not get any off tracks or any extra track excursions, and we'll see who ends up on the pole for the race in all of our classes.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think you hit the nail on the head there. It is important to make sure you set a banker lap first of all, and then really go for it potentially in your final run, and see what you can do as an absolute optimal lap time for yourself and your team. But yeah, looking at it, these guys, there's not a lot separating them. Of course, the LMDH class is just pro drivers, so I would imagine and expect a lot of those guys to not be separated by much at all. And we can see on the timing tower that is true so already. But the LMP2s, it is a bit of a mix between pros and amateurs, I believe, but equally, looking at their timing tower, not much separating them. And then, of course, we do have the GT3 class, the largest class here on the iRacing Team Endurance Series. And you can see there's a bit of a field spread, particularly more down towards the amateur level. And that's purely just potentially a bit of experience, needing to find their confidence in the car as well. It all factors in. Oh, that's a big off though already for Luke Fisher there. Fendi Racing, he's currently on provisional pole. He'll reset back to pit lane and pick that up and try again.
Yeah, maybe. It just depends on how many laps he's already got in. It may be that by the time he comes back around, that may be done, because if he comes back around to the white flag, then he'll have at best 1 lap left. And that's just the way it goes with these qualifying. If you mess up early in your qualifying run, then you lose that lap, and then your out lap is the finish of that. So that's 1 lap out of the 3 that you don't get. So we'll talk about this more during the race, but was looking at Fendi Racing in their Ferrari, and we'll talk about this as we go. That these cars, the LMDHs as well as the GT3s, we have different car models, makes and models. Each one of those has its pros and its cons, and it's more about what drivers are comfortable with which car determines what they're going to run for the series. But each car will have its advantages and disadvantages as we go through the season. Each track will be a little bit different. So we'll get a chance to talk about that during the course of the day. Obviously, the Ferrari, not necessarily liking the curve very much. There, at least in the corner of the exit of turn 3, I believe is where he spun the car. So that may be something we have to look at during the course of the race.
Yeah, but that is also then something that adds to each individual team, of course, and how they set up that car as well. And like you just said, each car has pros and cons. You may find round here, of course, in the GT3, that the Ford currently on provisional pole, if you like, for the pro category, but you've got a bunch of McLarens and Ferraris lining up behind. There's even a Corvette in there. You squint your eyes just a little bit, currently 5th. But yeah, each circuit will host its own different challenges, and that's what these guys are going to have to work out, overcome, and conquer, of course, if they want to finish in that top spot race after race. And that's just what I think brings the magic as well in this sort of line of racing. Of course, the LMP2s are all in the same car, but then that's very much down to how you set it up. And then the LMDH and the GT3 are a bit more diverse. And that's what brings this sort of endurance racing to life, in my opinion. The different cars and going at it for the different manufacturers.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's the key to it is, that's part of the preseason, thought process. Okay, we're going to set this team up. What car we're going to drive, and then you go back and you look at all the tracks that are going to be in the series and say, okay, which is going to be the best at, or at least the one that we can drive the best at each particular course. I don't know. I haven't looked through the rules to tell you whether or not they can switch. My guess is most leagues don't allow the switch of a car. So the car that you start with, you may get one car change. Otherwise, the car you start with is the car you finish with. So we'll start seeing, as the season progresses, we'll start seeing which cars are coming to the front, as well as which teams are coming to the front.
Yeah, you're quite right there, spot on. You can see there at the top of your screens the average I rating of every category as well. The GT3 Pro category, the highest of the lot, 3.9k I rating, the average. And then, of course, the LMP2s, the GT3s, 2.3 respectively as well, and the LMDHs. They're all pro drivers in that category, so you do expect it to be a bit higher. And of course, that GT3 is a pro category too, so you expect it to be slightly higher.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Of course.
and looking at those 2.3, if you go back and you look at iRacing, the average I rating, I think the median I rating across iRacing is about 1,500, 1,600, somewhere in that neighborhood. So 2.3 is still a pretty good driver. So we call them AMs, but it's only because we've got cars out there that have 4 and 5K drivers in them. So these cars that are running that are 2K drivers are no slouches. They're probably better than at least half of the drivers in iRacing. So, and the guys that normally run series like this are series racers, so they're used to going out there and racing against the same competition week in and week out.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'll thank you as well, Charles, for that, because you've just put me in the average camp. So
I'm in there as
good
well.
to know.
So, yeah.
Well, I'll have you alongside me then. That's lovely to hear, at least. Not long left now in qualifying. 11 minutes 30 gone. So I would imagine a lot of these guys have already set their time. So it's just going to be the few that decide to leave it later on. And I don't think there's a disadvantage to doing that either. It's more, I think you can get an idea of what the competition is going to be like and see what you have to match and put your money where your mouth is in a way, because you want to try and beat them, of course. And they probably get a bit of screen time. Like here, we're currently watching on board with JT Tami for his team. I'm going to give that a little look at PNU Matic Motorsport. A lovely purple livery to match as well. He's just on his back end of the circuit now, through the kink of 11, and now on the run towards turn 12, Canada corner, and finishing off his lap here. Let's see what his lap time is going to be when he does reach the line. But yeah, not long left now. Just a few of these cars just wrapping things up for qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely is. He's working his way through the final couple of corners here to finish off his lap. We'll get a good lap time as he comes up to start finish straight. A little correction there in the final corner, just to make sure the rear end did not rotate around on him. And as he comes to the line, have a lap time of, puts him up into P8, about 1 second off pole, so like a 151.6 for his lap. So pretty good job by JT Tami there.
Yeah, not a bad lap at all. He's right in amongst the mix, isn't he? And that class, that LMP2, they're all in the same car, effectively. It's kind of a very neutral field if you think about it in that manner, because they've all got the same machinery underneath them, that Dallara P217. I want to think that's the name of it. I can double check. Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely nailed it, didn't I? But yeah, all of them have that 600 horsepower available to them. They're all going to be on the same weight. It's just a matter of how you set up the car and what each individual driver prefers. And that's another aspect to think about when you get to team endurance, is it might work for one, but you've got more than one driver in that car. So when you make the switch, does it work for your teammate?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's always the battle, is trying to get the car set up so it's drivable by every member of the team is going to be competing in the race. So yeah, it's one of those things that you have to fight. It helps a little bit that we got teams here that are probably going to be fairly close as far as their I rating. Generally speaking, that helps the drivers can adjust to what the other drivers are capable of doing, or capable of how the car is going to drive. So I think that plays into it. And of course, these are teams that probably have been racing with each other for years. So that helps as well, because you know what the other driver's going to like, and you say, okay, let's see if I can make an adjustment to that, or if we have to maybe dial up a little more downforce just to help me, and the other driver can maybe adjust as well. So that's always one of the battles when you're talking about a team event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice though if they have been racing with each other a long time. It gets that little bit of a predictability, and I think that's what most teams, of course, strive for. They want to be able to predict things, because that at least then that way, you know exactly how things are going to turn out, or at least you can get a real good idea of how things are going to turn out. And I think that's it for qualifying. The timer is up. I think most teams, if not all of them, did get their laps together. So we can see now where every team is going to line up for the start of this race. Of course, it is 4 hours long. So qualifying is not the be-all or end-all, because you have got a long way to go. And at least then that way you have a chance of making some overtakes. But pole position will go to Team FFSR with Pierrick Kirinard taking pole position. Alongside them is going to be Soft PFC. I'm really struggling with the font here. I find it hard to see. Maybe you can see it a bit better than me, Charles.
Yeah, I always want to call them Solpec, but I don't know that's how they pronounce it. But yeah, SOELPEC Precision. So that's what we're going to call it anyway for the time being, until somebody gives us a correction. Is in second. That's Pat Pelchat, I believe.
Yeah, I think we'll go with that. We'll try and speed through this maybe a bit if we can. I can see Nicholas Maynard. He'll be third for 100 Force. Archie Covini. God, here we go. This is going to be fun for us. RD Sim Sports. Pal Lambrossi. And I can't see the team name. I'm going to apologise for this, because it is really hard to see the white on this background.
Yep. That's Team Tenuto 233.
Lovely, thank you very much. Peter Sidgdar, here we go. Sim Sport 2, Alex Kurtz in Hyperion Racing, Mitchell Dobson, Moose Motorsport, I like that one. I want to say Radley Holly. Oh,
Bradley.
No, can you maybe take over?
Yeah,
I cannot see the
Bradley
writing.
Holly. Yeah, and that's one of the other Solpec Precision cars. Michael Parker in 10th in Pneumatic Motorsport. Alexander Lefebvre in 11th, and that's Team FFSR. Cinderella. Michael Opalka in 12th, and that is in the CRF. Curtis Rederath, and that is in the Pun Crew Gray. And Robert Cottle, I believe, is the Wild Deuce Racecraft in 14th. William Day in the Pun Crew Pink rounds out the the LMDH grid. If you want me to continue, I will. Lewis Clark will take the pole for Pun Crew Blue in LMP2. Ludovic Ortiz in Team FFSR in second. Dick Mueller in third. Luke Patrick in fourth. Jason Taylor in fifth. Ian Henneberry in sixth. Amir Mahamadi in seventh, and I've screwed that up. JT Tammy in eighth. Thomas Baker, not David Nichols in 10th. Max Sunthon Lap in 11th. Ryan Paul Bear Reyes in 12th. And that is the end of the LMP2 class. We'll go down to GT3 Pro. Daniel Mills, RD Sim Sport in pole position. Zaire Khan in P2. Michael Gonzalez in third. I think it's Marius Blende. I'm having trouble with him as well. In fourth. Blake Reynolds in fifth. Michael Huppert in sixth. Sammy Hendricks in seventh. Federico Faria in eighth. Luke Wallace in ninth. Spencer Retzma in 10th for Echelon Sim Sport. James Logston in 11th. Lucas Holler in 12th. Willie Brennan in 13th. Christopher Paez in 14th. Jeremy Littleton in 15th, Mark Nister in 16th, and Rob Sutherland rounds out the GT3 Pro class in 17th. Luke Fisher gets the pole for the AMP, and that's in Fendi Racing. Mikko Kuitunen in P2, Matt Kingsbury in third, Nicholas Gowan in fourth, Vincent Marsh in fifth, Mark Kalin in sixth, Kevin Ayers in seventh, Michael Hickman in eighth, Scott Angelo in ninth, Mark Johnson in 10th, Ryan Gibodo in 11th, Josh Gowan in 12th, Brian Blanchett in 13th, Alex Wright in 14th, Mike Tyler in 15th, and Tobias Raderer in 16th. That rounds out your AM class.
And that rounds out the entire grid as well. Thank you for taking over there, Charles, and
Yeah,
apologies,
no
people, for that. It was rather hard for us to be able to see what was going on. But these guys, they are on their formation laps, so they're going to get ready to go racing here for 4 hours at this Road America circuit. And we're just currently looking on board here with the GT3 class at the moment. But the LMDHs, of course, they would have rounded out first, followed by the LMP2s. And the GT3s, the pro and amateur, they're all in one field because they're all in the same car. So there's an opportunity for both pro and amateurs here, of course. I'd say the amateurs maybe have a bit more to gain, sorry, rather than to lose, because they are all bunched up together. But either way, that is going to shape up quite nicely. I think the LMDHs have got underway out front. We're still going to look on board, not quite yet. Maybe that was just me and my eyes. Where are we on circuit? Hard to tell. I think we've just gone through Canada Corner. So only a few left to go.
Yep, coming through Canada Corner now. We've got a nice gap in between each class. As you said, Ashley, we've got the GTs. The GTs are mixed together, so pros and AMs. That means that you'll have, you know, cars like Fendi Racing, I think, was running, top 5 overall. So they had a good qualifying run in that AM car. So it's going to make things a little challenging for those cars that are trying to track them down in order to make a move. They're going to have other cars that maybe not, as we were getting ready to go green now.
Yeah, absolutely. Safety car off. Here they go. LMDHs. It's going to be down to Team FFSR when they decide to go. The lights are there. And we're under green conditions here for Road America. 4 hours to come. It can, of course, all be lost in first corner. So you might imagine a lot of these guys take it fairly comfortably, but there's also lots of positions up for grabs so early on where the field is bunched. But good getaway from these guys all so far, jostling for positions, trying to get into a bit of a rhythm early on. Here's a move, though, into turn 3, round the outside, not quite on there for 100 Force. Well, sorry, 100 Force just about fending them off, I believe, as we have already got a change for the lead. Solpeck takes the front spot at the moment. Team FFSR going to maybe try and fight it back here down towards turn 5. I think he's going to back out of that one for the time being now, as here the LMP2's just got underway, but still looking on board here. Oh, sorry, this is the LMP2 now. They're just making their way through turn 3. Everybody seems to have got away nice and cleanly, and so have the GT3s. They've also got underway as well. And already things are looking pretty settled early on. That's a lot of composed heads on some shoulders there. I don't know about you, Charles, but that's a good sign, I think.
That is a good sign. Everybody took it pretty easy on the start. You know, obviously, cold tires, we did have Samuli. I didn't mention this earlier. Samuli pulled up the track data, the weather data, and 67-degree Fahrenheit track temp, so about 19 degrees Celsius. So a very cool track. It's going to take them a little extra time to get some heat into those tires and brakes. So good job by everybody. Just kind of take it slow and steady to start off, and they've got 4 hours to make up any lost time. But you want to try and stay just on the back of the car in front and hang in there. And then once you get the tires up to where you like them, then we'll do some racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking it easy, I feel, in the first lap at least is rather sensible, because it is such a long race. You've got a long way to go. You don't want to lose it all immediately in the first couple of minutes, because then it's going to be a long afternoon for yourself, probably doubting on how the race could have gone rather than how it did go. But either way, I think the LMDHs, they have now finished their first lap. They've started lap number 2, couple of minutes in, as they now make their way on the run down the Moran sweep under the bridge there and towards turn number 5. Good overtaking spot for some of these guys. The blue car on the inside. That's RD Simsport defending around the outside there. Going a little bit wide. This is going to open the door then for Team Tenuto. up the inside of 6. Blind apex, this one, rather tricky to do, and that is the grass now. He's going to lose positions there.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that was, you kind of saw that one coming. He left the door open for Tenuto on the inside coming through 5. Tenuto went in, kept them side by side through 6. Just really not a lot of room in 6, and that's such a difficult corner anyway. So pass made by Tenuto, and a little off track and lost a couple of positions, so have a little bit of work to do to make that ground up.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is a lot of time left in this race, of course. We've only just begun. So, yeah, he might have lost out early here for the minute, but has got plenty of time left in their back pocket to make those positions back up. You can see there's a nice Delta sponsor on the side of that car, as we've already caught up to some of the GT3 cars. Ooh. That is, he's missing a rear wing there. That's Mike Tyler for Longhorn Racing in the chrome car. That's not the start that they were looking for. Clearly something has gone on there. A little look at the replay coming up to turn number 6. Has that inside line, defending well. Is there maybe a bit of contact here between him and that Porsche? I think, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, he just he kept the Porsche really tight to the inside and just ran out of room going through 7. You know, very tough corner. They made it through 6, okay, but you could just see he didn't want to give that spot up. And just basically kept the car centered in the track and nowhere for the Porsche to go. Maybe should have backed out. Once again, it's too early to be fighting for that corner at the start of the race. Probably should have backed out. But it, you know, the Porsche will probably have a little damage on the front, but unfortunately the Mustang into the wall, losing the rear wing, having to tow back.
Yeah, it is unfortunate indeed. One GT3 down, but there are still plenty left in this race. And like you said, that Porsche probably going to be nursing a bit of an issue then on the front end. Will lose a little bit of performance probably from that, but is still in the race, so they're not out of it just yet. As things are now beginning to settle down. This is what generally happens in endurance racing. You find your rhythm, you stick with it, because it is not just about getting the track position early on. It's about making sure the strategy works for you, and you can gain a lot of positions purely just in the strategy itself. But I don't think the GT3 guys quite got the message, because look at this. This is Art Motorsport Gold trying to make a move for the lead of the GT3 class potentially.
Yeah. Definitely hanging tight on the back of that Ford Mustang. You can see just kind of a little correction there in through 3. Got a good run down here. They're going to be looking to the inside maybe here on 5. Yep, he's going to make that run. Going to go side by side down into turn 5. And it's going to be the last of the late breakers to figure out who's going to come out of this in front. Looks like the Ferrari's got the advantage. Mustang does not look for the crossover. And so Art Motorsports takes the lead in the GT class.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you never want to lose the lead, of course. You want to be leading at start to finish. That is sort of the dream, the perfect race for you. But with this kind of racing, you don't need to be in the lead for the entirety of the race. It really does just matter once you reach that checkered flag where, of course, you finish, because that's the important bit. So at the moment, I can't imagine RD Sim Sport are thinking too much about it. Maybe they're just sort of not backing off, that's not the right word, but taking their time a bit, relaxing, you know, not putting too much pressure on themselves.
Absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. It's just, once again, it's, you know, there'll be a time to fight for that position. This is probably not it. We'll say we'll let the Ferrari get out front and lead, see what kind of pace he's got, and we'll see if we can stay behind him. And as I'm looking at the track map, the LMDH cars are coming up onto a couple of back markers in the GT3 field. So it's about to be game on as far as the multi-class passing is concerned. So you're about to see the first run of the LMDHs through the GT3 field.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the fun part, I would say, of multi-class racing, because this is where it does get interesting, and lots can, of course, occur. But it's important to try and navigate it as quickly as you can, because if you can navigate it well, and I think the lead LMDH car actually has done that very well. They've got past just right when he needed to for the Solpec team, and now that has happened in that manner, the second place team, FFSR, they've just dropped back by almost 2 seconds. So what was a very small gap, ooh, that was close. It has now opened up a bit.
Yeah, and you can see that the level of aggression from the cars in the back. You know, they were splitting the GT3s coming through the last 2 corners of the lap. And you saw a little bit of car contact, nobody really affected. But you can only do that a couple of times before you start getting some dings and damage on the car. You start losing a little aero performance, maybe a little top speed. We're on board with the leader as he's working his way through the GT3 field fully now. He's going to see if he can get another one of these cars passed before they get down into turn 5.
Yeah, this is the bit that's really tricky to try and navigate, is when you are coming to slow corners such as that. You obviously want to get past as many cars as you can, but you can't do it all in one straight. You really do have to try and work your way through the field. And I think that also separates good drivers from great drivers. They know how to work their way through a field quickly, effectively, and not get too much sort of caught up in it.
Absolutely.
And yeah, that really does separate the good from the great, I feel, in this kind of racing. As we look a bit further back here, right in the thick of it, RD Sim Sport, their second car here for LMDH. And now they go round the carousel of turn 9, 10, long right-hander, almost flat out on the bottom. Oh, that's someone wide though. Who was that?
Yep. Could not tell who that was. It looks like maybe Hyperion Racing. And this is the trickiest corner of the circuit, especially when we're doing multi-class passing in the kink. I always tell my drivers, don't pass in the kink. Don't let yourself be passed in the kink. If there's a car going to try and make a move, you back out, because it's basically such a high speed corner. You're basically flat out as you go through there. There's no good to come of you being side by side as we see another car off. That's Team FFSR.
That's P2. That's P2.
Yeah,
They've just come off the track. They've come off the track. They've rejoined. They haven't lost out too much, but that's cost them big time. They're now down in 6th position. I'm really sorry to cut you off, Charles, but that's quite big for this race very early on as well, because now he's going to have to navigate, especially through some of this GT traffic. Look at all the cars down there, side by side, lots of them. He's going to have to try and work his way through once again, past cars he's probably already passed already, but that's a big hit for this team. They've lost ground.
It really is, and yeah, it's you know, that's one of the things is you have to be, you know, when you're doing these passes, you have to be perfect, and you have to have a lot of help from that other car. If it makes a move that you're not expecting, maybe he's wide because the car stayed wide going through the final corner. Maybe there's another car on the inside because they're still racing too. So if they get a chance to make a pass on a car in their own class, they're going to try and do that, and they don't really care if you're trying to come up through the field or not. So you have to be very careful when you're making those passes. We're going to get a replay here from Saloon as we're working our way out of Canada for the last couple of corners. Looks to the right, so left side, which will be the outside of the final corner, and just overcooks the corner. He just got caught up by that Mercedes and had to take evasive action is what that was. And there's a big bump that exited that gravel trap, and you could see the car just kind of bouncing his way back onto the track.
Yeah, he just caught up on the grass from I've just watched as well. You're quite right though, the Mercedes I think definitely caught him out, wasn't sort of just moving over, and they don't have to, of course. It is the job of the car behind to overtake safely. Of course they'll be given blue flags to tell them there is a fast car approaching, but they do not have to jump out the way. If they want to hold the racing line, they absolutely can. They really do not have to move over just because somebody is quicker behind them. But a lot of these guys, they do like to be very courteous and sort of that gentleman racing, you like to call it. And they will tend to give up the racing line for the faster car. They know they're not going to compete in that aspect. But yeah, it's tricky to judge, of course. You know, it's one thing getting in front of a slower car, being the quicker. You also have to judge it as the slower car. Where is this fast car going to go? What gap is he going to fill? And what can't I do? You know, you have to be predictable.
You absolutely have to be predictable, and that's the whole thing is your predictability is going to dictate how well people get around you. If you're going to get a rearview mirror full of flashing headlights, or worse, you know, that's probably the best option of what could possibly happen if you do something that the car behind's not expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, we talked about predictability earlier in how your teammates, you know, you want them to be predictable in driving. It's also, you need predictability in the race setting for others around you as well. And that's just part and parcel of this kind of motorsport, this endurance racing itself. It's what brings it all together, isn't it, Charles? I mean, that's just what makes it what it is. It's brilliant stuff when you get to see it.
It really is, yeah, and that's the, you know, as you were saying, you know, the great drivers can almost sense what the car in front's going to do. Oh, as we got a car off, that's Dick Mueller for Dogbear Bark in the 88. LMP2 car off in turn 5. The eggs are basically going into the entrance of turn 5. So wonder what happened there. We'll get a replay and see what happens if this was maybe, all right, so we got a side-by-side GT in front. He's looking for his way through. Just nowhere for him to go. And, gets the grass in the braking zone. Just loses the rear of the car, takes a GT out in the process. Could not see who that was, but you could just see he was just really trying to get his way through there. Probably could have, as we see the 920 car of CRF Motorsports, probably should have waited, I would think, for that battle to clear up, or at least at least have a better shot at making it through. That was a move that just did not pay off at all.
Yeah, I think that's kind of reiterating the points we were just making. You kind of have to be patient in some aspects, but as I said, the GT3 cars, they don't have to move out of the way, and they were racing each other for track position there as well. So they didn't have to jump out of the way, and it's just one of those things. It's part of it. It's a shame, of course, when it does happen, but both cars are still in this race and back under green conditions again for this race, so that they'll continue marching on forward. But you never like to see it, obviously, and yeah, both teams, of course, suffering just a little bit, but they'll keep marching on ahead. Lap number 8 we are currently on. The LMDHs, they have made their way through, I think, or at least most of them have made their way through the GT3 class. It's now the turn of the LMP2s, and this is going to be a little bit trickier. They're slightly slower down the straight, so the GT3 cars in some aspects can actually keep up pretty well with an LMP2 car, so this is going to be a bit more dicey and interesting to see how they navigate it, because it's all in the corners where they gain their time.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's going to be knowing how to pass a GT car properly. LMP2 is going through the corner. If you get to the braking zone, basically even with them, you could work your way around. Otherwise, it's good to just kind of wait, let the car, the GT car in front, kind of work his way through the apex, and then work your way around after the corner. But you're right. Yeah, the closer those gaps are, is the more dangerous those passes become. Is what's going to happen when the LMDHs finally get to lap back to the LMP2s, is where you're going to see really the real battle begin. Because those cars, we talked about it, 4 seconds a lap difference between those two classes. So they're almost identical going through the corners. It's just the top speed of the class that allows them to make their way around. And generally, when you get these multi-class races like that, it's generally you get the LMDHs through first, and the LMP2s come through about the same time that the LMDHs are making their second trip around. So you end up, instead of having a 2-class battle, you end up with a 3-class battle.
Yeah, and that just adds another layer onto things, of course, as well, just to spice it up just a little bit more. As we were just riding on board with the GT3 group there, a mix of pro and amateur cars, I think, in that little battle we just witnessed. As we now jump back to Lewis Clark, I say jump back, it's more jump forward to Lewis Clark, currently leading the LMP2 category. He's now finding his way through this GT class. Now he's of course leading that charge for the category he is in. So he's just making his way through. He's got a few more GT3s to get through as well, but he's doing it nicely so far. He has got the next competitor just a second behind him, so not a massive gap. Oh look, it's all getting parked up at the apex of turn 6 there. Too many cars trying to fit onto the same section of circuit. Through 7 now and down the hurry downs towards turn number 8. He'll pick up a few more here. He's even passed an LMDH there as well.
He did. I was looking at that. There's a slow LMDH there, and I can't say that's Punker Gray. So I'm wondering if he's already received some damage somewhere, and he's having some issues with either steering or aero, that he's just a little bit off the pace, and he's getting just wrapped up with these LMP2s.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the kink and onto the back straight after turn number 11, and making their way towards turn 12, Canada corner. Nice overtaking opportunity here. Late on the brakes down the inside of the GT3, and he'll take that. Thank you very much. Currently on board here with Luke Patrick for West Coast Racing. Endurance Blue. That's quite a long name, isn't it? But, West Coast Racing rolls off the tongue, I feel, a bit better. Making his way round the final corner. Now on the rise up, as we've had a car off.
Yep.
Punk Crew Gold.
Yep, Punk Crew Gold, the 13 car. We're going to get a replay here, see what happens. He's working his way through, out of the kink, down into Canada corner, takes the inside line, and just overcooks it, just loses the rear end of the car, just too hot into Canada. And so he's going to just kind of back up and trying to wait for himself. He's got a good view of the corner. He's going to be waiting a while, trying to wait for a clear spot to try and move out. You can see just impatient. He wants to get the car going again, but nice job to wait for the traffic to clear so he could get a good run out of that gravel trap and out of the off track.
Yeah, absolutely. He did the right thing by waiting. Of course, it's so easy to jump back in eager. You know, the adrenaline's up. You want to get back in as quick as possible to not lose so much ground, but you really do need to wait. It's a safety reason for that, of course, so that you don't come into the oncoming path of another driver. It's a shame he's lost a few positions there, as we've got another car off. Oh, this could be a few cars here that have happened. What is going on? There's a bit of a car park down. I think that's end of turn 5, is it not? Vincent Marsh, Jeremy Littleton. That's Fendi Racing, another car for their team. Here we go, we'll get the replay. What has just happened at the end of the straight before turn number 5? Go. Got the LMP2 down the inside, late on the brakes. Is that contact? Yeah, they just got caught up in it.
Yeah,
oh.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, he was just trying to, the LMP2 was on the inside, but the contact was made between, it was like Fendi and there's Vincent Marsh of back pain and eye strain. I feel that every day. So contact made in through turn 5. Got a couple of cars got caught up in it as well. And but just like everybody's back out running again. I didn't see any like major damage to any of the cars, so it looks like they're all going to continue on. Yeah, obviously lost time, but still plenty of time. We're only 20 minutes into this race, so still plenty of time to make up the gap if possible.
Oh, absolutely. I'm trying not to lose composure. Back pain and eye strain. What a brilliant name that is. And like you say, yeah, a lot of us struggle with it, don't we? Either way, we're still racing on, and we're watching Solpec once again navigate their way through some more GT3 cars. I think this is a few of the back markers that they've come back to lap again. So it's the second time by now that these guys are going to be navigating some traffic. And yeah, he's just pulled a bit of a gap here. He passed an LMP2 car there as well. Oh, another car off. Boost Motorsport, Mitchell Dobson. He's missing the rear wing as well. This could be quite a hit. I wonder what has happened. Which corner is that as well?
Is that 14? So, yep, final corner. Oh, yeah, he's got suspension damage as well. You can just see the car is just, that's, at that speed, the rear end, yeah, he's got wheel damage somewhere, along with a missing rear wing and rear clip. So we'll see if we can get a replay here and see if he's any contact. Is he going to get some help from the back here? Yes, he is. That is the blue car. Was that the, couldn't tell who that was, but obviously
Hyperion.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, obviously there we go. Hyperion Racing, Alexander Kirk. Yeah, just hit him in the rear as he was trying to slow down for a GT car going through the corner, and he pays the price for it. I think the stewards will have a look at that.
Yeah, they certainly will do. It's a shame. It's what I would sort of call the love tap. 9 times out of 10 you get away with it, but on that occasion not so. And well, Moose Motorsport facing the wrong way and did. I think they collided with an LMP2. That's what lost them the rear wing. So I wonder if we can maybe find out who that was that sort of got caught up in it as well. But either way, they are still in the race because we saw them still driving on up the hill. As we do have a look here at Bear Pope, the Prototipo. What a good name as well. Look at the colour of the car. Trying to go around the outside. Just about holds it as well. On the grass now, goes defensive into turn number 3. Onto the back, well, one of the back straights here really, as I think the team that they've just passed are probably going to try and make a move down towards turn number 5. They'll have the slipstream to help them along. They're going to have to try and pass a GT3 car as well. You saw him try and hold the slipstream as long as he can on that GT3 to help him defend, and he will defend it as well for the time being. What an overtake though, on the grass a little bit, and that's all fair because he still had wheels on the track.
Absolutely, yeah, it was great move. This is going to be a battle that's going to tie my tongue. Dog Bear versus Bear Pope. So I'm sure that I'll get those wrong many, many times during the course of this broadcast.
Oh, I'm sure we will, but either way, we'll try our best. Battle of the Bears, we'll call that one, I think, because they were going at it. As we do have another car in pit lane. What has gone on here? We'll get a look at the replay now. This is Alexandra Lefebvre, Team FFSR Cinderella edition. Oh, late on the brakes. Oh, that's big contact. He got that all wrong, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he just laid on the brakes and locked them up and just slid through the corner and caught hold of the Hyperion Racing car there. And now he's got rear damage and suspension wheel damage on that right rear as well. So he'll be coming in for a bit of a pit stop here very quickly, as I think we were showing them already made their way to the pits. You just see him fighting the car. You know, at some point you just want to say, you know what, maybe just tow that.
Yeah,
you know, because you're only a corner away from the start finish line. It may take a minute or so, but I mean, he's doing a pretty good job. It's getting it around the corner. He's offline, so he's not in anybody's way. And just as you can see, the car wants to just go its own way there.
I love it as you say that. Immediately starts coming to the middle of the circuit.
Yeah.
But no, luckily no cars there at the time, and I successfully got it back to the pits, which is good. Whoa, that's a late move down the inside of the final corner. CRF Motorsport making up some more positions, or lapping, I should say, the slower class, the category class, but making their way through successfully as well. As this is going to be a move then, I think, for position potentially. Is this the same class, aren't they? Yeah, they absolutely are. I think this is Punk Crew and PNUK Matic Motorsport having a little duel here on the run up to turn number 1, and now going to be lapping some traffic. Through 3 they go. Might see a move down towards turn number 5. They're going to have the slipstream to one another. They're going to lap some traffic at the same time, but I think the gap might be too much. Maybe he's going to look at a move on CRF Motorsports here. Look at that. Yeah. This is a freeway battle in a way.
It really
down towards
is.
5.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and he gets held up by the Mercedes working his way through 5. Nice job being patient. Just, okay, I can't get him, so I'll wait. As we see another car off. That was a yellow car, like a LMP2. Could not see who that was. As we see, yeah, they're still fighting, and the little bit of weight did not hold him up too much. He's still right on the back of that car in front, right back of pneumatic.
Yeah, this is the challenge as well, of course, with the endurance. You're trying to lap slower traffic, but at the same time, you want to gain positions on your rivals. It is such a fine balancing act. Look at that, up nice and job. Under the GT3 car. My word, that was absolutely to perfection to get that move done. Through the kink of 11. Now, look at this speed that he's carrying. He hasn't been slowed by the GT3 through the kink, but I don't think he's going to have anywhere to go. He's going to back out of this, taking his time. The gap is there on the inside if he wants it. I think he's just going to hang through there. Yep. Oh, don't come over too quickly, though. That was touch and go for just a moment. He spotted him just in time.
Yeah, it did, and that was great bit of driving by William Day there. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He said, okay, I can't get him, I can't follow the guys in front, so I'll wait for the car to kind of hit the apex and work its way to the outside, as GT cars are going to want to do. They're going to take up that entire exit lane there coming out of the corner, and he just says, I'll just use my downforce, come up to the inside, and had a great run going through the kink and down into Canada. Just ran into more traffic, couldn't make anything out of it.
It's a shame when that happens, but that is part and parcel of it. As we have a look here at Willie Brennan for Hyperion Racing, currently P11 in the pro category, and he is defending from Echelon Sim Sport behind. They're now on the run down towards turn number 5. Let's see if any slipstream shenanigans may go on here. It's a fairly lengthy straight, this one. It's obviously a very good opportunity into a slow left-hander, heavy braking zone. Now, he's not going to be close enough, but he does get very close to the back of that blue car. And now up to 6, blind crested corner. Very tricky to nail the braking zone and of course find your turning point because it's blind. Yeah,
it really is. That's one of the that's probably I would say the most difficult corner because of the way that the track, you know, you're kind of getting light coming up over that hill right as you need to be on the brakes, and then you got to find that entry point to get into the corner, and it's a very difficult thing to master. And then when you're trying to battle and you've got other class cars coming through at the same time, it makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, it's that balance. It's trying to find it all and everything. It is what we love about endurance racing. Time and time again, we'll say it, I'm sure. But it is what brings you back time and time again to watch it, because it is absolutely fascinating and enthralling to behold and witness that spectacle. We'll look forward then here. Luke Fisher, currently leading the amateur category. I'm trying to work out who's overtaking it. It's a bit tricky with the timing tower, because obviously the pros and the amateurs are mixed, and that is Solpeck currently P4 for the pros. So Fendi Racing there, the amateur team, they're actually in the top 5 here for the GT3 category. That's very impressive.
It really is. They're having a great run, and I think they were pretty much there since the start of the race, and they just say, you know what, we're here. We've got a nice gap to our class rivals. We're just going to run with these pro guys and see how long we can stay on their tail. Doing a great job so far. He's kind of stuck in between P4 and P5 in the pro class. So having a great run. We got under review for Country Gold and Fendi Racing. Incident responsibility, I believe, is what that's going to be for. So it looks like they had some contact earlier in the race. So we'll see what happens as the result from the stewards.
Absolutely, we'll find that out, and as soon as we know, we'll obviously see it, of course. Yeah, you mentioned there, of course, Fendi Racing. They've got a nice gap back to their next rival. That is Penguin RC, their own team that they fielded. Of course, they're the title sponsor alongside Masterworks for this iRacing Team Endurance Series, and Penguin RC Simulation returning for its 5th year to be the title sponsor here. So if you do want to get some sim racing accessories, such as a physical flag system, I had a little look earlier on their website. They've got some brilliant stuff actually. They've got kill switches, even button boxes, all perfectly crafted and at an affordable price as well. So do check them out. And like I say, they are putting up a nice prize for these guys as well to fight for. And they're currently second in the amateur category, so they're doing very well on the circuit as well.
Yeah, they're trying to take their own prize money. I mean, so but yeah, it's obviously great sponsor, as you said, some great products. But yeah, first place, $200 credit on their website for the first place team. Second place, $175 for third. So they're out competing as well. So it's going to be fun to watch where they end up during the course of this. As you see, they're having a pretty good run so far, running second in the GT3 AMP class. Still got an 11-second gap, but with pit stops coming, and we should start seeing the prototypes coming in around, I think the LP2s come in around the 40-minute mark or so. So we'll start seeing some actual fuel stop strategy starting to play out, and so we'll have to keep an eye on that as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're quite right there. The 40-minute mark is sort of what I worked out earlier. I think a lot of these cars around the 40-minute mark, maybe the GT3 slightly longer, is when they're going to pit in. But it all depends on sort of whether they're fuel saving and things such as that, depending on how far they go. But again, it's another factor to throw into the big pot that is endurance racing, and that's what it brings everything together. But having a look at this side by side, Fendi Racing in the pro category, they're having a good battle here between Bear Pope for that 9th position. Bear Pope just about got through in turn number 6 there. Now turn 7 has definitely cemented the position down the hurry downs towards turn number 8. And they have definitely taken that away from Fendi Racing. And there's another off. Hyperion Racing once again.
Yeah, Hyperion off again. It's a battle there with Longhorn Racing, Mike Tyler, that 78 Ford Mustang. Looks like that was exit of turn 5. Let's see if that's right. No, turn 3 maybe. So we'll see where we get the replay here. Coming through 1. You can see Hyperion's kind of on the inside there in a battle with some other competitors. And yep, just looks like maybe a little too aggressive from Hyperion. Once again, I'm not a steward, so I'm not making these calls, thankfully. But kind of looks like that maybe just could have held up a little bit. The Mustang looks like he had the run into the apex of the corner. So we'll see if that comes out with a review or not. But it looks like the Mustang is. Yep. So we do have a drive-through penalty for Fendi Racing number 283. This is Ryan Giboto. in the car now. Some would say that's from an earlier incident they've had. And so they'll have to come in and serve that drive-through penalty within 3 laps.
Well, I was just about to ask you how long is that. I think you're spot on, isn't it? Oh, he's going to come in now.
Yep.
Oh, almost clattered the purple car going past in the LMP2 category. That was lucky. But successfully makes his way into the pit to serve that penalty. He'll drive all the way through without stopping to serve it. So, of course, it doesn't cost him an awful lot, but it is track time you are losing, because the cars that are on the main circuit, they, of course, do not have to slow down on their way past. So he will lose out in that aspect. And there we go. There has been a submitted request. Yeah, Moose Motorsport and Hyperion Racing. I think that might be a slam dunk from what we saw earlier, Charles. But
I think you may be right. Yeah, that is the incident we just reviewed. And yeah, the problem with the drive-through here, and that was they're using the iRacing system to issue a black flag for the drive-through penalty. So that's why I sent 3 laps. That's how iRacing handles it. Before you get removed, as disqualified, I would say is the term if you don't serve the black flag. But yeah, it's once again, I'm not a steward, but yeah, that one looked pretty cut and dry as far as I was concerned. But we'll see what the stewards say. Once again, I'm not on it. I don't see anything except the display that you guys get at home as well.
Absolutely. I think if you and I were stewards, I think the stress would get to our head rather quickly.
Yeah,
so I'm kind of happy I'm not there.
Yeah, I couldn't do it and do this at the same time for sure, and I wouldn't want to do it just individually. But I was going to say about the black flag is it's a pretty long pit straight, so it's a pretty hefty penalty just to drive through. It's probably 20 seconds track time, and with a 4-hour race, you can't take many of those and expect to get a good result.
No, because they would eventually begin to add up. You say that about 20-second time loss, and you get 3 of those. That's a whole minute to an LMDH. That is over half the lap. Right. You think of it in that aspect. So yeah, you could be easily lapped by the fastest category, or if you're in that same category, they've almost got a lap on you, because it's not far off, because they do get around here so fast. Around about a 1 minute. A low 1 minute 50, high 1 minute 40 is roughly what they're looking at time-wise. So you would, of course, lose out over half that lap, as I mentioned. As I think this is the first sort of few pit stops we're getting to see now, Charles.
I think so. Yeah, it looks like we've got a few of the LMP2s in, which is the class we expect to come in first. I think the LMDHs can go about an extra 5 minutes. The GT3s on a full tank can run very close to an hour. So if they've got full fuel, that's going to play into the strategy for those guys as well. Because if they can do fuel saving and then get past the hour mark, then that actually cuts a what we call a splash and dash at the end of the race out, which could save you potentially 30 seconds of track time. So you want to maximize your fuel if you can. And try and get to that 1 hour mark for those GT3 cars, and just have your three fuel stops for the race.
Yeah, I think that's the ideal strategy if you're in that GT3 class, because yeah, if you minimise the amount of time you're in the pits, of course, like you said, that splash and dash, it could be 30 seconds that you save if you don't have to do it. And as we mentioned earlier, free 20-second time penalties, for example, with the drive-throughs, it adds up, and at this high level, especially towards the end, 30 seconds can feel like an eternity as well. So ideally, you don't want to have to deal with that one, but we'll have to see how the strategies unfold as time goes on. Looking at JT Tammy here, currently second in that LMP2 class, so he's just actually taken the lead of it, has he not?
He has, yeah, because the pneumatic Motorsports purple car has come into the pits for their stop. So JT Tammy able to go an extra lap on the rest of the field. So that might be a good strategy call going to the rest of the race. That means he can go a little bit longer than the rest of the crew. That is going to make his pit stop at the end that much shorter. I don't think there's a way that any of these cars can go with at least a partial fuel stop toward the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I just looked over at the timing screen that I have on my computer. JT Tammy, if I'm correct in what that is showing me, he's up 7 positions from his starting spot. that's insane. That's such a what a climb.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
brilliant.
Absolutely.
suppose-
Had a great run so far.
Yeah, he has. I guess you know, you have to take into account pit stops, of course, and maybe that will come back down a little bit. But he's looking very good at this early stage of this race. We're not even at the hour mark, so you know, not even a quarter of the distance gone. Still got a fair chunk to go, but he's looking pretty strong at the moment. As we are still riding here on board of him as he's trying to cut through a few more of these GT3 cars. Currently leading the GT3 Pro category, Arc Motorsports Gold, followed by, look at that again, Penguin RC. They're leading both the Pro and the amateurs.
Well, having a great run as we see, yeah, Penguin running in P2 in both classes, in the Pro and the Am. As we see on board there with Michael Gonzalez in the 03 car. Running in second, getting passed by an LMP2. So far having a good run, and he's only 5.8 back from the lead. So, you know, in good position here, and we'll see what he's doing as far as because I don't have a lot of information on the McLarens. I don't know how good they are about fuel saving or anything like that. Have not had a chance to get into this new McLaren 720S and drive it yet.
No, I'm in the same boat as you, unfortunately. I'm a bit blind on that one, but it is the newest car to the GT category on iRacing, so it's you would argue that it's probably fairly good. If they've just released it, you want to get people in that car driving it. You know, they want to sell things too, and it's fair enough. I get that, I understand it, but they still want a fairly even grid so that you can go racing in any of the cars. But I mean, you know, they're currently second in both the Pro and Am categories for GT3. And you've got actually 2 McLarens in the top 3 for the amateur category. You'd have to argue it's not a bad car.
Not a bad car at all. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Have a good run so far. Really kind of shocked at the Ferraris. Looks like we're pretty top heavy with Ferraris so far in both the Pro and the Am. As we see Ferraris occupying the top 4 of the top 7. In the Pro, and then also with Fendi 383 leading the GT Am class.
Yeah, absolutely. The one that does stick out, of course, is the Ford and the Corvette there for the Pro class. RD Simsport, we did have a brief look at them, currently sitting P3 for that professional category. And then, of course, you've got the Corvette of Solpec here. We're just jumping on board now with Blake Reynolds, currently running P4 and not a million miles away from RD Simsport in front. If that is correct how I'm looking at that, it's only a couple of seconds between them because the gap is from the leader of your class. So not a huge gap to close down. Oh, you can see it there. Look, they've just gone through your screen. So you can see both cars. He's got his sights firmly set on them, I'm sure. You don't see many Corvettes around in this sort of racing, do you?
No, not really. It's I've driven the Corvette. I actually like the Corvette. I think there's a trick to getting that car to perform properly. I struggled with it a little bit with Road Atlanta when I was doing some testing with it for Petit Le Mans that just happened a couple of weeks ago, and it's not necessarily the best car as far as handling some of those big rumble strips on the outside of the corners. But otherwise, I think it handles really well, and the Ford, the Mustang, sounds glorious. Let's just say it that immediately. That big V8 that it has on board, and just great car in a straight line. Lots and lots of power. Not necessarily the best handling car. It's very much like I would say it's a comparable car to the BMW M4 GT3, where good straight line speed with that big front loaded engine. Not necessarily the best handling car through the corners, but here, you know, it doesn't really need to be. I mean, there's some good corners here, but for the most part, this is a very much a power-centric track.
Yeah, I'd say the big one that stands out is this one we're currently riding through now on board of Solpec. It turned 910 carousel on the back end of the circuit. Of course, that you are loading the outside tyres up and trying to get as much grip from them as possible to drag your way round it as fast as possible as well. That's probably the one corner I would say you don't want as much grunt necessarily from your engine. You really want the aero to take over and carry you through it. But you're quite right in what you say. You know, this does the circuit lends itself to being a bit better if you've got a slightly more powerful straight line car, and maybe that is why the Ford is currently in P3 for the GT3 Pro category, because it does have that grunt, and so does the Corvette, both carrying V8s as you mentioned in that car. So I'm sure they sound absolutely brilliant on board with the pair of them. As we look here, a few more cars from the LMDH all coming into pit lane, pretty much all at the same time.
Yeah, this is pretty much the end of their fuel stint, and so they're all coming in for fuel. We'll see. I don't think I see lots of cars up on the jack, so it's like they're doing tires as well. So you get the tires at the same time that you get the fuel, so they can get those cars swapped out with some fresh rubber, a full tank of gas, and they can get back out there and start battling again. As we see, Peter Sikdar in RD Sim Sport has taken over the lead, was able to go that extra lap, and once again we've got a couple of cars that's able to extend their fuel run, so we'll see how that plays out for those cars further on down in the race.
They may be extending their early run here, but then they might obviously, it depends how it pans out. These guys might do a longer run later in the session. Maybe early on they wanted to make sure they got track position, and then of course they'll do the longer run later to balance out the fuel and the strategy once again. So again, it seesaws, doesn't it? It's up and down with everything. It's never so clear cut that if you are leading, you're going to win, because you know someone else might have a different strategy and it prevails on the day. So it's very difficult, especially so early on in these races, to really predict what is happening. As Peter Sikdar, sorry, coming into the pit road now from technically the lead of the race, because he hasn't made that stop just yet, and we'll see how the where Solpec is in relation to this as well. He's about a minute behind. I'm trying to think, how long is a pit stop roughly? Do you know, Charles?
Yeah, it's I want to say they're about 40, or the GTs are 40 seconds or so stopped, because that's how long it takes to fuel up the car. I think maybe the LMDHs are a little bit longer. I think Samuli just said 48 seconds. So full tank of fuel will be 48 seconds. So they get the tires changed at the same time. So the tires are done. They're just waiting to get the car topped off. And so you'll see that car trundle his way out, RD Sim Sport. As we see, Punkru Pink is now taking the overall lead. I wonder, they've not started. They haven't stopped yet. So they've either went for a very, very long fuel run, which is kind of what it seems to be. So they actually went an extra 2 laps over the majority of that LMDH field.
Yeah, but this is the thing, and as I said earlier, they've gone for that longer one now, so maybe they can push more in this later stage of the race. As we see here, RD Sim Sport re-emerge from the pit lane. You've just seen Team Tenuto go by as well, so they'll re-emerge here in P6. A little bit of ground to make up. Moose Motorsport up to P7 once again, and Wild Goose Racecraft, they've just entered the pits, and now... Cars off, yeah, you've just said it, cars off. That's 100 force for P5 here at the LMDHs. That's going to allow Sim Sport to actually cruise on through and take that 5th position. I wonder, yeah, here we go, replay. What just occurred then there? Because that was on the run towards turn number 3. That's Sim Sport with a late dive down the inside. Caught him unawares, and oh, he's now got caught up in the GT3s.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
That's the iRacing, almost like they're magnetized. They just kind of get together. But yeah, SimSport with a very, very, very late run, breaking into that corner, says, I'm going to be a little aggressive there, and almost paid off for them. Looks like the 100 force took the brunt of that. I don't know if that'll come up on our screen or not as a potential penalty, or for something for the stewards to review. So we'll keep an eye out for that as we continue on here, watching Noah Hinton in the 100 force LMDH car as he's working his way down into Canada Corner, green and white Cadillac.
One thing I will say, looking at it, the car doesn't look damaged, so I don't think he's going to carry any problems with that car. You know, maybe a bit of a sore ego, but that'll probably be about it by the looks of things. So he'll continue on racing, and he hasn't lost a great deal of time. Of course, lost the track position, but he's not lost it too much, which is good to see. As the Pun Crew Pink finally come into pit lane. I think they even did an extra lap. I think they did 3 laps over the rest of the field of the LMDHs there.
Yeah, that's an amazing run. As we see, just like they had a driver change as well. Looks like they've got a new driver in for that car. So they look like they're doing single stints. So we'll see maybe William Day back out there in the following stint, as we've got Nick Paquin now taking over in that 47 car. It comes out just in front of thank you very much, the 40 car, Punk Crew Gray. I don't think that's Gray's first time in the pits. I think they've been in earlier, if I remember correctly, but we'll keep an eye out and see. But definitely the other Punk Crew, the pink car, has got that position from them. So they've got a good start. Yeah, the Punk Gray car is a lap down, so I'm guess that they've already been in at least one time previous. As we see more multi-class, we've got some LMP2s and GTs in there.
Trying to file their way through again, aren't they? This is one of the trickier parts of the course to do it. It does narrow up quite a bit here, particularly into 6, 7 and 8. This hurry downs, the little back straight, he's got nowhere to go. He's boxed in, isn't he? He's going to have to wade it out through 8 and then maybe try and go around the outside of 9 and 10. He'll have the downforce over the GT car, so he should be able to just swoop around the outside or maybe even tuck underneath. We'll see what he goes for here. At the moment, he's letting cars pass at the same time. He is being very patient. I can agree. There he goes, finally passed.
Yep. So yeah, made his way through, and now he's going to have a good run behind these LMP cars. And he's going to work to the inside there of the Bear Poke car, and just says, "You know what? I'm in this." And it may be that this is just a fuel strategy game that they're playing, that they're just trying to extend as long as they can. They're not being overly aggressive. Because that could play out, I mean, it's a 45-minute or so fuel stint for these cars. So if you can save yourself, 10 seconds or so, but even though they're a lap down, maybe they're just thinking, I just want to finish the race and I'm just trying not to get anything. As we do have the resolution there, drive through to Hyperion Racing for avoidable contact on Moose Motorsport. That was the LMDH versus the Ford Mustang we saw earlier. And so they got a drive-through penalty, which they'll have to come in and serve.
Yeah, equally reading through that as well. Moose Motorsport, the car that got hit by Hyperion Racing, also with a drive-through there for failing to lock the brakes after contact, and that will be the reason why they lost their rear wing, because they did make contact with, I believe, an LMP2 car as they went. As they came off the circuit, if you like. So it's a real shame that they've also going to have to suffer with a drive-through as well. As we get a replay here, Mitchell Dobson, this is Moose Motorsport. Oh, here's the replay again. We're looking back at it. Yeah, you can see there, he's made contact, and that's it there. He failed to lock the brakes, and they've made contact with another car, and that is why Moose Motorsport has also picked up that drive-through penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that you have to deal with, and it's really interesting to see that there's actually a penalty for that. That is one thing, since when you're doing official racing, you'll get up with a car sideways, and they'll just let the car free roll, which is not necessarily what you want to do when you've got traffic behind you, and they're trying to figure out where you're going to be, in 5 seconds from now, to try and make their way around, and you just never can tell where the car is going to go. So it's interesting to see that they've actually got a penalty in place that said, no, you've got to hold your brakes and get the car stopped. So one incident ends up with a double penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand why he's done it though. You want to try and get the car almost lined back up to go straight away. So you're letting it roll back around to effectively try and straight line it back onto the circuit. I get why he's done it, but for safety reasons, you can't do that. And we saw exactly why you can't do that, because you're more likely to cause another incident. And in this situation, it has happened. So it's a shame, of course, but it is part of racing. You do need to lock your brakes for safety reasons, not just because you fancy it kind of thing. So I do get it, I understand it. It is just, of course, a shame. But looking here at now, Team FFSR Cinderella Edition, as I'm liking to call it at the moment, currently not far behind Moose Motorsport just 3 seconds adrift. I don't think they've served their penalty yet, so they should be able to get that nice and easy on them when they do come in. That's Moose Motorsport I'm referring to, not serving the penalty just yet, as they also just picking their way through a few GT3 cars. The fields, of course, are all very much spread now, so it's a bit easier in some aspects because you haven't got big, vast swathes of cars to make your way through. But at the same time, you still got to keep your eye out because you never know what's around the next corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And that comes in waves. You'll get the cars where they're spread out kind of equally across the track. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you've got 70% of the cars are in 3 turns. And you're fighting that battle again, trying to work your way through. So yeah, it's just when you get these lulls like this, it's like, okay, I get a little bit of a break, I can take a breath as we see Moose Motorsport working their way through down pit lane. I believe this is them taking their drive-through penalty. We're back on board with Jason Taylor in the Echelon Sim Sport LMP2 running second. And he's got Dog Bear Bark right behind him in third, gap of about a half second, and they're 18 seconds or so back from Punk Crew Blue. So they're looking to see what they can do to fight amongst themselves until something changes and maybe Punk Crew makes a mistake or gets caught up in some traffic and the gap can close down. But it's still, we've got some pretty good gaps from the leaders back. But there's still some pretty interesting battles in the podium positions for all these classes.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we're looking at, is the battle for P2 of the LMP2 class. And you can see there the gap is just about a second between them, so not much in it. Jason Taylor currently piloting the Echelon Sim Sport just through the shot there. And then behind them, Dog Bear Bark in that red and blue liveried car as well, chasing them down, potentially trying to snatch P2 away. But yeah, you're quite right in what you just said, Charles. A lot of cars, they're all fighting pretty hard still for those positions, as we've got a drive-through penalty for Team FFSR Cinderella Edition. That was also for avoidable contact. Here we are, we've just jumped on board with them. So they got the move done on Moose Motorsport, and now they're probably going to lose it again because they're also going to have to come through the pits.
Yeah, indeed. They're going to lose a couple of positions here. They've got a car that's about 8 seconds back. Another one's about 16 seconds back. So you're going to get a good tell of what the drive-through penalty looks like as they're coming through here now. As far as how much time you're actually losing on track as they're working way through. You see Solpec has already made their way past. Punk Crew Pink should be coming through very, very quickly as we see them coming up the front straight. And they're on their way through. And CRF looks like they're going to be by as well. Oh, wow. They're losing several positions.
There's Moose Motorsport. Yeah. That's what I want to see.
So there we go. So there's Moose going through as well. So, yeah, you're talking about 30 seconds or so of lost track time. And we see Moose really wide, using a little bit of the track, all the track and a little extra there as they're working their way through turn 1. As we're looking on board now, RD Sim Sport, we're in pit stops now for the GT3 class.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to get to it. You beat me there. No, yeah, you're quite right though. Pit stops now coming for the first lot of GT3 cars. So you'd probably argue maybe these are the guys that have been pushing not their luck, that's the wrong word to use, but these are the guys that have been pushing that a little bit harder potentially, as particularly the likes of Arc Motorsport Gold here. They've been leading the pro category at one point or another, so maybe just using that little bit extra fuel to make sure they have that track advantage, because I'm pretty certain they were leading potentially when they came in. But yeah, this is now where the different strategies are all going to start playing out, because these guys may have been pushing a bit harder earlier on, and the others that are still out on circuit been saving a bit more, and that might switch back once again as we go further in, because we're just coming up to the first hour mark now, so we are about to get to a quarter of the race distance, but it's still a long way to go. So much can change and happen, you just never know.
You never know, and it's going to be interesting to see which cars are doing some massive fuel saving to try and avoid that splash and dash at the end. So as we get a little bit closer to that 1 minute mark, we'll see if there's going to be any cars that are able to extend beyond it. And that might give them, we just talked about a 30-second run down pit lane at pit lane speed. And then you're going to have to stop and get a little bit of fuel, so maybe another 10 seconds there. So potentially 40 seconds on the board. If you're able to get the car to last for the hour, you may end up gaining 40 seconds at the end of this race, just from other cars having to come in and stop.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on there as more GT cars filing their way into pit road now for their pit stop strategy. These guys have obviously gone an extra lap than the first lot that just came in. Almost synchronised there as they both pit in, up on the jacks. It seems like they might even change some tyres as well. Looking now at Michael Gonzalez, Penguin RC Racing. This is the pro category. He is leading this category now. I think he is yet to make a pit stop, so he probably will filter back into P2 after that has all been said and done. But he's having a very good race so far, and of course Penguin RC sponsoring this event. They're actually co-sponsoring this event with Masterworks Agency. I'll mention them in a brief moment's time. But they're having a very good race of it, aren't they? They're doing well in the AM category, and they're doing great here in the pro category too.
They really are. As you can see, the cars that haven't stopped yet have kind of filtered their way up to the front. As you mentioned, Penguin RC in the lead, Sonic Racing in second, Art Motorsports Gold in third. I'm not sure if Hyperion has hit it or not, but we've got Bear Pope 0 in the AM car leading as well. So we'll kind of keep an eye out. Like I said, I want to see if these cars can make it. I think we saw Penguin RC go by again. So that's another 2 minutes they can add. So they may be able to stretch past that hour mark, and it's gonna be very, very good for them for their race strategy if they can get through. We'll see. Maybe they just came out, as I'm looking now. No, that's the other. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the other. I'm looking at the other Penguin car. I'm looking at the AM car. So yeah, so Penguin RC in the pro category is pitting now at the 59-minute mark. Yeah, so absolutely. Done a pretty good job. He's extended at least a lap over the rest of the class. So we'll see if Sonic follows suit. They have, and so I'm assuming that that's the extent that these GT3s are going to be able to go. So we'll be able to, if they can do that every pit stop, there's a chance they can make this without that final splash at the end. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Like I said, it's a 40-second time gain if you can do it. So obviously that's a great strategy to have in hand if you're able to make it work. Spread out. So that is the leader in the M class, and they're staying out for another lap. So they are going to be able to extend past the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, that's impressive as well. And like you say, I think both you and I are agreeing here that is potentially the optimal strategy here for the GT3 class if you can do it. Of course, it does depend on how quick you are lapping, because you may make the time back up even with a splash and dash if you are going significantly quicker by burning that bit extra fuel. So it's so hard to judge at this early stage of the race. We're just getting through the first stints then of this GT3 class, so we'll keep an eye of course on it as we get maybe to the next hour mark, and then we can really see who is sort of pushing that bit extra on fuel and things like that, and who potentially is going to go for that longer strategy stint. But Bear Pope 0 seem to be going for that longer stint, and we'll see how it goes as we've got a drive-through penalty then for Hyperion Racing 2 for avoidable contact. If my memory serves me well, I think that is the LMD H car. I can't quite remember, but they have got the drive-through that they will have to serve within 3 laps as well. So once again, going to cause them a little bit of a headache in terms of the time.
That is the Porsche LMDH car. So that's the 944. Alexander Kurtz on board. So yeah, I think that's his second penalty in the first hour of the race. So they'll have to come in and do that drive-through. And so we'll keep an eye again on as we're watching Bear Pope. And I wanted to shout out Sergeant Mike and Alicia or Alika Mills for the subscribing to Apex Racing TV. So thank you very much. So I did see those pop up, and I wanted to give them a shout out on the air.
Yeah, thank you for doing that, Charles. Yeah, I'm glad you've got your eye on the ball, because I certainly didn't in that moment. Oh dear. Anyway, we're still looking at Bear Pope 0. He's now finally darting into the pits. He did get to the hour mark. It was almost 2 minutes over that, actually.
Mhm.
So maybe there is some fuel left when he gets to the next pit stop to sort of maybe cut it slightly shorter to get to that exact hour. So he might be able to push a little bit more in this coming stint. But again, we'll wait and see how that goes. Fendi Racing 383 will retake the lead. But we're currently looking at that of the amateur category, I mean. But of course, Arc Motorsport Gold, they are the GT3 leader. They're leading the pro class as well. And they've got a nice sizable gap back to Hyperion Racing now, who have taken second position.
They do indeed. Yeah, Hyperion is able to jump from the in the P2 over Penguin RC during the pit cycle. So Luke Wallace on board now in the 44 car. So having a good run. Obviously got a nice little 4-second gap over Penguin. So we'll see if the Penguin car can waddle back up into P2, or if they have to do a little more fuel saving, because that strategy, that may be the thing, is they may just keep trying to extend those stints, and maybe they're not necessarily going to go out and fight very hard to start the race, and try and make the fuel strategy the key to their victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Hyperion Racing serving that penalty, making their way through pit road. Currently P13, and they've just been lapped by Solpec, the current lead LMDH car. Through turn number 1 they go. RD Simsport second, and Team Tenuto is third. That top 3 there. And that is also not a done and dusted race, because it is 5 seconds, but that can quite easily be flung back in the other direction. The gap closed, and equally the 2 other podium sitters currently, there's only about 1.5 seconds between them, so they're racing quite closely on circuit. So all it takes is one lapped trafficked car, and that gap closes right back down. But at the moment, Solpec doing everything they need to be doing to be leading this race.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a great job. And yeah, 5.7 seconds is not a big gap when you're talking about a 4-hour endurance race. That's get into a pack of GTs battling for position, and next thing you know, you've lost 2 seconds on the cars behind, just waiting to get those cars cleared. So this race is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Every class is still there's still potential for every class to end up with a photo finish as far as that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. The one class though I am looking at, which is the gap that has opened up the largest, I would say, the LMP2s, 23 seconds from Punk Crew Blue to Dog Bear Bark. That is quite a sizable gap that you have to close down, but then it is very close.
It is indeed. Yeah, you've got the next 3 cars are within 6 seconds of each other, so not still plenty to fight for. Like I said, it's a long race, and a Punk Crew Blue just getting wrapped up in an incident where they've got a drop through, and the next thing you know, they're from running P1 to running P5. So it could be that quick, the change in positioning for these races.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Jason Taylor, Echelon Sim Sport, currently P3 in that black and purple liveried Dallara, chasing down Dog Bear Bark P2. Only a couple of seconds separating the 2 of them. I'm just going to take a moment here as we wait for the action to pick back up once again to shout out our co-sponsor for the stream, Masterworks Agency, a visionary creative agency that blend artistry with technology to deliver captivating video and film productions. And they've been collabing with a lot of global brands as well. You can just check them out online and see what they've been up to, but they do produce some nice work. I had a look at the Aston Martin video they've done earlier, being myself a massive Formula 1 fan, and it's very well done.
I'll have to check that out. I didn't see that, but yeah, there's some, and they've got some pretty cool prizes as well. So they've got some limited edition 1/18 scale die casts for the driver in each class who competes. The total number of fair share laps run over the course of the season in each class with the least number of incident points. So this is the award you're going to get for being the cleanest driver in your class, and still run it. And the cars are just incredible. They've got the Aston DBR9, as seen in iRacing. Beautiful car. That big monster V12 in the British Racing Green, or Racing Green if you're British, with the yellow trim. The Porsche 917 long tail for the GTP class, gorgeous in the Gulf livery, iconic baby blue and orange. And then for the LMP2s, they've got the Porsche RS Spider. Once again, another gorgeous car with the DHL livery, yellow and red. So just some gorgeous diecast models. And all you got to do is, as we see, not do that. That's the one thing you don't want to do is wreck your car. With Emmett Lindquist in Solpec Precision 113 in that Corvette. Looked like he had contact with I think it was the Mustang of the old Mustang we were looking at earlier. There we go. Thank you very much, Phil Elmore and Longhorn Racing. Looks like there was a little bit of contact there coming through 5, some nose to tail or side nose to side tail, and the Corvette got the worst of that and off in the grass. Able to recover the car, so we'll see if anything comes out as we're going to replay here from Samuli, as we'll see this run going down into turn 5. Oh wow, some multi-class action here. He stayed really, really wide. Yeah, and just he was out there on the line, on a wide line, and you had 2 Corvettes battling to the inside. I don't think he saw him out there. I was too worried about that Corvette to the inside of him on 5, so I don't know that there'll be a penalty on that. But once again, we'll let the stewards decide.
Yeah, looking at it, in my opinion, I don't think he's at fault. He's just a circumstance there, racing incident for me. But yeah, we'll let the stewards deal with it. I'm not a part of that team, of course. I don't really see what more he could have done. He was off the line trying to let cars through, and it's just unfortunate the way it's sort of spearheaded, and he's unfortunately it's collected a competitor. But yeah, that won't win you that award you were referring to earlier. So I would love to try and get it called the Clean Boy Award, but
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe we'll see. But of course, want to try and keep it available for everyone, though, don't we? So either way, the cleanest driver will win that over the series. So keep your eye out for that one. A lot of these guys are actually racing very cleanly indeed. We've seen some good action throughout the first hour here, and we are sort of getting into the thick of it now as we begin hour number 2. Currently riding on board here with Callum Brandt for RD SimSport number 3 in that Ford Mustang. Nice pink and black livery. You always find that with the bright ones, you just have a nice black undertone, and then it just really makes the bright sort of neon color. It really stands out, doesn't it?
It really does. Yeah. So, and I'm being the team manager for Olympus Esports, and one of our base colors being pink. I'm always looking at the pink cars, so so nice looking livery. I did see Hyperion Racing come in for a pit stop, as we see, and there was a driver change. David Vey is in now for Hyperion Racing in that Hyperion Racing 2 car, which is the 944 Porsche. So he's back on track now, making his way out of the pits, and he's oh no, and he's just lost it. I'm sorry, Samula, you might have to find that one, as he had a little bit of struggle there. I'm not sure if they've got damage or not on that car. It kind of looks like they may have some front end damage, so I'll have to get a replay of that if Samuli can find it. So basically, it was just coming out of the pits, and it looks like there's a little damage on the right front. But as you can see, as he's coming out there with those cold tires, just all kind of squirrely. Doesn't make any contact. Doesn't make any contact with the wall, but definitely look like he's struggling a little bit trying to get the car back under control as he's getting back on the track. Still fighting it.
Yeah, I mean, they've just had a driver change, so he's come out onto a track that he doesn't necessarily know the conditions of. Like you said, cold tyres and the culmination of all of that together. Brilliant save, though. I'll give him credit. He kept it out the wall. That's impressive stuff, just through that alone. So fair play for keeping the car in the race, because he is still in the race, and he's still going the right direction, and thankfully no one else caught up in it either. But yeah,
Sure.
that was a heart-in-mouth moment, you could say, couldn't you? Through the kink of 11, now onto the back straight here towards Canada Corner. I think we're coming up onto the back of an LMP2 car. You'll see it in the speed deficit there, just towards the end of the straight. That's where you can tell the difference, because through the corners, both of them have very good downforce. Not a lot separates them.
No, no, it's really just, I think there's maybe a little more downforce on the GTP car, or I'm sorry, GTP or LMDH, but definitely it's the straight line speed where that LMDH car has the advantage. You can just add some extra kphs to the end of that straightaway and able to pull a gap. We did see that LMP2 come into the pits. Not really an hour 12 as we see Thomas Baker rejoining the track in the 297 car from Mutineers Racing Blue. Not sure what happened there, but Canada Corner, so potentially there's some multi-class action there that we didn't just caught the end of as he's coming into the pits as well.
I'm sure we'll get a replay in just a few moments time, but yeah, we just caught the tail end of that. Here we go, replay time. What happened here? You're spot on there, Charles. Look, multi-car action, multi-class action, should we say. Trying to go for the overtake on the GT3. Maybe you're going to try and get the other one done. No,
Nope.
Just overcooked it a little bit, didn't he, on the brakes?
He did, I think, and then I think he locked it up. Maybe got some of the off track on the inside there. It was well done to just kind of hold it up and not get into any other cars as we see. Looks like more pits. Looks like it's a fuel stop for the LMP2 field.
Yeah, well, we're getting to that second pit window, aren't we, for that category? So we can see here a lot of them coming in now for that pit stop. Fuel, maybe tyres, depending on what strategies they're all doing. But Punk Crew Blue on pit exit. Oh, no, sorry, not Punk Crew Blue. They're still in the pits there. We were just looking, I think it was Echelon Sim Sport that they were making their way down. No, they're in as well. What am I, who am I talking about here?
Looks like there was a driver change, the car disappearing there. So usually indicates that the driver has got out of the car. We'll get a new driver in as we see Ortiz now in as well. And we've got Scott Haddock in for the Punk Crew Blue number 22 LMP2 car. It's a lot of twos there.
It is. This is the leader, isn't it? Or was the leader of this category. I think the other teams that have gone through have yet to make that stop. That is the sister car, Punk Crew Gold, and the Pneumatic Motorsports purple car yet to, I think, make a pit stop. So this is effectively the net lead of the LMP2 class. Scott Haddock at the wheel now. I think you just said they had a driver change, didn't you, Charles?
I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's it feels like a new name to me. So generally speaking, 2 stints in LMP2, you want to get a fresh driver in, let them get some laps logged, and then kind of swap out. When you're racing as hard as these guys have been racing since the start of the race, you can't do a full 2-hour run. I think you'll see there may have been some of the GT3s that said we're going to run 2 and 2 to try and just try and even it out. Let the driver get 2 hours in the car, and then the other driver come in and finish up the race. But very difficult to do, especially when you're talking about the speeds these prototypes are running, and just the force that you have to have, the strength and the timing you have to run these prototype cars. It is in a track that's very, very fast. I mean, we haven't really talked about it, but there's a lot of, this is a very high speed circuit, at least for, 60-70% of the track is probably going to be at full speed, or at least at full power, trying to get up to that full speed. As we have another one, we got a caution, a warning to Sonic Racing Team for avoidable contact. So apparently it wasn't enough to justify a full-blown penalty. So they said, all right, don't do that again. A little slap on the wrist and said the next time will be worse. So Sonic avoids the time penalty, and they'll get to continue on with their race.
Yeah, well, I thought we just witnessed there. Well, that was a dog Bear Bark just getting past Echelon Sim Sport. This is the battle for net P2 in this class. LMP2s now on the run up towards turn number 1. Echelon going to try and go for that inside line, maybe a bit later on the brakes to get alongside, but unable to do so. Dogbear just able to sweep around and defend the position for just the moment. Now, turn number 3. You want a good exit out of this one because you've got a long straight coming up and you've got a good overtaking opportunity at the end of it, which is turn number 5. You're going to tuck up under that slipstream with the car in front and try and get alongside if you can. But I think Dogbear actually got quite a good exit on that one, and that is Punk Crew Blue getting it all sorts of wrong. These were the leaders of this category of the class. They've just made a mistake. What's happened?
Yeah, let's get the replay here. Going down the run down into turn 5. And we talked about this being a new driver in the car, and just a little too hot. Kind of loses the rear of the car coming out of the corner. So maybe was had got it slowed down enough, but maybe too hot back on the throttle on the exit, and lost the rear. More throttle than the tires could hang on to. So they've lost quite a bit of time. They're running. It's still running. They're in P3, but they're now 54 seconds off the lead as Punk Crew Gold comes into the pits now.
Yeah, they're still net P1, I think, at this present moment. Currently P3 in the class, but that has absolutely closed the gap back up between them. Dogbear Bark and, of course, Echelon Sim Sport as well. So this was, it felt like almost too easy for them out front. They had a nice gap, but that gap, like we said, in a matter of an instant, it can just disappear, and it has, because now the 2 cars behind that were fighting for the podium, you can see them here still trying to fight for track position to try and get through some of the lap traffic. They're now right on the heels of them, so they really do have a good shot of making a dash for P1 potentially now in that class. As you can see, they're one of the LMDHs filing his way through. Oh, side by side through turn number 1. He's had to back out of it because the LMP2 car does not want to yield. These also trying to get through some lap traffic here of the GT3 cars. This is getting a bit spicy because there is a battle going on here as well between P3 and P4. That's Echelon Simsport and Dogbear Bark. And that LMDH is just right in the middle of it all whilst they're trying to lap traffic.
Yeah, and they gave the Dogbear car a little bit of a help with the draft, and made him able to make the move to the inside there in turn 5. Made the run down the straightaway, and is able to late brake and get his way around.
Yeah, Dick Muller pulling the move off in turn number 5, taking that position back from Echelon Sim Sport, and now he's going to probably want to try and close the gap back up to Punk Crew Blue in front, but they have got this traffic to try and navigate. That Ford Mustang has just absolutely held him up a treat for Echelon, because he was right on the racing line where he didn't want him to be. But like we said earlier, he does not have to yield the position if he doesn't want to. It is the job of the faster car behind to make the move safely, as they're now on the back straight through the kink of turn 11, and they make their way towards turn 12 of Canada Corner. Another good overtaking opportunity, but a bit too far back at this present moment.
Yeah, a little too far back, and the current leader of LP2 is in the pits. That's Pneumatic Purple. So we're going to see where they come out in relation to this. It might be a 4-car battle here as they're working their way around with Punk Crew Blue, Dogbear, and Echelon all just kind of on top of each other. So we see Pneumatic now making its way out of the pits, and there you see that there's the group going by now.
Look at the pit exit there. That's Dogbear Bark just exiting, and then Echelon, and there comes Pneumatic Motorsport Purple. Yeah, he's not a million miles behind that that pack. That is very much a 4-way battle for the win of that class, because we've only just got into the second hour now of this race. A hell of a long way to go. And the fact that it is still that close between the top 4 is very exciting indeed. Well, even the top 5.
The top 5, exactly right. Yeah, the team FFSR is only within 10 seconds of the lead. So you've got 5 cars within 10 seconds, and that's nothing. That's basically, you get stuck behind a GT car, as we've seen time and again here. And next thing you know, they're just basically on top of each other, battling for position again.
Yeah, absolutely right. It all really does come down to how well you can work your way through the traffic, picking your moments and things like that. But we are very much getting into the meat of this race. and this is where the strategies very much start to come into play now for a lot of these guys. Of course, the fuel, the tyres, all that sort of stuff. And I would imagine some of the top class, the LMDH guys, they should be thinking about a pit stop soon, shouldn't they?
Yeah, it should be coming up within the next 10 minutes or so. I think they were right at the 45-minute mark for the longest stop, or the latest stop by one of the LMDH cars. So yeah, you start seeing those cars coming in the next lap or two as they're working their way around, and the gap's only 12 seconds between first and second, and then you've got RD Sim Sport in second, and only 3 seconds or so ahead of Team Tenuto 233, who's still running in third after starting a little bit further down. So they're having a good run, and still got basically the top 6 cars within a minute of each other, which, as we've seen, it doesn't take much to tighten those gaps back up.
No, it certainly does not, and I would imagine what can help you in that moment as well is a good set of racing gloves. And I can tell you now that Moradness are also a sponsor here of the iRacing Team Endurance Series. They've partnered up with Champion, oh God, I'm trying to remember the name. I believe it's Champion Motorsports. Apologies there. But yeah, they've got a host of good products on their website as well. And it was all set up by a real-life racing driver, Daniel Morad, winner actually of the Daytona 24-hour, I believe, back in 2017. So yeah, a big name effectively to that brand, and they've got lots of good products as well, racing gloves and other such sim wearing stuff for karting or sim racing, and that will of course help you along as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll go out and just say, hey, I like Dan, a good guy. Met him last year at Sebring, got my Moranis hat signed by him. Just a really great guy, and a fantastic racing driver. So it's good to have him on as a sponsor of the league, and he's actually got a car out there on track as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. I'm trying to remember whereabouts they are on the circuit. Maybe you can fill that one for me, Charles. Whereabouts
Let me see if we can find them real quick. Moranis M Squad in the car number 7. He is currently running 6th in the M class. So Jeff Fleischman on board, having a pretty good run so far. Only about a minute 10 back, so about a half lap behind Fendi, who is having a great run. We've already talked about them running basically in the top 5 of the GTs overall. So Jeff in that Moradness white and with pink Ford Mustang.
It's good looking, isn't it?
Probably give a shout out to Ginger Liveries. I'm sure Ginger probably did that. It's one of Dan's oldest subscribers on his Twitch channel, and a great painter as well, and the deepest voice of any man I've ever spoken to in Discord. It is amazing. It's like listening to a bass drum.
Bit of a chocolate rain, if you know what I'm talking about, in reference to deep voices. But yeah, the livery was looking good as we now got the first of the LMDH cars into pit row, and that is Solpec Racing. Following them in is RD Simsport and Team Tenuto. Yeah, it's amazing. These guys, they've been racing for almost an hour and a half, and they're still so close to one another. It just really shows the cut of these pro drivers and how close they are to in terms of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a really good battle up front. We see Solpec 110 in, RD Simsport coming in now. This is about right for these guys. So we see the top 4 now in the pits to get their fuel and tires. And RD Simsport, is that already on their way out? Oh no, that's a driver swap. So we've got some new drivers in. Niels Teasters in for RD Simsport. See if we can get some new names here. Jesse Line for Solpec. Peter Lowe in there for Team Tenuto.
Yeah, so this is going to be a new interesting game for all of these guys. They're going to have to try and read each other, whilst at the same time gauging the track conditions and how the car is feeling underneath them. So this is going to be interesting in this next sort of few laps, I would imagine, on the pit exit, how they're all going to adapt and how quickly they can adapt. Because that, again, is another mark of the great drivers, is your adaptability and how quickly you can adapt to changeable conditions, as that was a little bit too close for comfort there between the Mercedes the red Mercedes there, and I believe that might have even been the LMP2 of Echelon Sim Sport. And once again, just sort of darting out the way, just trying to avoid contact, getting a bit close for comfort for some of these guys.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of that darting is just from the fact that you don't realize the speed difference once you get behind those GTs, how quickly you just can accelerate to work your way around. So, you know, for these guys who are just now getting in the car, is it just kind of feeling, oh, wait, oh, that was quick. So yeah, you'll see that a little bit there at the start. Once these guys get it all dialed in, as we see Nick Paquin working his way down into turn 8, these guys will figure that out, and it won't seem nearly as dramatic of a maneuver there to make these passes. We do see iRTES Sim Sport 2 still out on the track, leading this class, but I feel like they're going to have to come in and pit here very, very soon, as we see that is so dangerous. That pass into the kink is just very, very dangerous. So many things that can go wrong. As I said, it's a full, you know, even the GT cars are basically at full speed, and just got the accelerator pegged, and it almost kind of turns into a one-lane track there, because you have to be so precise on entry to get your car through there at top speed. So great job by all those guys for not getting crashed, as we see Team FFSR rejoining the track, coming out of 13. So you get a replay here from Samuli, working his way through Canada corner. Behind a couple of GT cars, he's going to work his way to the right-hand side by the Mercedes, and didn't have him cleared. Not really sure if that was on the Mercedes or on the LMP2, but obviously not quite clear of that pass just yet, and so a little contact made. LMP2 off the track, but rejoins, and looks like he's managed to get his way back around them a little further down the track.
I mean, for me, looking at it, it's more of a racing incident in that sort of situation. You haven't quite cleared the car, but you're also trying to clear the next one at the same time. It just doesn't quite work so easily. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It happens sometimes in racing. I think it might just be a bit of a racing incident, though. But again, we'll leave the stewards to it, because that is not my job. My job is to bring you this fantastic, entertaining race unfolding before our very eyes, as we're having a look here at the battle for P4 then. Team Tenuto currently holding the P4 slot, and RD Sim Sport in hot pursuit. And I don't even think Solbeck, they're 10 seconds ahead, so they are a little bit of a gap between them. But these two fighting it out for P4, and they are trying to get their way through some lap traffic at the same time. So they're constantly looking forwards and backwards, trying to make sure they're not going to cause any contact with any of these guys, as Sim Sport now having a pretty good run at it down towards Canada corner. Then turn number 12, is he going to maybe have a look at the inside? No, but he's going to have to follow him through for the time being. No way by for that corner there. Now through Thunder Alley, as some of the locals call it, turn 13, and now they're making their way over the tunnel that goes under the circuit, and the final corner, turn 14, before you make your way onto this start-finish straight and up the rise. I like to call it the rise to heaven, because you're just looking at pure sky, aren't you?
You really are. And then there the bridge comes in the way. so yeah, it's once again, great run. Great job, just being patient. He knew he couldn't make the pass on. You had two cars, two LMPs side by side, coming down through the kink, and just took his time, worked his way through. Was able to make the pass on the first car coming down into Canada corner. Then the second car, once they got through there. So great job by Niels to make all those passes nice and safely, and he can continue on. And as you said, he is. He's right there behind Team Tenuto, so those guys are going to continue battling there. As we see, RD Sim Sport 2 has made their pit stop, so they're a little bit further back. So you got the top three cars within 9 seconds. As we've got two cars currently in the pits, FFSR and Punk Crew Pink.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff there. I can see, and maybe we can do this a little bit on the fly. I do apologise for this. I can see Jason Taylor in the interview room. Maybe we can get a little word from him about how he's feeling. He's part of the Echelon Sim Sport here for the LMP2 class. They're currently P2. Is it possible to get him in here and have a quick word mid-race?
I think we can absolutely do that. See if I can grab it.
Hello, So Jason, lovely to have you in here with us. I thought we might have a quick word about how things are going for you. You're currently P2, or your team is currently P2 at the moment on track. How are things out there for you?
It's challenging with traffic is a bit difficult today, and actually we almost didn't even get on the grid. My sim crashed after qualifying, so I barely got in the car before the race started. But it's been fun. We're just kind of settling in now and hoping we can stay in the fight for a win here. But we're just gonna keep trying to keep steady here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're putting on a good show so far. You're only 5 seconds back from the current class leader, Dog Bear Bark. We've seen you scrapping with them a little bit through this race. Do you feel you've got the pace to maybe take the class win here this evening?
I mean, I think we do. I really think we have a chance here. It's just, are we going to make mistakes? It's really easy to screw up the car and, you know, just kind of plow through a corner here when when you're under pressure here. So if we could just keep cool and keep our heads in it, I think we have a real good shot here.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, Charles, is there anything you maybe want to ask Jason?
I just was, Jason, let me ask this. So is there, for the LMP2 class, we've seen some fuel strategy maybe being played out with GT cars. What about the LMP2s? Are y'all able to capitalize on maybe extra laps in the car by doing some fuel saving that may help you later on down the race?
I mean, right now we're just kind of going full out, trying to keep up. Oh,
big crash. Sorry about that. A big crash.
We
big
lost
crash
a little craziness here.
Yeah.
I guess we'll look at it a little more later in the race, but so far it's just keep your foot in it and try to get as much pace as we can.
Understood.
Yeah, it sounds like a plan, definitely, and you look like you got through that unscathed, which is good news. So, yeah. Well, thanks for joining us, Jason. It's lovely to have you in here, and maybe we'll catch up a bit later on as well. So good luck for the rest of this race, and maybe we can have a quick replay of what just unfolded there.
I think Matthew's going to need a new cruise suit when he comes into the pits this time.
Let's have a little look. On the exit then of turn 9 and 10, the carousel, 2 GTs, 3 cars in front, and the LMDH, it's just mayhem at that point.
Yeah.
They're just closing speeds, different speeds, and it's just all come together. And Longhorn Racing, I feel so sorry for them. They seem to be caught up in every situation, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Jason, we're going to let you go. Thanks, and we'll catch you hopefully a little bit later.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, was watching that 2x2 with the GTs coming through or GT3s coming through the carousel. Looked like an LMP behind and a GT or LMDH also. LMDH maybe changed lanes a little bit earlier or later, definitely off sequence, and I think initiated the contact. But that might be something we're going to get a message from the stewards a little bit later. That definitely was a pretty major wreck there coming through the carousel.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it just looked to me like closing speeds. You had each class in there. The GT3s, of course, at the front, the slowest of them all. And that's just obviously backing up the LMDH. And where they were also racing side by side, there wasn't really anywhere for the faster cars behind to go. So they really had to be patient. I think it just called the drivers out. And, of course, then contact ensued from there. But oh, God, Longhorn Racing, it's been a tough whole evening for them so far, and it's not even over, but I'm so proud of them that they're still in it and they're still going for
it. They are indeed. Yeah, they're saying we're going to finish this race one way or the other. We might not have any car left when we finish. We see, looks like that was Tenuto making a pass there going into 5 on the Penguin RC car. So, yeah, it was... just one of those things that patience would have been your best tool there, and maybe somebody just got a little too aggressive. Once again, I think we'll let the stewards decide who's at fault for that, if there's any fault to be assigned. Oh,
here we go. Contact!
Oh, no.
There's 3 of them all in it.
Oh, you could almost see that was about to happen. It was. There was 2 LMP2 side by side, sandwiched the Mustang, and you could just see the size of the Mustang in comparison to those 2 cars. And just, I don't know if the Mustang maybe broke later than they expected, but you can just see them as they're just side by side, and there's nowhere for it to go. And it looked like the LMP2 on the outside maybe turned in a little early. Once again, we're not adjudicating any of these. Just from from that replay, kind of what it looks like. So we'll wait and see. But that car definitely looks like it's struggling a little bit right now.
Yeah, I think he was eager to get the move done, wasn't he? And keep racing the other car in the class. And yeah, he's just accumulated all together at the apex. It's unfortunate, but it's one of those things, again, you have to sort of, you're trying to navigate it and balance it on a fine thread, if you like, the whole way around. And it's just one of those things. It can't be helped. It's a real shame, of course, because it's now going to put, especially Sim HQ here, I think they've come off worst of all. In the pit lane now, and struggled to get that car back by the looks of it. James Andrew doing a good job to get it home, and they'll get some repairs worked on that car. Currently 9th, but they may lose a few more positions after they've repaired it.
I think so. Yeah, you could see the car crabbing down the pit road. We had the onboard shot. We had about 15 degrees of left hand down from the wheel and suspension damage on the car. So, if he may be in the pits for a little bit of time there. They do have a faster car though, so that if they haven't used that yet, then it may be a very quick job, and that'll put them off strategy a little bit. But sometimes that's not a bad thing.
Could be a quick in and out. We'll never know for sure right now, but I'm sure they'll be quite happy if that is the case. But at the moment, they are all still soldiering on, which is the good thing. Solpic Racing here, we're just jumping on board here with Bradley Holly, currently P5 in that LMDH class. He is actually looking to be defending from Team Tenuto in P6, right behind him. There they are through the shot, and that's being piloted currently by Peter Lowe. And they've got that lovely Delta livery on. And if my memory serves me, Charles, you might have to correct me, are they not somewhat sponsoring this event with that Delta livery car? I might be wrong. I can't quite remember.
I don't think so. I'm kind of go back looking through my notes here. I don't see Delta anywhere on the sponsor list. So I'll say no, but it's a nice looking livery. I would have to agree. I do like the way the car, and I'm not usually a big fan of gradients, but that one actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, they've done some nice work on it, haven't they? They've really made it stand out. And yeah, I mean, you're not a fan of them. I am a fan of them. So actually, that really does speak to me, that car, because the blue to the pink and then back to the blue to finish it off. So I love the look of that car.
Yeah, it's a nice looking car. Once again, like I said, I'm not. Oh, as we see another contact there, Echelon Sim Sport, Spencer Wrightsma.
Not the LMP2 class, as I'm sure Jason would be happy with, but it's a shame that it's still part of the overall team, and we're going to get a replay now. It's probably a move here down towards turn number 5 on that McLaren. I think that might even be the RC Penguin car. Down the inside, late on the brakes, they've just turned into him. I think that's quite easy what we've seen there.
I think you may be right. Yeah, I say that. I couldn't really tell if maybe Rennsport just kind of straightened the car up a little bit. Maybe he was loosening the rear end, had that correct, but definitely contacts made. Once again, we don't have to. There's already we've got a Punk Crew Blue and Echelon Sim Sport GT3 car. Yeah, that's just 2 cars into one. I'm not sure. Once again,
maybe we can get the other on board and look from the overtaker's point of view. Let's have a little look then here for Spencer's point of view. He's going to go for this inside line on the McLaren. We can see now how it unfolds at the apex. He's trying to get the car turned. I think that's just it's just a slight coming together, and then like we said earlier, the cars, they stick to each other a little bit, don't they?
They do indeed. Sometimes you'll see that, and you will see Jason Potter, thanks for the subscription to Apex Racing TV. So doesn't look like any major damage to at least to the Echelon car. I don't think the Penguin RC car had any issues either. They look like they're still both on the track. So far so good for those guys. They've obviously lost a little bit of time. We're still, as the clock keeps ticking, it makes it more and more difficult to make that time up.
Yeah, absolutely. The clock does keep ticking. You're quite right, Charles. So yeah, no pausing in the timing for these guys. As we're having a look here at Fendi Racing 327. their sister car in the amateur class still leading, and that gap has grown by quite some margins, 40 seconds back to P2 of the amateur class. But currently we are looking here at the pro class for Fendi Racing, and Team Tenuto once again trying to go for an attacking move here with a sister car. They are both in that McLaren, and they are fighting currently for P8. It's looking pretty tight and close. They've got a faster car approaching behind. Might that come into play here with the attack and defend? Because he's round 1. Oh, it might not matter at all. He's round 2.
Very nice job by the Porsche LMDH car to make his way around. These guys can continue to race. Again, that's one of the tightest battles on the track. As we said, obviously, looking at the GT3 AM, the P2 through P4 are 2 seconds apart, 3 seconds apart from each other, as we're on board now there with Jack Hedgecox, going racing Ruby. Then on the inside there in that Mercedes, working his way around the McLaren. And you can see that battle there with the GTP car, I'm sorry, LMDH car in the mix.
Is it going to affect him though? Is that he's being very patient with them. To be fair, he knows that he's going to absolutely blitz them here on the straight, so he didn't have to push it. That's very smart strategy in that sort of sense, isn't it? Because they've absolutely blown past them out the water. Move done nice and easy as we jump back here to Fendi Racing in the pro category, and he's having to do some defending now because Team Tenuto right up on the gearbox of that McLaren car in front. He's now going to try and have to get a better exit then of turn number 3. They're going to have this straight, and then he may have a chance down at turn number 5, but that Fendi Racing, he's going to pick up the slipstream from that passing LMP2 car though. That's going to help him a little.
That is going to help him out a little bit, but it looks like it's still, nope, just not enough, just not close enough to make a lunge down to the inside. So it kind of backs out, says reset. We'll see if we can find another spot. Maybe he'll get that run down into Canada corner. So we'll see if he can maximize his corner exits through here, through 7 and 8. Try and get a good run through the carousel, and then down that straightaway into Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be about that exit of turn 9 and 10. And then, of course, you really do need to nail the kink of 11, because you can take it flat, but it can be quite tricky to do so. So if you do get a slight, you don't get the line quite as you want it, you can definitely lose time, as we've now got another LMDH car approaching very quickly. You'll see him now blast past these two down this back straight towards Canada corner, turn number 12. Got one, should get the other one nice and easy under braking at least. There we go, easy as you like. And these two, they're still battling it out for 8th position. Just had a little bit of a setback though, if you like, from T Tenuto, but I'm sure he's going to start winding it up and mount another attack here. I say here, it'll be more towards turn number 1, won't it, after the straight?
It will be indeed, yeah. Oh, as you can see, just coming into the pits, Tenuto pitting and almost pulled over right into the front of a GTP car. Luckily, the GTP was able to hold up his progress, move back over to the side, and avoid contact there. But that was almost catastrophic for Tenuto.
Could have ended in tears for some. It's interesting they've come into the pits. We're already seeing a few GT3 cars making that second stop already. It feels almost a little bit early, but maybe that is just how the fuel and the tyres are going for this race. Maybe we were wrong with the hour mark. I don't know, but either way, that is how it looks to be unfolding at the moment, as we are back on board with Punkru Gold now in P4. Their team, their sister car right behind them as well, also trying to make their way through. And they are P5 in this LMP2 class, passing the GT back marker there and making their way through. They're nice and easy.
Absolutely, it does feel like that's maybe a little early for the GT cars. I would have expected them about 5 minutes from now, just from the 55-minute stint. I could see them going to the hour 50 mark, but yeah, maybe that they've had to expend more fuel during this stint, and they just can't make the car go as long as they did before. Or maybe it was maybe there's a little bit of strategy involved, that they try to look a little further back and see where they're going to come out of the pits. They're going to come out in some clean air, and maybe can make up a little bit of lap time that way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's once again going back to that whole differencing in strategies, and it's seesawing as we now see a drive-through for Echelon SimSport, the GT3 car. That was the incident we saw earlier, wasn't it?
It was.
Between them and I think it was the McLaren of Penguin.
Yep, that's correct.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Nope, that's right.
Yeah, they seem to think that Spencer was on the wrong end of that and caused the incident.
Yeah, it kind of looked like maybe he just kind of was not going to make the corner on that line, and so they said he's got responsibility, so drive-through penalty for that Echelon car. So that'll be some more time that they'll have to make up in the course of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. As LMP2's class change leader once again, Echelon SimSport now making their way through as Dog Bear Bark have pitted. So Echelon SimSport going the extra lap here. That could be that strategy that we were discussing with Jason earlier. Maybe they're having a little think about what they can do. And Matthew here in the car now for them. He seems to be going very strong as well. So it's funny how things turn around, because we were looking at Punk Crew Blue earlier, who had a nicer lead and advantage, and it changed the driver. It changes everything almost, and the track's constantly evolving. They're now currently 4th, Punk Crew Blue. And they're no longer leading this category, and just like that, Echelon are top dog at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Matthew has made his withdrawal from the luck bank for the race. So taking the lead. It still looks like there's a little bit of damage on the right front of that car. So he's doing a really good job. He just kind of looks like that maybe that right front maybe just nudged in a little bit. Kind of see a little bit of that right front tire exposed. But obviously not hurting him. He's able to run really good laps, and he's got that nice 6.5 second lead over P2, the pneumatic purple car. So yeah, he's having a good run, and once again, as we talked about on board there with Scott Haddock, and that's the car I was referring to. Oh, speaking of damage, we've got Punk Crew Gray and Pneumatic Blue. Looks like they had a little bit of issue there in turn 8. We'll get a replay here from Samuli. See the pneumatic car coming down into turn 8. Coming up the back. Oh, yeah, that was just late. And then back across the track. Into the front. Oh, and then rejoined across. So, based on what we saw earlier with the not holding the brakes, there might be and then with that, what I would consider as an unsafe rejoin, you might see a couple of penalties come out of that. So we'll see what the stewards have to say.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I wouldn't have an issue with the brake holding there as such. I think that was just the second cut, the grey Punk Crew car coming through. I think it's just wrong place, wrong time for that. I do have an issue with that rejoin. That was a bit more on the nose. So yeah. I'm sure stewards will have a little look at that. But either way, all cars are still in the race, and no one has had a big incident where there's unrepairable damage kind of thing, as we are still riding aboard here with Motorsports Blue, the pneumatic Motorsports Blue, sorry, as they have now dropped to P9. And they're just going to have to try and fight their way a bit further back up the field. Also trying to get past some lapped traffic there for good measure. But yeah, we haven't actually lost that many cars from this race, or if any at all. We've had some incidences and damage, of course, but I think the whole grid is still here, is it not?
Pretty close to it. Let me take a look here. Are we 4 DNFs from Samuli is what he's saying. So yeah, that one fast repair does help. That does give you, as we see a car off, that is the Punk Crew Gray car, who was already a lap down earlier. So we'll have to see where they're, so I can get a look at where they are as far as the rest of it. They're 2 laps down to the race leaders. So they're still out on the track, they're still running, but obviously had a little bit of an issue there trying to get the car stopped. To get all the way off the track. It's working its way through the kink. And you had to have to lift there to get through because he was offline. As you're right, that is a very precise line through there to go at full speed, and it's for any of the cars. So you see that he's trying to be cautious. but still having a little bit of an issue with the car trying to get it around the track.
He does just seem to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's one of those things. It's just a bad day at the office. I mean, these guys in this top class, they're all pros on iRacing, and I think this just shows that everyone is prone to mistakes. You know, nobody
Absolutely.
is perfect, and it's a shame because obviously he's probably going to be kicking himself about it, and he really shouldn't. He's doing a fantastic job. He's still in this race. The car is still in one piece. It's just
That's
a bad day at the office, and everyone has those.
Everybody has those. I'm going to tell you, I'm a GT driver. When I get behind the wheel of these LMDH cars, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm not sure I could get through the qualifying, much less the race in these cars. And we see a bunch of the GT cars coming into the pits now, including the overall leader, Motorsports Gold.
I can tell you a story about my GT racing, if you like, my Sebring 24 and how that went. I can tell you now, it didn't go well. First event on iRacing with the weather system, and it was a wet to dry session. And coming out onto the racing circuit, it was my turn. First time in the car for the race, and it was just dry enough to put the dry tyres on, but still wet patches around. I got to the first hairpin of hard braking, hit a puddle, and I went off into the wall, and I got the lovely meatball flag, and I hadn't completed a lap. So it happens, you know, it's there, it happens.
Was that in the Ferrari?
It wasn't, no. We were driving, I believe, the Porsche. I think we were.
Okay.
It's a tricky car, easy to lock at the rear.
Oh, it really is.
But I do love driving that car. It is fantastic once you are able to master it, of course, which I haven't quite got there yet, but maybe one day.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, the reason I said that is the Ferraris, I think, were having a little bit of an issue with rain at that point in time, and we had one of our teams that decided to use the Ferrari, and it really struggled in the wet. So it was that was why I asked. But yeah, the Porsche is a fantastic car. I'm not necessarily a good rear engine driver, so I try and avoid it if at all possible. I'll stick with the Merc or the Mustang. I will occasionally jump in the Corvette just for funsies. But if you're going to give me my choice, I'm probably going with Mercedes. It seems to be the most stable of all of them, and like I said, I'm a front engine guy. So.
Like you say, it has that front engine placement, so you get a little bit more. It pulls you around the corner rather than sort of pushes you. So, and again, that's just sort of one of the characteristics and differences in all of these GT3 cars, especially. They're so diverse, as we can see here. Hyperion Racing riding on board with currently P5 in a battle here between the sister car, the sister team, if you like. Is not far behind them. Sorry, he's having a battle here with Arc Motorsports Gold. For P4, it's quite close, the gap, but they've also got traffic trying to get by them as well, so it's very difficult to try and go racing. But the gap, you can see there, the gap's opening up because they're being lapped, as you expect, and it's just trying to navigate the traffic. It's so difficult, and the gap is now open because of it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just part of it. You know, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and as you can see, the Ferrari just taking it really wide through there. We've talked about the kink. So you have to be very careful as we got Nick Langner in the car now for Art Motorsports. I think that's a new driver. So trying to come to grips with the car. As you can see, more and more of the fast movers trying to work their way through. This has got to be a taxing race for these guys. Just lap in and lap out, having to deal with your own competition versus all the faster classes trying to work their way through. As we see Hyperion Racing 3 coming in for their pit stop. We're now 5 minutes away from that second hour mark, and we'll see how Penguin RC, I believe, was the car that went the full distance on the first hour. So we'll see how they end up on this stint.
That was a nice overtake there by Punk Crew Pink. Nick Pequin in the car still, and he's just absolutely done a very nice move, lapping I believe it is an LMP2. No, it's not. It is for a position there. He's just gone past the CRF Motorsport car and a brilliant move round the outside of turn 5. He's just about enough road and making it stick. What a move that was. Maybe we can go back and get a replay of that one, because that was very nice indeed. But it's not over yet, because they're trying to get back some traffic, and the gap's closed back up. We might even see a move down towards Canada Corner now.
The Porsche had a really good run, took the inside line coming out of the carousel, and he's going to take the outside line going into Canada Corner. Is he going to make it stick? Not so much. Great job by the Punk Crew Pink to stay up there, as they're behind now. Ferrari holding them up a little bit, coming through the final corner. Ferrari not really sure. Oh no, contact. It looked like I saw smoke from contact.
I think he's locking the brakes. He's trying to avoid the contact, but that has now allowed CRF through, because just a small little lockup like that, and immediately on the back foot. P2's off. P2 has gone off the circuit. He's lost a chunk of time there. I think that was turn 6, that blind crested corner. Yeah, here we go. We're going to get a replay now. What just happened there? Turn number 5, looking clean and tidy so far. I think he's actually racing. No, he's not. He's trying to lap some traffic here, but up over the rise to 6.
Oh,
he's just a wheel on the grass.
Yeah, I think that was either a wheel on the grass or a brake lock. You know, like as we said, that car gets really light once it crests that hill, and so if you're hard on the brakes and the car gets light, you're very, very prone to just locking up a tire. And you can see what happens when the Cadillac locks up a tire. It basically just loops around. Able to get back out. Doesn't look like there was any contact made, so he just lost some time, but he's got a little bit of work to do to make that time up.
Absolutely. I've just noticed as well, we're jumping back on board here as a car goes off there. We'll find out who that is in just a moment. Here we go. Zach Dernhagen, DMS Racing. So that's champion Motorsports. Oh, almost contact made once again. Currently P9. Maybe we can see how he went off. He's lost the rear wing now off that Corvette. I wonder, maybe just overcooked it and then he's gone backwards into the wall, or he's on pit exit as well. Pit exit. This is cold tyres.
Yeah, cold tyres, new driver probably, and just too much. Yeah, just too much coming in. There's not enough grip in those tires to make the corner at that speed. Locks it up, backs it into the wall, and then close to contact on his rejoin.
Yeah, very close indeed. He's still out there on circuit. The car is not damaged by the looks of it in the sense of the wheels, so he's able to control it, but he's lost that rear wing, so he's going to be losing a chunk of downforce, and of course he'll have to nurse it back to pit road to get it in for repairs. It's a shame. But that is, it bites you, doesn't it? The tyres, they're cold. If you're not prepared for it, especially after you've just got in the car. And like I said earlier, I can relate. It's the worst feeling in the world. You get out, you're ready, you're eager, you want to go, and you immediately just put it into the wall. And it is the worst feeling in the world. I feel sorry for Zach right now. And yeah, I can relate to you, Zach. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Keep going. Another big moment for Zach.
Yeah,
that's that rear wing.
To the wall. Yeah. That's and it's a toe back. That was a, there's the missing wing, no downforce. You need every bit of the downforce the car generates to make it through the kink at that speed, and you could just see the car just said nope. Just around he goes, like he not a really hard hit of the wall, but did run the nose of the car down the wall there coming out of the kink. So toes it back to the pits, gets it off the racing surface. And I will say this, Penguin RC Pro did not make it to the top of the hour, so they pitted, I think, a lap before, so they're just now exiting the pits at the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, they've done well, though, to get it there even still, so it's going to be interesting how this GT class field unfolds, because we saw Bear Pope Zero, who's currently now leading the amateur class. They wouldn't have pitted yet, because we saw they went very long in the first stint as well, and they've got a 30-second gap back to Fendi Racing, who are effectively net lead. We just saw Bear Pope Prototipo, a sister car for the same team, just had an off there at the final corner. Back on and racing though, with no problems by the looks of it, and maybe we can see what happened to them. But we'll look back here towards Penguin Racing, or Penguin RC for the pro category, currently trying to defend from Hyperion Racing, as they've also got a faster car trying to lap them as well. This is the fun, interesting bit. You're racing your own race. You've got to also look out for others that are not in your race.
That's absolutely right. This is the, some people say the most fun, and some people say the most difficult part of the race is trying to the multi-class aspect of it, trying to deal with the traffic in the other classes. And it doesn't matter which class you're in, you have to deal with either faster cars or slower cars, but you have to deal with all of them in your time. As we see as we're back on board now with Hyperion Racing. I will say we did have another message come from Race Control, and this was an interesting one. Lunatic Racing car number 69, stern warning for avoidable contact on a lapped car, I believe is what it said. So they're saying that was a no-no, and they shouldn't be able to do that. We did have another one from the initial 3 racing. Drive-through will be applied post-race because they disconnect. So we'll have a time penalty assessed after the race and then applied to their final result.
There's no need to worry about it right now if they're not in the race itself.
Right.
Which I can understand fully. In all of that as well, Hyperion Racing did manage to get past Penguin RC in this pro category, and they've already seemed to have pulled almost a second in doing so, both in that McLaren car, so equal machinery you would imagine. But of course, different driver, different setup, and maybe even different strategies being played there. As we look back a bit further down in the same class, this is Bear Pope Workers Union in P5. He's trying to have a little look. Or is he trying to defend it? I'm trying to work it out. I can't quite see. It's also because I think that's Fendi from the amateur class potentially in front of him. So this is for position. Yes, it absolutely is. But they're different classes. A bit tricky to see on the tower. But it is, of course, all for good points at the end of the day. As down the inside with a faster car to boot. And Bear Pope manages to get the move done and take the position from Fendi and at the same time avoid the faster cars coming through. That takes some skill.
Yeah, it does indeed. And yeah, that was, I did see Pump Crew Pink come through, and the car in front of them was CRF, maybe. Oh, there's
sure, but that's the leader.
It's the leader off.
So, at the moment there.
Sorry, I got another one up. But yeah, that's the leader off, lost some time. So that'll reduce his gap back to RD Sim Sport 2, which was up to almost a minute. So he'll lose a few seconds. We saw another car off. Is that Pump Crew Gray? Was off in there. It was indeed. Yep, just too much mustard coming through the carousel there. Managed to get the car righted and back on track.
He's done well to get it back on track again. No damage. I want to see what happened with the gap between Solpec and SimSport 2, because it's still showing at 59, but that's just because of the timing, sort of the way it works. We will see that drop. Oh, here it is. Look at it. Whoa, look at it go. 56, 55, 54. That's 6 seconds right there already. Might even go further. It's stabilised there at about, I think that's about a 6-7 second loss.
Yeah, it was indeed.
For Solpec. They were quite fortunate that it wasn't a bigger incident and didn't lose the car in a sense of spin it round or anything. It was just a trip over the grass, but you can see how much time it costs you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's not as much grip out there, surprisingly. so 6 second loss. Yeah, it hurts a little bit, but they've got a pretty nice gap out in front. As we see them, he's working his way around some more GT traffic. I think that's Fendi again, if I'm not mistaken. Coming down, maybe one of the other Fendi teams coming through turn 5. Yeah, Fendi 383. That's the leader of the GT3 AM class, getting past by Marius Bundea at Tectonic, who's running P6. So Fendi Racing in the AM class is running 7th overall in the GT3 field. So great job by that team of just keeping the car on the track and really running some solid lap times. Still managed to hang up in the top 7 overall of the GT3 class.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, he has just been passed, but he is right behind 5 and 6. So, of course, they're very much still in his sights, and he'll be very happy indeed if he can hang on to the back of them, I'm sure, and you know, maybe be dragged along. Who knows? We'll have to see how the pace of these guys are, but they're doing very, very well. They've got a nice gap to the next amateur car, which is Going Racing Ruby, and then Bear Pope Zero, who's just pitted. They've gone long again. They're well over the hour mark now. I think that's going to be something to keep an eye on when you get into the closing stages for strategy, because they've been doing incredibly well on their fuel saving. They've gone over the hour mark twice now, so you have to think that they will not need a splash and dash.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And the gap from them up to the leader is only 38 seconds. So that feels like it's very close to within that window of them being able to take the overall lead in that class when those cars such as Fendi and Going come in for their final splash and dash at the end. Bear Pope should be able to hang out and not have to stop again. Obviously, this next hour will tell the tale if they're able to continue what they're doing and get past that 3-hour mark. Looks really good for them to go on a 3-stop strategy, and they're going to put them in the driver's seat to win that class.
Yeah, but not only win the class, if you think about it, if they are beating Fendi Racing in that class, they're in the top 5 of the pro class. So you have to think of it like that as well. That is very, very impressive indeed, as I think we just saw a moment there from David Holtzhammer. He's wide once again out of turn 6. This is Fendi Racing that we were just praising just a few short moments ago. They've just struggled in the previous few corners. They've just lost a little bit of distance to the 2 cars in front of them. That's 5th and 6th in the pro category for the GT3s. I think he's actually about to be potentially passed by the next car in that category, that pro category. That's P7 then of Sonic Racing Team. There we go, the red and white liveried Ferrari. He potentially is going to line up a move.
Yeah, I think so, and I think Fendi may have damage. He may have contact somewhere. If you look at that left rear of Sonic, as in contrast to the Fendi car, it definitely looks like that left rear has got some damage on it, and he may have some wheel or suspension damage on that car, which is definitely going to hurt his lap times. So we'll have to keep an eye on that gap back to Going over the next few laps to see how much time they can make up.
Yeah, it's a shame because they are running so strong. If they just keep bleeding time, you have to wonder, is it worth maybe jumping into the pits? Do your splash and dash now even, if you think about it like that, and take the repair and then build your speed back up, so then you're sort of back on strategy in a different way. And that's, again, we keep referring back to it because it is so prevalent in this class of motorsport. Strategy. It is so key, and you can play it in so many different ways. And that's what is so amazing by the time you get to the end of the races, where they're so long, and they are still so close at the end. And that is what's so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all out, flat out for a race will get you only so far, especially when you throw in pit stops and multi-class on top of all that. Sometimes all out is not always the best strategy. You have to be a little particular about what you do during the course of that race. And he definitely looks he's got some damage on that car. And he's definitely, he's going to hit a fight here from Sonic Racing, working their way through 7. Let's see if Sonic's going to make a move down into 8. If he's going to kind of wait. Looks like he's going to wait right here, kind of bide his time. He's going to look and try and get that run through the carousel and the kink down into Canada. So might see a move there. He's in a good position.
I think that's going to be the best spot for him. He can take advantage of that car, Fendi's damage, if you like. Get a good exit here. Make sure you get the kink nailed, which is this fast right-hander. You should be flat out in all of these car classes. Of course, you do need to nail the line, though, and now get a run down towards turn number 12 here of Canada Corner. I don't think he's going to be close enough to do it, though. He's, Fendi there. Fendi Racing Team, they've managed to get a good exit then out of 10 and 11 and stay ahead for the time being. So Sonic Racing still got a little bit extra to do if they want to make that position up and effectively take P7 in the overall class. They are, of course, P7 in their pro category, but in the overall GT3s, they are currently 8th. So it's A little confusing, but it will all make sense, I promise you, as they on the rise up the start-finish straight and down towards turn number 1. And I think that Fendi Racing team, they've just got enough to stay ahead for the minute, but it's getting close, isn't it?
It is very close. Yeah, he's tightened the gap up, coming down into 1, got a good run down the straightaway, was able to use the draft to his advantage. Going to work his way down into 3. As you said earlier, want to get that good exit out of 3. He got a really good run. I think it may be it right here. He may be able to try and make the move down into 5.
Yeah, he's got a good run.
And tighter.
He's up under the wing, isn't he? And now he's going to pick up that slipstream effect, particularly at the top speed. Pulls out of it. He's going for the inside line. Late on the brakes. Can he get it stopped towards the apex? I think he can quite comfortably. Yeah. And now another faster car approaching behind. So no real opportunity for Fendi to fight back immediately. But good overtaking move and an absolute classic of a one really as well. Late on the brakes, down the inside, and make sure you don't get attacked on the exit.
Yeah, absolutely. If you were gonna draw it up to teach a class on that, that's textbook work by Isaac Gonzalez there for Sonic Racing. Just exactly how you're supposed to do it. Get the good run, get the good draft, come out, bring your car out from behind, late on the brakes into the corner. No real way to fight back off that, especially with a little bit of damage on the back of the car. So he'll continue on and try and see if he can make his gap. He had about a 4-second gap back up to P3 in class. So we'll see if he can continue that momentum and make some of that time up.
Absolutely. We jump back on board with the LMP2 class now. Dog, Bear, Bark, currently P2 and having to defend from Pneumatic Motorsports Purple in behind, and right behind them is Pun Crew Gold as well for good measure. This is a three-way battle for P2 then at this midway point of this race, so still a fair way to go, but they are still, they're this close even after 2 hours of racing. There's not a lot separating them at all, and up towards turn number 1, the gap closing, getting past some of that lap traffic as we just see there. That is the Sonic Racing team, all 3 of them making their way through, and will continue trying to fight on and maybe try and pick up a position here. But it's amazing, really. You know, you're over 2 hours in and you're still this close.
Absolutely, yeah. It's and they're only 4 seconds behind P1 in class. So this is gonna, you know, they've got to be pretty smart about the racing they're doing with each other. We got to make sure they get the slower class cars passed cleanly, as you can see now with Dog Bear Bark able to get past those 2 cars, and so it's going to open up a little natural gap back to P3 as they're working their way through. They'll be 2 wide coming through 6 and get that cleared. So now they're into 7, and then we see some more traffic up ahead. So we'll see if that gap tightens back up, or if it's going to turn into a 2-way battle here for just a few laps.
Yeah, potentially so. Like you just said, the gap opening ever so slightly for Dog Bear Bark there, but I'm sure once traffic comes up on them again, that will close right back down. But it's, yeah, top 4 separated by 5 seconds in that class. That is brilliant stuff to see. And again, it could switch right back if they, you know, change drivers. You never know how it's all going to go. But we just got confirmation there. Drive-through penalty for Fendi Racing number 283. So that is their amateur car, but not the one that's leading the race. That is the one further down here. We can see P11 driven currently by Brandon Gillett, and having a little bit of a struggle this evening, isn't he? Not exactly how he would have liked things to have gone, of course. He's just been passed there by CMS Racing. Actually, they're still going at this down towards turn 5. This could be a bit entertaining. This is 4 position.
It is.
The Corvette just gone through, and the Porsche going to have to try and just slot back in behind. I think that's all he really can do, and he'll lose it anyway because he has got to serve that penalty.
He does, and yeah, so there's another penalty, and that was for which I once again we're learning this rule set. There's a penalty for unpredictable driving. So apparently he did something that was so far out of the norm of normal racing that the stewards said, look, you can't do that. So here's a drive-through. Think about it for a minute, and then get back out there and keep the car in a straight line, as we see the battle now with Eli Singh, Punk Crew Gold, working his way around the Miranda's car, that white and pink Mustang GT. still in a battle there with Davis Braun in the pneumatic purple. So battle still continues on up here in the LMP2 class.
Absolutely. They've actually swapped positions there. Punk Crew Gold now third, and that was the pass. Sorry,
That was the
apologies.
pass. Oh, wow.
That was the pass. Yeah, I just
I
thought,
talked
hang
right
on a
over
minute. Yeah, we just glossed right on over it. We did just see the pass there. So the Punk Crew Gold have now made their way through Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, and then bringing up a little bit of a gap now as one of the LMDH cars are trying to find their way through, and they've got a GT3 in between them now. So that was very close, wasn't it? Almost got a little bit too close for comfort, but we just saw the pass. Apologies, we did see the pass, and a Punk Crew Gold now take up that final podium spot at the moment, but there's still not a lot in it.
They're still not. No, it's only about a second and a half between second through fourth, and the gap up to P1 now is starting to close up a little bit. Now it's only 5.2 back from first to fourth. So starting to tighten that gap up. Echelon needs to be very, very cognizant of these cars. Even though they're battling hard, they are still making up a little bit of time on the leader.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good for those guys as well, that they want to be able to battle hard but then still pick up time, because that, you know, it's good stuff in that case. You're racing, you're having fun, and at the same time you're closing down the leader, and ultimately you want to be on that top spot at the end of the day. So no, good stuff from those guys. I'm sure they'll still be going at it as hard as possible. As now on the run down to turn 5, there's less than half a second between them. Just takes one dip of a wheel in the grass or anything like that, and they could switch back around again.
Absolutely, yeah. And you're seeing there's a little bit of a LMDH car in the mix hit now, so you can see that there's not much in it between the LMDHs and the LMP2s. He's just kind of hanging in there in between those two cars as they're working their way around. It looks like a slower GT3 car up front, maybe a Ferrari, couldn't really tell, or it was a lap down. Oh, it's P2 of Dog Bear Bark. Yeah, maybe a lap down LMP2 car.
Yeah, potentially. Not 100% sure, but
yeah, I think it's a lap down LMP2 car, but it looks like the LMDH has cleared itself. So now it's all about these three again. As you can see, basically a second and a half between those three cars. So they'll be fighting amongst themselves again, as there's still a couple of tenths here and a couple of tenths there. They're still closing that gap up to P1.
Yeah, that's good, and that could also be down to you know, navigating traffic just that little bit better. You know, Echelon Sim Sports, have got that 4-second gap at the moment. These three in hot pursuit as it stands, but potentially traffic could be helping or hindering. You just don't quite know. But this is the closest sort of battle on the track at the moment that we're currently looking at here. And this is, of course, for those podium positions. Echelon still leading the LMP2 class with a 4-second advantage over this this freeway battle. Dog Bear Bark currently the front of them in second place. Punk Crew Gold is third, and then just slightly there at the back of the screen. Not going to make the pass on the Mercedes now, but that is Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. They've just lost a little bit of ground, but they should get past that car now into turn 6 on the inside line. Nice and easy. Not DRS, sorry, apologies. Too much F1 on the brain. Downforce, though, they do share that, and that's just that effect there helping them out. As here comes the move then. Punk Crew Gold going to go for second down the inside of turn number 8 after the hurry downs straight, and now he's going to have the carousel right-hander. He's got a car to lap, but that's not going to really be a bother. If anything, it might help him cement the position even more, because look at that, the car behind Dog Bear Bark, I think, got slightly held up by that GT3, and now Pneumatic Motorsport Purple right up on the tail of them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that Corvette just being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Did a good job, held his line, let the cars work themselves around, but you could see just from the fact that he was on the racing line, held them up just a little bit. You got a nice little 1-second gap out, but they're already starting to chop into that. Dog Bear Bark back on the hunt to try and close that gap back down, and the gap up to P1 is kind of stationary at about 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, you're quite right, and yeah, I mean, this could be another move up towards turn 1 here. Dog Bear Bark is the defending car. There we go. Pneumatic Motorsports Purple pulls out of the slipstream. This could be another textbook overtake, but I think Dogbear Bark late on the brake swoops around the outside to hold on to that position for the time being. But he's probably going to have another chance at it down towards turn number 5. But it does mean you need a good exit out of turn 3 there, because you have got this straight coming up. And that is how you do get the opportunity for turn 5. I think Dogbear Bark, or Nick Kuhn here, I think he actually got the slightly better exit there, so he shouldn't have a problem defending now. Yeah, no problems at all into turn 5. Oh, we've got another off. Sim HQ Motorsports has gone off. What corner is that? I'm just trying to... Is that 13 there onto the final corner?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it is. Look at that. Maybe we can get a replay of what happened. He's now going to come into pit lane as well. I think that's an early stop, really, for that LMP2 class. Here we go then. Out of 12, Canada corner through Thunder Alley of 13, as the locals call it. Oh, that's a touch from the LMDH behind.
It was. Is that Punker Pink? Was that who that was that came through that was behind? Yeah, it just looked like it was, turn 13. You had RD Sim Sport 2.
That's
Jason
P2.
Bridwell. That was P2. So yeah, so contact between those two cars. You could just see the GT traffic maybe held up the LMP2, the LMDH a little slow to react. So you got the bump in the rear, and sent the LMP2 around off the track.
That could be
Look
costly
at it
though.
again. Yeah.
He's P2, and the cars behind him. There we go. Ooh.
Yeah.
Just a little tap, but that's all it needed to send the LMP2 car around. But that could be quite crucial though, because if they do decide to give him a penalty for that, he's going to lose out big time. He's currently P2, but it's a very close battle for those positions in the top half of the LMDH class, because look at that, the time gap between them is only a few seconds. I think that could drop him down to maybe 7th or 8th.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're absolutely right. And yeah, we'll wait for the stewards to come back with a verdict on that, but it seems kind of cut and dry to me. Just multi-class racing, but you have to respect the other cars. Looks like the LMP2 was just held up a little bit on the inside, just trying to make that pass safely, and the LMDH just slow to react, and got the punt in the rear.
Yeah, it's easy to do though, like we said earlier, the closing speeds, the differences in speeds, should we say, of the different car classes, it can be quite hard to judge, and you constantly need to be aware on your absolute limit and edge of your abilities in terms of reaction times, because it is coming up on you so thick and fast. But this is a battle for P2 now. Peter Lowe in Team Tenuto, currently right up on the rear wing of RD Sim Sport, the second car they have. So this is a battle for P2, and it is the actual position itself, so it's not going to be done potentially on penalties. He's going to look to go round the outside then, down towards turn number 5. Can he get it stopped later on the brakes and get alongside? No, not at this moment in time. Sim Sport managing to stay ahead, and now we're getting into that sort of slightly thinner in section, and look at that, 100 Force right behind them as well. He's going to join this battle and make it a three-way fight.
Yeah, absolutely. You see when these cars get together, they get together on track and they start fighting in the corners. It just any car behind that's behind that battle just seems like they make up tons and tons of time. So 100 Force on the outside is able to make that pass around of Team Tenuto.
That is traffic there getting in the way, so you can see just trying to navigate it. It is very difficult indeed, and from that, Team Tenuto has actually lost time to SimSport, but not only that, lost a position to 100 Force. Right place, right time for them. Let's see if this is a replay of it. Yeah, here we go. So RD SimSport there gets through on that Ford Mustang easy, and then look, just nowhere to go. Car's just blocking him in, and then you'll see now the 100 Force swoop around the outside. There he goes. Yep. Found the gap, went for it, and yeah, now eventually Team Tenuto gets through as well. But just like that, you thought you were going to gain a position, and then you end up losing one.
Yep, absolutely, and that's it. That's the multi-class racing in a nutshell. And you've got basically once again P2 through P5 separated by 5 seconds on track, with RD SimSport still hanging back there. He's just about 3 seconds behind Tenuto. RD SimSport 2 up in P2. And looking to see what's going to happen with the results of some other things that occurred on the track. So this may be fighting a losing battle, unfortunately, if he has to come in for a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, it would be a shame if that is the case, because they are providing a bit of a treat here just over the midway mark of this race, because they are still, of course, as we said time and time again, so close to each other, even after such a long distance has been run already, and they are putting on a bit of a show here. 100 Force now trying to chase down then SimSport, Audi SimSport 2, and once again traffic just maybe causing a bit of a factor here, particularly through that turn 8, and now you've got the carousel of 9 and 10. I wonder if they're going to navigate this well. Let's have a look and see. I think they're going to get by that quite nice and easy. Yeah, no one really being held up, gaining or losing there. So all fair at this present moment, as 100 Force still trying to chase that P2.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Tenuto probably got a pretty good run. I think they probably went to the inside of that GT car coming out of the carousel. As you can see, the gap is basically 104, 104, 105. So Tenuto not seen right here, but obviously very, very close to this battle.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just
sorry,
dipped
we're
under that.
riding on board with him.
Yeah,
So,
I was going to say, we're looking at him.
Yeah, well, sorry about that. I thought we were in there with the 104th. My mistake. So, hey, you know what? 2.5 hours in, I think we're still doing pretty well.
Make sure you got your coffee there to keep you awake, because I might be making a cup of tea with my Britishness, so I'll swap the coffee for that. But here comes the move though. 100 Force on the exit of turn 1, and now turn 3 gonna have the inside, and that is brilliant stuff there. Got the move done now, and this potentially could open the door for Team Tenuto. They're 3 of them now going for it once again for P2. This is going to be a slipstream fest down towards turn number 5. Can Team Tenuto maybe get alongside that RD SimSport into 5? Pulls out, has a little look, but not alongside enough to really make a move.
No, it's just very smart racing though. Just didn't try and force the issue. Still lots of time left on the board. You got your challengers right there in front of you. It's like the Solpec is kind of checked out. Got a 1 minute gap over this group that we're watching. So, you know, probably smart just to kind of stay in line, to not have quite the run that he needed in order to capitalize. But now we've got the Penguin RC car. One of those two looks like. As they're working their way around, that might give you a chance for an opportunity for a good run down into Canada. We'll see what happens here.
Tucks right up under the rear wing. He's going to pull out the slipstream there, and he's not going to go for it. Not late on the brake. I think, like you say, just sensible racing, isn't it? At the moment, he's not. He doesn't want to lose it, especially so deep into this race as well. If you do put something wrong, it could be race ending, of course. But worst of all, you're not going to be on the podium, because that's currently what you're fighting for.
Exactly right. And they're, once again, so doing a good job. All these cars so far have taken advantage of the opportunities they've had, as we've seen with the lap traffic coming into play. And so, when the opportunity is not there, very wise to just kind of stay where they are, as we're on board now with the Penguin RC Pro car, with a 0.3 of a second gap back to ARC Motorsports, who's right on their tail. They're working their way through 13. So we've got a battle now for the overall lead in GT3 Pro. RD SimSport only about a 1.5 seconds back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to say thank you, Samuli, because you read my mind. I was looking at that gap between these two and how close it was. It went to just under a tenth a moment ago. Penguin still holding the lead for the time being, but ARC Motorsports Gold hot on the heels. Less than 0.4 separate these two, as more cars trying to get by. This could decide something though, because that's going to be cutting it close in front of the LMDH car there. Or potentially, no, it was the LMDH car. I am spot on. I knew what I was talking about. Down the inside, he just cut them off, but just about managed to get away with it, as well, as they now are going to have a run down towards turn 5. I think that's helped RD SimSport though, because he is now hot on the heels of that Ferrari and the Ford.
He is absolutely, he's right there now. So 0.7 of a second between the 3 cars as they're in the fastest part of the track down into turn 5. Everybody braking and holding things up. We get a little bit of a lap car. Looks like there's a lap car in front. Not really sure who that is, but he's going to be kind of holding up the works here for just a minute as they work their way through. And hopefully we don't have any more GTPs coming. Yep, I see one back there. Looks like a Porsche is going to be coming up here to interrupt things in just a moment. So far, pretty good battle by these three cars. 8/10 of a second. Nobody doing anything crazy. Once again, just like this, we're going to just wait and bide our time, and then we'll capitalize on any mistakes that we see in front.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll stay on board with these guys here. Just a quick update on the guys out front, though. The gap seems to be pretty stable. No one really moving up and down. 104 still ahead of that trio, and then Sim Sport and Team Tenuto third, fourth. But looking at this, Art Motorsport Gold, he's going to pull to that inside line. Can he get later on the brakes than Penguin RC in front? No, not quite. And he's taken that shallower line now, so keep an eye on that Ford gap behind him, because that might close up where he would have had a better run out of the corner of 13. The most important one, though, is getting this one right here. Turn 14, you need to nail it because you've got a long start-finish straight coming up and a good chance into turn number 1. You'll see the slipstream come into effect and those gaps begin to tumble. The question is, can he tumble enough to get alongside and maybe make a move? I don't think so on this occasion.
Nope, so far it looks like he's able to just kind of hang on. Did see LMP2 make his way around. So a good run. That's a good run through 1. Little squirrely there for the Penguin car, coming out of turn 1, deep into turn 3. Ooh, little bit of a correction there in 3, and it's like the already Sim Sport car. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's another prototype working his way through. Thought I was going to see a pass there as Art got a little loose coming out of turn 3. Was able to hang on to it, and we did see Artie Sim Sport 3. He's kind of checked his step back just a little bit. Oh, car in the wall.
Car in the wall indeed. Who is that? That is Chip Witt, Wild Deuce Racecraft, currently P14 in the LMDH class. Might have just overcooked it on the exit there. That's what it looked like. He went veering off to the left side of the circuit into the wall. Here we go. Replay of what just happened there. Luckily, no further incidents after. Turn number 5. Nice and simple so far. Out wide, yeah, just too much power. I think that's getting too eager.
Absolutely right. Yep, absolutely right. I think it's exactly what's happened.
Wanted to get on the power as quickly as he could, but unfortunately couldn't. Who is that off as well now? That's Danny. That's Sim Sport 3. Sim Sport 3. The Ford Mustang has had an off and now has lost the gap back to P1 and 2. He was right there just a moment ago. I wonder if we can get a replay of what just occurred, because yeah, he's dropped off massively. He was on the grass and everything. Here we go, replay time then. What happens here? Is it potentially lap traffic trying to go round him into the carousel? 9 and 10. Oh, he's lost the rear, hasn't he? I think he's trying to ask too much of the tyres.
It may have asked too much of the tires, and it might have been a little bit of an effect of the prototype car on the outside, maybe pulling a little air off his rear wing as they were going through the corner. But yeah, just not enough downforce to make that at that speed. You just see him here.
Oh, was contact.
That's almost a lot of contact, didn't it? Was there more contact there? We had to get a view from that. Yeah, get a view from that that LMDH that was going through, and we got Moose Motorsports there on screen.
I think it was the Moose. I think that's the reason why we're there. It was them. I think just made contact. Let's have a look. Around the outside he's going to go because he's got the downforce. It's hard to see, but you just see in the ring mirror tops at the top there. I think just about a slight amount of contact, but enough to upset that Ford Mustang and send it into a half spin.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate for the RD Sim Sport 3 car as well. You know, they were in that battle there for the podium positions in the GT3 Pro class, and so they're only about 7 seconds back. So it's not, not necessarily out of the woods yet, but they're going to have to be very, very clean for the remainder of the race in order to finish this thing off on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a move by Sol Peck in the GT3 Pro class, making a move there on Sonic Racing Team. Currently 4th position. Nice easy move then into turn 6, that blind apex corner. Tricky one to nail because you really do need to know where that apex is. You can't see it. It's all about feel in that corner, isn't it? You've got to know where it is and have it visually in your mind, but you can't see it physically, can you?
No, you can't. It's one of those that you just have to. It's just repetition. You got to get the repetition in your hands and your feet to know how to attack that corner, and it becomes muscle memory at that point. And that's how you're going to succeed on a couple of these blind corners on this track.
Yeah, absolutely. As we jump back here then to the battle between Penguin RC and Arc Motorsport Gold, I think one of the faster cars just not ruining the race there, but just sort of that's again part of it. It's just open that gap slightly up just a little bit, as I am keeping my eye on the timing tower. RD Sim Sport in the LMDH and Team Tenuto, they're very close on track, as well as we are currently riding on board here then with Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. I think we're at the second round of pit stops for the LMP2 category, aren't we? And these guys have been able to sort of go longer than any of them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It feels like it's about time for another set of stops, as we're, over 2.5 hours in. We should be seeing the LMDHs coming in at some point in the not too distant future. Still ways to go yet, probably another 10 to 15 minutes before we start seeing the GT3s coming into the pits. So, we're getting to the point now that everything has to be perfect. You got to have a good pit. No issues. You can't back the car up. You can't, if you still manage to hang on to that fast repair, you're carrying a little damage, might be the time to go ahead and use that. Get the car nice and clean for this final hour of the race coming up.
Yeah, effectively, it is a bit of crunch time in that final hour, because that is it almost feels like that is the one that matters the most, although it is the entire race. You need to be in the right position to do it, as that is a big moment for Sim Sport 2, currently now P4, but they were in third just a moment ago. That is a big off, and they've lost the position for it as well. I think luckily just about keeping out of the wall, but that is a big moment for that team. Let's have a look here. Jared Bridwell in the car, and that's on the hurry downs towards turn number 8. What happens here? Does he just overcook it? Yeah, he does. Locks the rear axle, and he's gone the wrong way, of course, into the wall. So he's going to pick up damage too.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was just another slow car in front, and he just kind of misjudged the braking of the LMP2 that was in front of him, and locks the rears up, and the car he couldn't hang on to it, and so nudged into the wall. Lost a lot of times, taking kind of out of that fight for that P2 and P3 overall. So now he's going to have really a little bit of work to do. He's going to have to come in, and he's going to have to get that fast repair if he's got one left when they come in for the next pit stop, to get that car clean, because he's probably carrying a little bit of aero damage on the front. So that's gonna hurt him for the remainder of the race unless they can get that cleaned up.
The only thing I will say, he's done it at the right time, if you want to think of it like this, in that he has got a pit stop coming up. He hasn't got to do an entire stint with damage. I would imagine they'll be in the pits fairly shortly. But either way, that's a battle for the lead of the pro class. Arc Motorsports went down the inside, and Penguin RC on the cutback, able to just snap that position right back up. Maybe it would be nice if Samuli here could pick up a replay of how that started, because that was some good side-by-side action. Penguin RC defending it well, just let the Arc Motorsport Gold go for the move, and knew that they probably weren't going to make the apex. Here we go, on the run, down to turn 5. It's going to be a late pull out of the slipstream and late on the brakes, and just couldn't get it stopped. Look at that. That is textbook, really, in terms of coming back up and under. Brilliant stuff. That
kind of looks like the move we talked about earlier with Spencer Ratesma. It kind of looked like the same angle that that Ferrari had on the inside. And just couldn't get it slowed up. Nice job by the driver of the Penguin RC car to get the car checked up, get it stopped, and was able to make that undercut on the corner exit to take that position back.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Good racing from these guys. I hope this doesn't stop, because the gap is only half a second. They're still very close to each other on the circuit. We'll give a shout out to Paul Track. Thank you for subscribing to Apex Racing TV. And if you also want to learn how to pull off some overtaking and defensive moves such that we have just seen, Apex Racing do offer a virtual racing school, and they also have a Apex Racing Academy where they can help you with setups, track guides, and you can also get some one-on-one coaching, things such as that, all in a nice neat little package to help you improve your racecraft and just emulate what we've just witnessed from these pro guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I might need to subscribe to that myself, to be fair.
I might pick up a few lessons myself, I think.
Yeah,
If I
yeah,
can race like that, I'll be very happy.
yeah, for sure. So, oh, look at this, 3 wide coming through, coming through into the kink. I'm surprised they all made it through. To be fair, we see that Porsche LMDH car finally get clear to those LMP2s, and they could continue on. That was the LMP2. One of them was the West Coast Racing Endurance Blue 121, as well as the Team FFSR in front of him. So great bit of racing there. Luckily, no contact made, as we're going to get a replay here of Fendi Racing 383 coming down into turn 1.
This is the amateur leader.
Loses the rear. Oh, and a little bit of contact, I think, maybe, and he's just in the wrong place. It's just right in the middle of the track and the exit of 1. I think he finally gets it turned around, so should be okay. Ooh, can't back up. There we go. All right, so nicely done. That was that could have been catastrophic for Indy Racing, but now the gap is 2.2 seconds back to go in with Bear Pope now 18 seconds back, and Bear Pope kind of holding the advantage of their pits. So now they're going to be well and truly in a good spot for that final pit stop. They're going to come out in the lead of these cars. I don't think there's anybody going to be able to track them down from that point. They're going to have a pretty sizable gap once pit stops are done.
Yeah, I think it's going to be crucial now from about here onwards to see which of these GT3 cars pit and which of them are able to make it to that 3-hour mark. Because that's going to be the crucial difference here for this final stint. And I think we've seen Bear Pope 0, they're running third. They've been there, I think, the majority of this race in that amateur class. But I would think on strategy, actually, they're the best of the bunch from my experience of looking at it. But this is a battle, again, for the lead of the GT3 class. Arc Motorsport Gold finally going to try and make a move on Penguin RC. They're going to be side by side through 5, and he's just going to have enough straight line speed to go round the outside. A fast car approaching as well, trying to get by, just to add insult to injury and make things difficult for these guys. But Arc Motorsport Gold got the move done when he needed to.
That was a strong move on the outside of turn 5. You don't normally see that, but the Ferrari obviously really good on those exit curbs. Was able to get the power down and get the car moving around of Penguin RC. Was able to make that pass stick. Great bit of driving there from Nick Langman.
Yeah, brilliant stuff to watch and behold. And couldn't go for the inside line. He tried that a few laps ago, so he thought, you know what, I'll go around the outside, and he made it work. Good overtake from Nick Langer there. Take notes, people at home, because that is how you go racing. Once again, good stuff. It's brilliant stuff to watch and behold. He now leads the pro category of the GT3s and the GT3s as a whole as well. So he'll try and build a gap back up now to Penguin RC and see what he can manage. I will also note though, RD Sim Sport currently P3. That gap's come back down again. It's about half of what it was after they had that moment.
Yeah, really doing a great job. He's able to he's clicking off the laps as they go. He's able to close that gap down a little bit. He's now only 3.5 seconds back of the leader. So we may be seeing, as we see Bear Pope Workers Union coming into the pits for their third stop of the race, I'm going to guess. Coming in, running P6 as they're sitting now. I think they were running around P5 prior to this. So they're in the pits. So they'll have this plus another splash that's going to need about 15 minutes of fuel. So that's going to be, let's say 1/4 of an hour. So you're talking about a 10 to 15 second stop to get to the end. So that's going to put them at about 40 to 45 seconds total on track. So now it's going to be getting in there, getting in cleanly, getting out cleanly, and seeing what you can do versus the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is when this strategy is now going to all unfold, and we're going to see who managed to get it right throughout this long race and who potentially didn't get it quite as good as others. But it's still got the last hour to go. And you know, in racing, as they always say, anything can happen, and it normally does. So it's so hard to tell. You never can really tell. But at the moment, as it stands, Solpec have been doing the business and currently lead the race as a whole. And of course, the class that they are a part of as well, the LMDH, and they've got a nice minute gap, well, over a minute gap, back to second place, 100 Force. And that's a nice buffer to have, isn't it? Especially going into the last hour. Of course, it gives you that buffer if anything does crop up and go awry.
Absolutely, yeah. If they've managed to hang on to their fast repair for the race, then that means they can have an incident on track and can get the car limped back around and probably maintain the lead of the race to limp it back around and get their fast repair taken care of. As we now have a RD Sim Sport 4 with a combined penalty of 5 seconds for blocking and a drive-through for avoidable contact during some portion of this race we may or may not have seen. So they got the double whammy. So they're going to come in and take their drive-through, and then I'm not sure how they're going to play out the 5 second. That may be a post-race add-on. But either way, they're going to have to come in for an additional drive-through in the pits.
I read that they will serve a 5 second stop-go whilst they're driving through. That's how I read it. I could be wrong.
That would be okay too. Yeah, I can buy that. So yeah.
We'll see what does happen to them maybe. But at the moment, looking on board here, we are currently seeing Bearpoint Workers Union. That was, I believe, not Fendi Racing. Yeah, it was Fendi Racing 396 having a little bit of a battle as faster cars trying to come through. That's a very late dive into pit road, but I think he had to do it like that because he had faster cars approaching.
I think so. I think that was the only option available for him was to let those cars go and then make a late run into the pits, as we're going to get on board with Andrew Guma trying to watch the cars behind. You can see that GTP car just maybe a little contact there as well. But he's got 3 coming by, and he just had to slow down and say, okay, I got to come into the pits. That might be a penalty through iRacing for unsafe pit entry. So we'll have to see what his stop time is going to look like coming out. But I did see in the timing and scoring, the gap between Fendi Racing 383 and Goin Racing is a half second. So there's a big battle going on there as we're looking at RD Sim Sport 3 in the pits.
Yeah. If you're keeping an eye on board with that camera shot, there's a little inboard camera when we watch that replay. You could just see them all lining up trying to pass him. He's just trying to find that gap and let them all go. And I'd be disappointed if he picks up a penalty for that, because I don't really see how else you could have done it. And he did it safely in that sort of sense. So I don't think any problems will occur there. But we'll wait and see how that one unfolds. Currently looking here at the Fendi Racing 396. They've just come back out onto the racing circuit, and RD Sim Sport 3 followed behind as well, just being passed there by an LMP2 car, is it? Is that, they look so alike, it's sometimes really hard to tell which one it is until you sort of either go on board with it and you sort of go, oh, okay, yeah, I can see what that one that is now, or you get, I find it's a bit easier to tell from the rear. You have the bigger sort of aero, don't you?
Well, for me, it's all about the tail lights. So each of the tail lights are a little bit different in those cars. They have the little round ones at the bottom for the LMP2s. Those long lines that you saw was probably a Cadillac, if I'm correct. So I think that was a Cadillac that was in front, Cadillac LMDH car. So each one of the cars have a little bit different lighting in the back. So I think that's the only way I can tell from the back. From the sides, yeah, they're pretty close to identical. Not much difference between the two types. But then obviously the front as well, you can get a good look at the front of the cars, especially if you've got an Acura out there. That one's just, I mean, you can't mistake that one for any other car.
Absolutely. We did just witness as well in that Goin Racing Ruby took the lead of the amateur class for the GT3s, past Fendi Racing, who's been basically dominating that amateur category right up until this point, where they have finally lost the lead of it. And now the Mercedes is currently the leader of that category. and will try and build a gap back, because they have got, I would imagine, Bear Pope Zero going to be breathing down their neck by the time we do see all the pit stops being made and everything there, as ARC Motorsports Golf comes into the pit. So this is the pro class then, a bit further around, finally making their final pit stop, and they haven't reached the 3-hour mark. So are we going to see some splash and dashes at the end?
I think we're going to have to see the splash attack. I don't think that they're going to, they're not going to be able to go an hour and 10 minutes at the end of the race when they haven't been able to go an hour any other time. So that's why I'm still kind of looking at Bear Pope. Bear Pope's losing a little time to those two cars in front. They've lost about 3 seconds since we had that battle with Fendi and Go went earlier. So the time, they're losing a little bit, knowing that they're fuel saving. So I think they're still in a good spot as we see the Bear Pope Workers Union car coming out of 13 into the final corner. We should be seeing Penguin RC, the pro car, coming in the next couple of laps for their next stop. I still think the only one that we're going to have that's going to be able to go without that splash is going to be Bear Pope Zero in the M class.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder, Samuli, can you jump on board with the LMP2 there, second and third? They're currently separated by half a second. Here we go. Pun Crew Blue and Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. This is effectively the second battle they're going to be having here in this race. As thank you, Mutu. Oh God, here we go. That's a long one. Mutururi. Yeah, we'll go with that. Thank you for subscribing there. Brilliant to have you in the crew, if you like, here at Apex Racing TV. Back to the action though here, unfolding in front of us. These two are going to have to try and lap some traffic here towards turn 3. That's going to give Pun Crew Blue here a little bit of a breather down this straight then towards turn number 5. Probably means he's not going to be overtaken because that gap would have opened ever so slightly up.
Yeah, it's going to be safe going down into 5, and it's going to be a good draft for Pneumatic Purple. Try and close that gap down. I think he maybe picked up a 10th coming down through there, but I did see a notification. Pneumatic Blue, the car number 4, stern warning for unsafe rejoin. So whether we saw that or not, not really sure. But so have to be, they'll have to keep on their toes and keep the car clean. As we're still on board with Pump Crew Blue, still running P2, starting to stretch that gap out a little bit over Pneumatic Purple. So I'm not sure if this Pneumatic is maybe caught up in a little bit of lap traffic. It's kind of having to be held up just a little bit. Oh, he's getting passed by the Acura of Moose Motorsport, Mitchell Dobson in the 580 car. So obviously, those cars, as we said, pretty close as far as lap times are concerned. So not a lot of performance differences between the two. So sometimes they'll get kind of locked up side by side, and it takes a bit for them to kind of get themselves unlocked and allow, so both cars kind of get slowed down for a few corners.
Yeah, you're quite right. I wonder that Moose Motorsport, they've just picked up that drive-through. He's going to serve it now as well. I wonder if that was contact with that the GT3 car earlier around the carousel. I can only imagine that is what it is for, because we did see the shot as we were riding on board. We saw a little bit of contact between the two, so maybe they deemed Moose Motorsport at fault because they are, of course, the car that needs to overtake safely.
Yep.
But that's the only thing I can imagine is what's happened there.
Yeah, that's not a pretty logical assessment. I'd have to go with that as well.
Hard to tell. We don't get the full reason of what the penalty's for, but we can probably have a good guess. And yeah, I think me and Charles here, we're in agreement that is probably what it was. But Moose Motorsport back underway now on pit exit as they've just come out in front of the class leader, Solpec. They've done their stop. I don't think it will be their final one because I can't see them getting to the end on that. But they've just come back around to lap Moose Motorsport once again. I think these guys, they're going to have to do an extra stop, aren't they?
Yep.
The only thing I will say, RD Sim Sport, CRF Motorsport, I don't think they've done their stop yet, and we're nearly at the top of the hour.
Yeah, but those cars, I don't think they can make, there's no way they can make an hour, right? So we're talking about a 45-minute, maybe stretch it out to 48 to 50-minute stint. So all the cars that are stopping now in the LMDH category will have to stop again. They might not take a full fuel, but they'll be able to maybe do a short fuel and the question will be: are they going to take tires, or are they not? I don't know what the not if the advantage is going to be beneficial to them to take the extra time, or to take fresh tires and then take the time to get them heated back up, or if that's going to be a disadvantage, but they just going to lose too much time that way.
I couldn't answer your question, Charles. I honestly do not know the answer to that one, so we'll just have to wait and see what the gaps tell us, and the racing gods do their magic. I'm sure they can take us away and give us as much as they want and need. But either way, it'll be interesting to see what these guys do. We're still on board here with RD Sim Sport. They had that off earlier on, so imagine if they didn't have that. That's sort of 6-7 seconds potentially they could have saved. And they would still be up on the back of Solpec in front in a way, but sort of the pit stop and everything, it all adds up together. It's hard to judge as they make their way past one of the LMP2 cars. And when are they going to come in now? I think it's now.
Yep,
started off.
You had a good premonition there. So yep, coming into the pits now with about an hour and 4 minutes left. So they will have to come back in about 20 minutes or so left to go in the race, which will be about, I don't know, roughly a half a tank of fuel, which may be enough as we see the Penguin RC Pro car, Justin Nasir coming in now for his pit stop. With also, once again, it'll be a splash there at the end. I don't think they can go the extra couple of laps are going to be necessary to get to the end of the race. But all that was a pretty good run by them to get to the hour and 3 minute mark. So we see Fendi Racing 383 coming back out of the pits, with coming back out in fourth, behind the four back painted iStrain Racing team, who I don't think have pitted yet. Going Racing Ruby, who I'm gonna say has pitted.
Yeah, they were ahead of their Pope Zero, and they're now about 50 seconds back, so they've definitely had that pit stop done. And I still can't get over the name of that team. What an amazing team name. Whoever came up with that, you deserve a pat on the back, because it's very clever. And it rolls off the tongue as well, doesn't it? So,
it does indeed.
Yeah. And I'll even add, I quite like their car livery too. The orange, again, it transitions. Maybe it's not your favourite, Charles, but is that like a city skyline on the side of the car? I just saw an outline. Let's see if it goes by.
Yeah,
it does look like that, doesn't it? Yeah,
it does.
It's nice.
Yeah,
just adds a bit of extra flavour.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the color combination, but you know, it's. But I do like the skyline. That is kind of cool. I do like that. That's a nice look.
Got like a Starry Night effect in there as well, spotted with white. You can just about see it. It's good stuff.
Yep.
And they're doing quite well. They're back on that podium spot at the moment, aren't they? They're P3, that Ford Mustang. Good
So
stuff.
Zachary living good. I don't know this team. This is the first time I've seen them, but I'm wondering if they're in the battle for the Monster Gold Cup trophy. Since we're talking about back painted iStrain, that's for the drivers that finish. In the drivers aged 50 plus that finish the highest in the order, they get a very nice, I would say incredible Hulk looking trophy, but it's pretty cool. If you get a chance to go up to simrace247.com and look at the write up on the series and check out the trophy, it's a pretty cool looking trophy, I have to admit.
I think you hit the nail. If you're going to give it, a description, the Incredible Hulk springs to mind, but just imagine him golden. He's ripping off his silver shirt instead. So no, it looks amazing. I'd love to have one of those, but I'm not quite there yet in number of years. So I've got a little bit of waiting.
So.
Oh, okay. You can join in next time and take part. You might bring home one of these.
I may have to do this next season. I may have to find a teammate and just come out here and run. Yeah. But as we're on board here with Fendi Racing 396. Andrew Guma still out running first car lap down in the GT3 Pro class. So just ahead of Echelon Sport in Carter James in 227. These guys are still out battling. Every position is going to matter because these are points races. So you want to try and get as high up in a position as you can. So you're going to try and run it out to the end, especially when you have prizes out there for clean driving, but you have to have fair share. So you have to get your fair share in, which means you got to be out there running laps.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought prizes back up, because I just want to point out as well that Champion Motorsports, they are also in partnership with Xbox Game Pass, and they currently have on offer free 13-month subscriptions for the Ultimate Edition of that Game Pass. I know, I was very impressed by that too. I was, might have to see if I can get into this series. I want some of these prizes myself, so no, fair play. Yeah, but they are in collaboration with Xbox Game Pass, and they have provided the... I'm trying to... it's not very well written in the sense of I'm not sure who can win these prizes, but I think it might be in relation to that Monster Plus trophy you mentioned a moment ago. So I think those guys might be able to win something such as that. But they are prizes all up for grabs as well. And of course, you did mention the positions, of course, are 4 points, because this is a series. This is the round one. I forgot to mention it earlier, but this is round one. Normally they go to Daytona, but they have changed it this year. And we are, of course, here at Road America. We've started the final hour of this exciting race and still got an hour to go, of course. Plenty of racing action still up for grabs. And next time they will be heading to Le Mans in December. But I'll bring us all back to that later on. For the moment, let's just enjoy what we have in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was already kind of looking at the schedule. That next race is going to be pretty spicy, completely different than what we're seeing here. But yeah, so we'd have a message from Race Control, the Solpec 112 car. Got a warning for an unsafe rejoin. So they're going to keep an eye out as we see Bear Pope coming around. Are they going to stop this time? It feels like this might be the lap where they're going to pit. And they are absolutely going to do that. So 3:02, which means they should be well and truly good to get to the end of this race without having to really do a lot of fuel saving. I think they should be able to run pretty close to max pace for the remaining race, the remainder of the race. Oh, had to back up a little bit, missed his box, but he's going to take tires and fuel and come back out, and we'll see what the gap is in relation to the Goin and Fendi. Penguin also, the AM car for them is only 55 seconds back. So we'll see where Bear Pope comes out after they take their pit stop, and we'll see what they're going to have to do, because obviously they should be able to make it to the end. And the rest of the cars are going to have to make that one more splash.
Yeah, I was just going to bring it back to that, but you've done it for me. I think they will rejoin probably about third, as getting very close to comfort, some of these guys out there. Even at this late stage, they are almost trading paint as they file their way through. They did trade paint right there. Look at that, a little bit of contact. RD Sim Sport, just slight touch on the way through, trying to make his way past one of the GT3 cars. That is Fendi Racing 396, and there's damage. Yeah. Oh, look at that, yeah. Wheel lock, left hand down. That's quite a margin. That's quite a big margin of wheel lock.
It is. I'm surprised he's able to keep this car on the track. Just kind of see him, because I was looking at it as well. It's like, is that car crabbing? And it's like, yes it is. And he said, you know what, I'm going to tow this. He said, yeah, that's actually a really smart move by that Fendi car. It was going to be very difficult to finish that lap with all the traffic around and not potentially cause more contact and more damage with other cars. So very smart, a very good sportsman-like move to just tow the car, get it off the track, get it back into the pits, let them work on it, and then come back out and complete his race.
I think he did very well to actually get it to where he got it. He got it to turn 3. So the contact was made at the end of 14. He got it all the way up the straight, round the first corner, and still didn't lose control of it. So fair play to him. Did very well. But yeah, like you say, I think sensibly towed the car back, because I think it would have been a big, tall order to get it the full way round. As we have a look here at Bear Pope Racing, came back out of the pits in P2. Wow. He's going to have Fendi Racing quite close behind him, but I think those guys around him, they're going to have to get that extra stop, aren't they, Charles? I think so. These guys have nailed the strategy, making sure they get to the top of the hour.
Yeah, it's we I've seen it a lot of times where the fuel strategy just plays in perfectly, to that, and they've done a great job of making that car very, very fuel efficient. Jimmy Bark there in the Bear Pope Zero car. So they're going to have 55 minutes left of racing. once again, I think there's, like I said, I think they'll have to fuel save a little bit just to get it to the end. But I don't think he's going to be that far off the pace. Should be, you know, even if Fendi gets by him, which is probably going to happen before then, Fendi will still have to stop again, as well as the rest of the field.
Yeah, you're spot on there, and I think that is what is going to ultimately come down to how this the amateur category at least plays out. But you know, it'll be interesting to see overall where he finishes in this GT3 class, because we've seen some of the pro drivers out there. They're going to have to do that splash and dash as well. I haven't. Oh no! No! It's all gone wrong. They've had a coming together. We're going to need a replay of that. I was sort of looking at the tower at the same time, but that is Bear Pope Zero, who was at that moment. He's crabbing as well down the straight now. That's big damage, and that is race, I think, destroyed, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yes. I think that's really ruined their strategy. They're going to have to come in and get that car repaired. I think from the fact that they've been out there this entire time, as we get the replay. Here we've got Daniel Mills in the RD Sim Sport car. And Ford Mustang. And looks like that's just the car, just maybe got in the back of the car. So I'm trying to see who that was. It was directly in front of him, or directly behind the Bear Pope car. But it looked like there might have been a little contact on corner exit. Yeah, that car is just trash.
Yeah, it definitely looked like
Carter James with the Echelon Sim Sport GT3 car.
There was contact definitely made. You know, the LMD. I think what he's tried to maybe do is follow that LMDH in a way, but realised it wasn't happening. It's just carries so much more speed, because again, the Bear Pope team, that they're having to account for that faster car coming through, and so that corner speed is a bit slower than what they might have liked and expected, and it's ultimately ended in contact, and that's disastrous for them, because they were having such a great race. It's such a shame to see it end in that way.
It is, and yeah, it's just they had the strategy dead on, perfect strategy. And it might have been they were fuel saving a little bit as well, so they weren't really trying to just power the car out of the corners. So maybe that kind of caught the Echelon car out as well. But just a tough break. Bear Pope had everything just perfect, and just everything going wrong with 53 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe their sister team in the pro category, the Workers' Union, might be able to salvage a good result for the team in the end, because they are currently P3. They're being hounded a little bit by Penguin RC. That Penguin team, they've been racing very hard with a lot of these drivers through this race, haven't they? They've been putting on a real good show, but maybe the Workers' Union here for Bear Pope can salvage a good result for them in the pro category here, because we might have to find out if they have pitted or not. But look at this massive pack all the way up the start-finish straight. Let's hope no more contact is made, and we do just get some good racing action between all of these guys. Penguin RC is going to try and maybe go around the outside here into turn number 1. Bear Pope going to have to take that compromising line, but just about manages to stay ahead and keep the speed up, which is the important thing, which then makes sure that Penguin RC doesn't get a look down here at turn number 3. But now they do need an important exit, because this is a good chance towards turn number 5.
Yeah, Bear Pope was a little wide coming out of the exit 3. Kind of see him have to adjust the car, but I don't think it was enough to hurt him. Looks like Penguin's going to have to stay behind going down into 5 as they work their way through. Yep, so Bear Pope hangs on to the spot. They work their way around, and it's going to be a matter of just trying to get the car set back up again for maybe a run into Canada, or they'll reset back to the front straight again. So Gonzalez doing a really good job keeping the car, keeping Bear Pope Workers Union honest, not letting them make any mistakes, and we'll see what happens over the next couple of laps here, as just still the fight continues between these two.
Yeah, the fight does continue indeed. Interestingly, Hyperion Racing, I don't know how they've managed to sneak up into first of that pro category, but they have done. But either way, we look forward to 100 Force here, second in the LMDH class. They are being closely followed by Team Tenuto, and they are looking to make a move for that second place spot. They are only separated by a few hundredths on the track. You can see the gap there, quite literally a few hundredths. They are almost bumper to bumper as they make their way round turn number 14 now, up the hill to the start-finish line. And will we maybe see a move down towards turn number 1, having a little look at it, pulling out of the slipstream, maybe making the car in front a little bit of nervous, maybe making them aware that they're thinking about the move. Nicholas Maynard, though, doesn't seem phased by that one bit, and now they've got a bit of traffic to navigate before the move can be made.
Kind of held up Tenuto just a little bit there, so he had to go side by side with the McLaren. I think that was Hyperion. That might have been. That looks like the same blue that they've got on their prototype car. So maybe one of the Hyperion cars that they had to work their way through. But yeah, this battle's still going, still raging between 100 Force and Tenuto. RD Sim Sport 2's kind of dropped off a bit, about 23 seconds behind this behind this battle now. Solpek still just out there cruising. He said, "I just want to get this race finished, so I can take these winners' points, and we'll go to the next round."
He's checked out, hasn't he? He's just he's very much just sort of not switched off. He's absolutely switched on because he has made that gap and maintained it very well indeed. As 100 Force, he's trying to get past this slower lapped car now. That was very close indeed to contact. Now through the kink of 11, did Team Tenuto get a better exit and run down this straight Kettle Bottoms towards turn 12 of Canada Corner? I don't think so on this lap. He's just going to have to stay in behind, but it is very close racing indeed. All it takes is one little slip up and he could be through. I will also note that the battle for P4 is not over because there's only a few seconds separating that battle there. There's 3 cars for that one, but the closest one on track right now is these 2 guys.
Yeah, absolutely. As they're making their way through some lap traffic going down the front straight, you can see them just kind of dart in and out, and they're just Tenuto not giving it up. So I'm going to stay right here 1 car length behind you, and we're going to see if you make a mistake between now and the time we pit again. But just great racing, and you're correct. RD Sim Sport 2, CRF, RD Sim Sport, even though they're about 20 seconds behind this battle, they are only about 4 seconds between those 3 cars. So that's not all said and done yet, as we see Hyperion Racing now coming into the pits from the GT3 Pro lead.
Absolutely. They just came in. They had about a 15-20 second gap, but interestingly, they will get to the end now. So what I want to see when that starts unfolding, what's going to happen with the other pro cars, because they may have pitted in just before the top of the hour. So we'll see how that goes, as Penguin RC there picking up a stern warning for avoidable contact due to car control. So no penalty issue, but oh god, apologies. Don't know what happened there, but that is a very stern telling off, of course, and basically means one more and we will be giving you a penalty.
Absolutely, yeah. It's I like that. I kind of like the fact that they can get a warning. So, okay, you know what? That's not really up to the standards that we're looking for the series. So let's clean that up. And if you do it again, then we're going to drop the hammer. So I think that's a good. It's a Tenuto off.
That was P3. That's P3 just off there at Canada Corner. Let's get a replay of what just unfolded. It might have been a potential look at making a move down the Kettle Bottom straight towards Canada Corner. Late on the brakes. Yeah, he's overcooked it into the gravel.
But no contact. He just lost some time. So, hasn't damaged the car. He's just going to have to get those tires scrubbed off. The gap's only 3 seconds, so he didn't lose a ton of time. So we'll see if they can work their way back up. Maybe get a little traffic assistance from the traffic as 100 Force is working their way through. That battle doesn't feel like it's quite over yet, but we're getting close to the time where these battles will be resolved.
Yeah, absolutely. It does all come down to this final hour. In theory, of course, you do need to lay the groundwork to get to this point, as I'm not too sure what's happened here. Charles, have you still got a visual on the race itself?
I do, but not through our what we're watching to call the race.
That's okay, no worries.
So
Charles, keep inform what's going on then here.
Yeah, no problem. Let me see if I can get over to one of the other teams that we were looking at here. We'll pull up 100 Force.
I will say then, apologies for the technical difficulties that we're currently experiencing. Charles can give us the best radio commentary. There we go. Because this is now. This is what it's devolved into.
Yes, we are now Radio Le Mans. So we're so on board with 100 Force, who was still running P2 in the overall as well as the LMDH field. He's got himself a nice gap back to the car that was in P2. That was Tenuto in P3 as they're working their way through. And I see that we're starting to get our graphics and our images back up. So we'll continue on as I'm kind of working my way through the field.
Yeah, no worries at all. Why don't we then take a moment to mention our sponsors once again?
Absolutely.
Penguin RC, of course, back again for another year, being one of the top sponsors then of this series, the iRacing Team Endurance. So yeah, Penguin RC bringing that to you. Alongside them, this time is Masterworks. So if you want to good agency that can get you some brilliant creative visionary work going for you, and cutting edge technology in that sort of media presence, then get in touch with those. Or Penguin RC, of course, bringing you some fantastic sim accessories such as wheelbases, button boxes and kill switches, all made to a very high quality at affordable prices as well. And we'll mention, of course, Apex Racing TV, bringing you this broadcast and live stream. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We will have it back up as soon as possible. We have got the live timing still, and Charles does still have visual as to what's going on.
I still do, and I'm watching the battle in the GT3 Pro class. ARC Motorsports Gold still leading. Bear Pope Workers Union only about 4 seconds back in running in P2, and the Penguin RC GT3 Pro car is starting to close that gap up. The gap looks to be about a second and a half or so between second and third. So Penguin doing a good job of trying to tighten that gap back up. We'll skip up to the leaders in the LMP2 fields. Pneumatic Purple is in the lead, but has now just came into the pits for their pit stop. It's going to be really close to them being able to go all the way to the end with about 37 minutes left to go in the race. Somewhere around 36. That should be plenty. So they're in for their final stop of the race. Echelon in P2 has just worked their way around, so they're coming through turn 3. The Pung Crew Blue car and Pung Crew Gold are running in third and fourth. Pung Crew Blue is just now working his way around, so there's a pretty significant gap as he's working his way through into turn 5. So he's got a gap of about 5 seconds behind Echelon Simsport. We'll go back up to the top of the order. Solpec Precision Racing 110 car, still leading overall, is a gap of about 1 minute and 13 seconds over 100 Force, who has a 1.9 second gap over Team Tenuto 2.233. So that gap is closed down from 3 seconds down to about 1.9. So Tenuto is trying to fight back, and we'll see if they've got enough time. They will still have another pit stop they're going to have to make at some point in time. So those are going to be critical pit stops where you have to get everything proper and make sure everything is done properly. You can't miss the box. You can't have any issues on pit entry or pit exit as we're still working their way through. I'm kind of keeping an eye on 100 Force and Tenuto. Tenuto really is closing the gap down. It's down to about 5 car lengths. It's getting really close. I'll give you a gap here as they cross the start-finish line. The gap is now down to 0.7 of a second. So Tenuto fighting their way back up. So they're going to be challenging 100 Force here again very, very shortly for that second place overall and second place in the LMDH class. We did have an issue. The West Coast Racing Endurance Blue has received a black flag. So there was a penalty for them. That is the 121 car. I believe that is their that is in the LMP2 class. They were running P6. So they're going to have to serve that drive-through penalty. I'm not really sure. Did not have any indication of why that occurred. But we'll continue on as we're still continuing on watching that battle between 100 Force and Tenuto. getting into some lap traffic coming through out of turn 8. 100 Force able to clear. Tenuto able to come around behind through the carousel. They've got that Mercedes GT3 cleared. The gap's kind of opened up just a little bit, probably up to about 7 car lengths. Good run down. They're going to have a little more GT traffic coming into Canada Corner as we're coming back there from, as we see a spin there from, as we get back on the screen there from one of the GT cars. Could not tell who that was. All right, and so we'll continue the radio broadcast as Samuli gets everything loaded back up. He's got, I'm sure, 17 things going on at one time, so we'll continue on, and we'll give you the gap here as they're back around for another lap. The gap is now 0.4 of a second. So Tenuto getting a good run down the start-finish straight, still contending with some lap traffic, but they're catching some LMP2s in a really good position. They're getting them basically coming up. They're having to slow down for the corners coming through turn 3, able to get a good run out of 3. Looks like Tenuto's trying to get a little bit of a toe off the LMP2 before they pull out behind 100 Force as they're working their way down into turn 5. Gap is really close now. It's down to 2 car lengths as they're getting turned in for turn 5. Great bit of driving by both drivers as we continue on, and we're back online, so we have visuals now to go along with the audio. So we will get all the updates as the SDK graphics come back online. As people cross the start-finish line, we'll start getting those gaps updated. So we'll have our live timing and scoring back just as quickly as we can. You can see some of the gaps otherwise with Art Motorsports with 2.4 second gap over Bear Pope Workers Union. Penguin RC back there in third, only 3.3 back of the leader. As we start to get everything filled in, and we'll see if we can get back onto this 100 Force versus Tenuto battle here in LMDH.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for that, Charles. The best radio, I think, live stream we've ever had. Probably the only one we've ever had. But either way, definitely the best. By a long shot, of course. So, no, thank you so much for filling
John
us in there.
Hindhaugh has nothing to worry about.
Oh dear, you're coming for his job, I'm sure of it. No, we are back though. We have got some visuals coming into your eyeballs, and we've got the timing screen up to match. Team Tenuto Racing here. We're riding on board with their Delta livery. Cadillac, sorry, at a moment, and they have managed to close that gap back up to 100 Force in second. This is the battle for the final 2 podium spots, because Solpec have still very much checked out of this race, over a minute out in front from those guys. As we have a little look back here then, Pung Crew Gold in P4, very much sitting on the gearbox of Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. Are we going to maybe see a move? He's going to try the inside line. Look how close he is to the pit wall. He's going to have to be late on the brakes if he wants to get this done into turn 1, and he has. What a move.
What a great move by the Pung Crew Gold. Amir Mohammadi. I will get that right one of these days. It may be the last race of the season when I get that right, but we'll get it right. So great move to get past the pneumatic purple car coming through turn 1. Just really aggressive, took the inside line, just completely took it away from the pneumatic car. So great bit of driving, and great job by James Stacey to hang it on that outside and be able to hold the car on the track and be able to at least challenge him back before this is all said and done. It's only about 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, well, Punk Crew Gold there making the move for P3 and trying to get a gap pretty quickly. Amir's teammate though, Eli Singh, just having a look whilst you were doing the brilliant radio podcast that we had going on. He's actually got an unhealthy obsession with Rocket League. I wonder if that comes into the skills that he's picked up. It certainly seems to be doing enough. But he's also used to be an amateur race amateur stage rally as well in Arizona and California. So that's quite an impressive resume to have, real life cool racing as well. And now jumping into a virtual world, and you and your teammate are in third in a pretty prestigious series, I would say.
Absolutely. Yeah, as we've seen the Bear Pope Workers Union coming into the pits. for their final stop of the race. It's going to be the first ones in. Won't be the last ones in, so they're going to come in, get their final stop done. Everybody else still to go. So I think we're pretty much going to see how much time they're going to be able to make up by taking this early stop.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the interesting thing now, because this is the point where we've got just over half an hour left of this race. Now the strategies are all going to come back together, and you can really see the gaps between these guys and who has really been nailing the strategy and who has been putting in the consistent lap times. That is probably one of the most important things, is consistency, because it does add up at the end of this race, and we'll find out who has been nailing that and been right on top of it throughout the entire series. But look at this, Team Tenuto having an attack at 100 force. This is going to be down towards Canada corner. He's going to have to try and do it the long way round the outside. 100 force not having anything of it, but that's going to compromise his line a little bit now, as he's going to have to struggle to get on the power just through here. 13 and then 14, and I think he's luckily got a back marker to help him slightly there, because that will compromise the line of Team Tenuto on the exit of 14, or sort of on the entry, but he's pitting in anyway. Yep,
coming into the pits for their final stop of the race as well. So yeah, the 100 force got kind of hurt a little bit by a back marker or a GT3 car coming through the kink. Kind of had to hold up a little bit, gave Tenuto a chance to get a good run, and now they got a little payback as Tenuto got kind of held up with a different car coming through 14. 100 force, or Tenuto said, you know what, it's time to go pit. Let's get this done, and then we'll have our last run, and we'll leave this battle for the last little 30 minutes of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. We say it's his time to pit. It could have been a strategy call, in the sense of he doesn't want to be held up. He feels he may have the pace over 100 force. It's so difficult to get behind a car, but then make the move. It is even harder. So he may have felt he's got the pace, but just couldn't quite get the move done. 100 force doing a good job at defending. So pitting might have been the strategy to get the move done. So we may see this second position actually play out under pit strategy, because it does also depend on how you navigate this traffic and whether you come out in clean air. So keep an eye on this one, because it's not done and dusted yet between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little undercut to say, I'm going to go ahead. But he came out in a group of GTs, so if that was his goal, then I'm not sure that was the exact place he wanted to come out. But he's going to get those cleared in pretty rapid succession there before they get through turn 3. So let's see if he's got some clear traffic ahead. Kind of taking a look down the track there. Looks like it's pretty good. Looks like he's got a little bit of room. As you can see, Samuli pulling up the track map for us. There's basically cars everywhere. So, so there's not really a good gap to just jump out into, that you're not going to have to deal with some kind of traffic of one version or another.
No, it's difficult to try and navigate that. And like you say, there are cars literally everywhere. There's no real spot on that track where you can see a big nice gap, but he has actually got a bit of clean air where he is, so he didn't get the worst sort of pit exits in terms of that. He cleared the two GT3s, of course, very quickly, and he has got a nice bit of clear out. This could be what he needs, though, to get that in position, because by the time 100 force come into the pits, they may have been getting a bit unlucky with their traffic. So, oh, he goes wide, though, on the exit of 10. That just shows how hard he's pushing this car to try and extract the time from it, that he's pushing it almost off the road. He did well to hang on to it. I don't think he would have really lost anything from that. And he is going to start coming up to traffic. I think he would have had this lap pretty much clean and clear after that first two GT cars he passed.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think that was if there was the strategy they were going for, definitely worked out for him. So yeah, he's got all this traffic now on the front straight. He'll be able to get a couple of these cars, and start picking them off down the next 3 straightaways as they're going here. So this may have worked out just very well for him. You see him getting the car cleared there. Going to take the run down into 1. He's going to have some side-by-side there he's got to deal with. It just makes a very, very violent move to the inside to clear both the GT and the LMP2, and gets that good run out of 3, going down into 5, and he's got a pretty good ways before he gets to the next car, which is a back marker LMDH. So he's not going to creep up on that car very, very quickly. So he'll have a couple other cars he'll have to contend with as they go through around, probably around the carousel area, going down into that run from the carousel into Canada Corner.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he did get very lucky with where he's pitted out. I'd say that's probably ideal how that has unfolded for Pat here at Team Tenuto. It very much is a clean run at this circuit. Of course, he'll have that LMDH that's going to clear the GT3 car there nice and easy. He'll follow that through very easily as well. As we take a look here forward towards 100 Force, whereabouts on the circuit? He's on the run down towards turn number 5, still yet to make that pit stop, probably trying to shorten the pit stop as much as possible so that it really is a splash and dash as he also gets through a bit of lapped traffic as well. This is going to be interesting to see how it plays out when 100 Force do finally decide to pit and where they're going to come out in relation to Team Tenuto, as Fendi Racing 283 pick up a drive-through for car control and avoidable contact. The stewards clearly felt that they were the ones at fault, and of course will serve that penalty in relation to that. This is I feel like it's a bit of the calm, a quiet before the storm, Charles. I don't know about you.
I think you're right. I think if these cars end up within a couple of seconds of each other, after 100 Force comes into pit, it's going to be lots and lots of very close racing between the two cars. Looking at down the list here, pretty good battle shaping up here for LMP2 for the win between Echelon LMP2 and Punk Crew Gold. They're only 1.2 seconds between, so there might be a battle there as well. ARC Motorsport Penguin RC in the GT3 Pro is 4 seconds, so not sure that that's going to be able for Penguin to make up that time, but you never can tell with a pit stop to go, even if it's a splash and dash. And then the gap between Go Win and Fendi in the M class is about 10 seconds, so it feels like Go Win has got a good opportunity to take that class victory.
Absolutely. We have a look back here then at Hyperion Racing in that baby blue Porsche. They're going to try and make a move here on Team FFSR in that red, blue and white Cadillac into turn number 14. Now this is where you want that all-important exit for the run-up to the first corner, but never mind, we're not going to get it as they do jump into the pits. Team FFSR. They clearly felt it's time to make that final pit stop then on the run to the checkered flag. Just under half an hour left then in this race, not long to go at all. And we look here then at Echelon Simsport currently leading LMP2 still after they did take that lead, but I think Punk Crew Gold, or Blue, sorry, weren't that far behind, and I think they may have just made a pit stop, or was it, sorry, Motorsport Purple, I think actually weren't that far behind either, so this could get spicy in the closing stages.
Yeah, it very well could. I think Punk Crew Gold still has to pit again, but Punk Crew Blue, just came out of the pits. They're only about 5 seconds ahead of Pneumatic Purple, and Echelon, I think, still is yet to pit, so they're going to come out really close together. So this may be a battle down to the final corner before this is all, before we get it all resolved. So it's just going to be have to sit back and keep an eye out and see what happens.
Yeah, the other one we will of course keep an eye on is the GT3 categories, because we know those guys, a few of them are still going to need to make pit stops as well, and some of them I don't think are, so that will be interesting to see how those play out. We can see here the current leader of the pro category for ARC Motorsport Gold, that's Zane Khan. He took that lead a few laps ago now, wasn't it, from Penguin RC, and we saw those two teams duking it out and putting on a good performance for us, and eventually they came out on top and haven't really looked back. They've just been able to get that gap and then somewhat maintain it, haven't they? But 4 seconds is a nice little buffer. I personally would like a bit more.
Yeah, I think so too. And the leader is in for their final stop. Solpec pretty much dominating the overall as well as LMDH class is coming in for their final stop of the race. I will say that as we were looking at the GT3s, and we'll go back to that in a minute as we're watching Soltec come in. Pat Pelchat having a great run, just going to come in leisurely, trundle down pit road, get his last pit stop done. We'll go back to Bear Pope Workers Union has already taken their final pit stop, so those cars in front of them will start coming back towards them a little bit, and I think they were really close up there in front as well. So it's going to be interesting as the longer these other pro cars go, how much time they're going to be able to cut off. We know it's going to be 30 seconds just at the drive-through. So the more time, the longer they can stay out and run, the less time they'll be stopped, and that may be the difference in who wins this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that also could be the difference between 100 Force and Team Tenuto as well. You know, the longer 100 Force can go, the less time they will be stationary when they do finally get to their stop. But yeah, still looking on board here at the Bear Poke Workers Unit, as that is Punkrew Grey off the track once again. They really have had a torrid afternoon. They've been struggling with that car. Maybe it's the circuit that they're not as familiar with. Who knows at this moment? But they're still going. They're in 14th. They're only 3 laps down, which is not awful in the grand scheme of things. And it is good to see that they are keeping their heads up and finishing this race. Because, again, I can talk from experience. It's very easy to get your head down and just give up.
Exactly right. Yeah, it is. It's the easiest thing in the world to, okay, I'm going to end up losing time a couple of seconds a lap because I'm just not quick enough here. Then I'm going to make a mistake, maybe lose another 10 seconds or something. Next thing I know, we're a lap down. It's very easy to just say, you know what, we're just going to park the car, we'll come back again and do it again next race. But they haven't. They've stayed out there. They've still made a couple of mistakes here and there, but they haven't really caused any damage to anybody as far as I've seen. So they're still out and they're running, and we got a penalty up for RD Motorsport 4 for avoidable contact, and that I think is going to be the contact they had with the with Bear Poke 0 maybe. Or no, because that wasn't them. They just happened to be near that, so that was not them. I apologize, but they did have some contact somewhere with another car. So they get the penalty for it.
Yeah, absolutely spot on there, Charles. Yeah. I would love to know maybe how many penalties some of these drivers and teams have picked up. It'd be interesting, unless you have that.
I do not have that.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Not a problem at all. We just saw Team Tenuto working their way through this part of the GT grid of this race, as we are still looking on board with Punkrew White, currently 6th in the amateur class. Haven't seen too much of these guys in the amateur class, but they have been keeping their head down, and they're not a lap down either on their respected class. So they're doing pretty well, about 2 minutes, so the leader might just be about coming around to get them. Let's see if they do manage to finish on the lead lap, but they're doing well. They're not far behind Back Pain, an Ice Train Racing team. Still will not get over that one because it is such a good name. And they're sticking with it, aren't they? They're doing very well. Kept the car in one piece, and I think, you know, for a lot of these guys, some of it is just sort of making sure you finish the race. As 100 Force have just done their final pit stop, and they're way ahead of Team Tenuto, I believe.
They really are. Yeah, it was like 13 seconds. So obviously, taking those few extra laps has paid off. It's given them a much quicker pit stop. So they've got a nice 13-second gap now, and a car of Punkrew Pink in between those two cars. So yeah, that looks like that might be race done for those two. It's just going to be a matter of where they finish once everybody gets in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. I think Punkrew Pink might have to still pit. I'm not too sure. They've currently got William Day at the controls there. His teammate Nick Paquin as well. They've done a pretty stellar job here this evening. Mick Paquin actually also another one of the championship motorsports sponsors here. He's a graphic designer who specialises in posters, branding and logos, and you can have a look on his social media. I think if you search in Nick Paquin, you will find his stuff, but he also does some liveries and in-game photography. And he also is making some large custom posters to commemorate the championship class winners. So if you win the class, you can get a nice poster from Nick as well. But him and Punkrew Pink here, they've done a pretty good race, I think, to be P5, and they're not miles away from P4. I do think they got a stop though.
I think you're absolutely right. I think they do have one more stop. But there's a nice battle kind of brewing between RD Sim Sport 2 and CRF. only about 2 seconds of a gap, actually a second and a half between those two cars. Currently running in second and third. You can see CRF working away on the inside of turn 5 around our GT leader, our Motorsport goal. So not sure, haven't seen those two cars if they pitted or not. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. So we have about 20 minutes left to go on the race. And so we'll see if the CRF can whittle that gap down just a little bit more and make this a little bit of an interesting battle here for the last little bit of the race.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm not too sure if they have pitted in it just yet, but yeah, hopefully they can close the gap up between these two and we may get a good battle for the end of this race. And like you say, just under 20 minutes left now, so maybe you can help me with this one, Charles, and correct me if I'm wrong. Is it we get to the 4-hour mark and then you finish the current lap, or you have the 4-hour mark and then you have an extra lap?
That's a good question, and I think it can be set up either way. My guess is normally they will run, and if you're within one lap time in between, as we see both cars come in on the same lap, we'll get back to that.
Yeah, we'll figure that out maybe towards the end of it. But yeah, pit lane shenanigans going on here. Who's going to get potentially the quicker pit stop and then get ahead of their rival? You can see RD Simsport right in front of CRF Motorsport here. They're probably going to pull in quite synchronized here, I'd imagine. Gently nudging their way in is CRF now. He's angled. Look at that. He's even angled it towards the exit. Actually, both of them have that. That's very impressive that they've got the capacity to still race so late on in this. It's been such a long time and still think about the small things like that. I guess that's why they're professionals, though, and I'm not.
There you go. That's exactly right. Yeah, it's nice to see they're angled the car out, just what you'd expect to see. So that way they just get the straight run out of the pit box. And then down the start-finish straight, out of pit exit. So we can see that car, just nose to tail coming out of there between RD Simsport and I think the RF has jumped him on the has jumped him in the pits.
Yeah, he got him in the pit, so he got the quicker of the two pit stops and managed to get the move done in pit lane. You don't see that all too often late on in these sort of races. You normally do see overtakes on the road, but no, in the pit lane itself. And CRF Motorsports managed to jump RD Simsport for 5th position as they now try and fight their way through the traffic as well. Also in that, Team Tenuto managed to make their way back up to P4, and Punk Crew Pink still out there, currently occupying that final podium spot. So they're doing a very good run here at the end of this race. I still don't know if they need to pit or not, though. They will. I'm being told that they will. They still need to make that pit stop. So Team Tenuto then should retake that podium spot. Who is that off? That's Dog Bear Bark off at Canada Corner.
Yeah, he's backing it up, back it right into the tire barrier. At this point, not really concerned about how the car is going to look. Maybe they should be concerned about how it's going to drive, but managed to get out. Nice rejoin, nice and safe. Came back out pretty close to parallel to the track. So as we see him coming down in the LP2, coming down into Canada Corner, just overcooked it. Lost the rear, then kind of high-sided it as he overcorrected, trying to get the car straightened back up. But nice job to give that away. And I was going to say, I think maybe it's probably going to be that if we're within the time it takes to run that final lap, it'll be white flag before the 40-minute, 4-hour mark. I think that's how they're normally set up, but it wouldn't surprise me either way.
Yeah, either way, indeed. RD Simsport there. That's P7 now for the LMDH class. Just getting it a little bit wrong through 13 of Thunder Alley and finding the grass, but has found the tarmac once again, as that's Pneumatic Motorsports blew completely off and in the barrier. What has happened there? There's two cars. Oh, that's Echelon. That's Echelon. The LMP2. They were the class leader. And what's happening at West Coast Racing as well? Also getting caught up in something. But that was the LMP2 class leader. Then has gotten caught up in an incident, and that has just thrown that race on its head for them.
It really has. Did it start raining on track? Let's look at here. The pneumatic blue. We're coming into the final corner. There was already an incident in front We couldn't tell who that was. That white and blue car there of Troy Baskerville, the West Coast Racing Endurance Blue 121 car was already sideways and just in the worst possible location. Just comes in and gets caught up behind a Corvette and then gets hit, and then all chaos breaks loose.
Yeah, it's a Constantino effect as well, because you've lost the car, you're going into a spin, and the next car behind you is already immediately on top of you as you're halfway through it, and that's what we saw when they collided, and that's why we sort of got that dramatic effect, if you like. But look at this, they must have had a fast repair, because they're already in and out Echelon Sim Sport. They're still in 4th position, and they've got what looks to be a functioning car.
It does look that way, doesn't it? Yeah, it's just fortunate they were right on the final corner, so able to just bring the car into the pits, get the pass repair done, get back out on the track, and maybe salvage some points out of this. You know, it's not outside the realm of possibility that we could have other issues in the multi-class. We see some side-by-side racing, maybe a little contact there between Solpec and Hyperion, both running in. Let's see, the Corvette for Solpec, the Hyperion McLaren. It was indeed.
Yeah, absolutely was. We just caught the back end of what just happened there. But Hyperion currently 4th then in this pro category, and Solpec in 5th, trying to chase down and maybe make a move on this McLaren team, or potentially that they've just gotten past Solpec. Maybe we'll find out in just a moment's time. But either way, as it stands, Hyperion 4th, Solpec 5th, and that gap, I think, is slightly increasing between the two of them, so potentially Hyperion just made the move. So Josiah Farrow, the Canadian there in the 104 car, will carry on racing. And who is that? That's West Coast Racing again, the blue car. Troy Baskerville facing the wrong direction. Let's get an action replay of what just occurred. That's on the back straight down towards Canada corner. Is he just a wheel on the grass? No, yeah, I think it may have been, but then it looks like he's locked the rear axle.
I think you're right. I think he maybe was trying to get the car slowed down and maybe just kind of lock the brakes up a little bit, as we see another car off, Mike Gallant in the Echelon Sim Sport LMP2. This last 15 minutes of this race has just kind of went bananas there.
Yeah, everyone's trying to keep your calm hat on, aren't you? But I think sometimes it gets blown off in the wind. Let's have a little look at what just happened there for Mike Gallant through turn number 1 and making his way towards turn number 3 now. Tries a move. Oh, ooh. I think that is just the wash of the car. I think you've carried so much speed in, and it's understeering out towards the exit, but there is a GT3 car there, and they've just collided. It's a shame, but yeah.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that's exactly what happened. Just he had enough of a run to get into the corner side by side with the GT3, and it just kind of washed out on him, kind of lost the front, and contact made, unfortunately. As they're back around running, as we're looking down now at ARC Racing, running in Q3, trying to track down the Sonic Racing team that's about 1 second ahead, is with about 11 minutes left in this race. And so, as you see, that's the biggest, I just lost P2 I'm getting from Samuli to Sonic. So maybe a mistake made by ARC Motorsports Gold. We'll see if we can get a replay of that. We see Federico Feria and Zane Khan. I know Federico. I don't say know him. Know his reputation. Very, very good GT driver. So it's not surprising that he's out here making moves at the later stages of the race.
I think actually the Sonic Racing team, I think they pitted over the top of the hour, so I think that is just them on pure pace. And maybe ARC Motorsports Gold have had to come out from pits and maybe cold tyres. And they, look, here it is. Look, they're coming out of pit road. Okay. And Sonic Racing, they have already made their stop for the final time. And so that is an actual track position game for them, because I don't think they have to come in again. I'm pretty sure that they've already made their final stop. And it's nice and easy for them.
I think, you know what? I think you may be right. I don't think it's easy for them. There's still a battle left.
The move was easy.
But the overtake was very easy. Yes, it's easy when they're coming out of the pits. So we're going to see if there's Art Motorsports has got anything for Sonic in the last 10 minutes of the race here. Obviously, Penguin RC Pro, I think is going to stay out. And we were watching a battle earlier. I can't remember who it is because it's been a long race. And I was curious as to maybe if somebody's maybe underfueled the car, because we expect them to come out, pretty close to each other. Oh, it was the car that overtook in the pits. So on their final pit stop, they came in together. That might have been the LMP2 battle. Maybe?
That I think you're referring to CRF Motorsport. I think it's the LMDH,
CRF,
fourth
yes.
and fifth.
Yeah.
I think those two, and it was RD Sim Sport. I want to say what you're referring to there.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if they were able to make that pass under pit stop conditions, if they maybe underfueled the car a little bit, or maybe the other car overfueled. So that's kind of another one of those things that we haven't really talked about, but people taking chances on the fuel strategy by underfueling, just trying to keep the car, keep the pit stop as quick as possible. So I've seen lots of events here on Apex where people were running out of fuel in the very last lap of the race because they took a gamble that didn't pay off.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how that one unfolds. What we did just see unfold, though, was Arc Motorsport Gold did get the move done on Sonic Racing Team down at turn number 5, and then had to immediately pass a back market GT3 car. So they're both having to make overtakes as well. And I think quite rightly, Sonic Racing Team, it looked aggressive, but I think they needed to make that aggressive move in order to not lose touch with second place then, because they are still in this battle. The gap has just opened up to a second. But it's still very much there for the taking. It just takes one small slip up, just like that then, as Federico does make that slip up. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't on that Arc Motorsport Gold team. He's just found the gravel and dipped a wheel in it, and I think that may be challenge over then for that spot. I'm curious, did Penguin RC need to make a stop, or is that where they are?
I honestly don't know, unfortunately. Last stop on 83 is what we're hearing from Samuli, so they may have to come in for a splash. They have to come in for a splash.
I think they could be right there. Yeah, I'm not going to do the maths in my head. I think it'll take me far too long. It'd probably take me the length of this race to do it. So by that point, we definitely would have run out of time. Either way, I think you could be right. I think they may need to do a splash and dash at 30 seconds. I think that's about what it will take them, won't it? So maybe they are still in this race for the win as well.
Maybe it's going to be very, very close. Just kind of watching, just keep an eye on their lap times in comparison to Arc and Sonic to see if they start giving up, like, seconds at a time per lap. They're trying to fuel save to make it to the end. As we see another car off, that's Dogbear Bark again off into the wall. That is coming out of Canada corner. Once again, car looks like it's okay. Don't see any real major damage on it, so glancing blow off of the tire barrier, and we'll continue on and try and get this race done and dusted, as we're in there with Fendi Racing 327 running in P9.
And then back to Penguin RC leading the GT3 Pro category. Gap between them and Arc Motors Gold is just over 30 seconds, which we're not too sure is going to be the time needed for that splash and dash at the end, but he's going to probably try and leave it as late as he can to make sure that that stationary time is as short as feasibly possible. So we will keep an eye on it, because we have only got just over 5 minutes left in this race before we see that checkered flag fly, and that is a drive-through penalty for RD SimSport 3 for erratic driving on corner exit resulting in contact. Penalty to be applied post-race. Ah, interesting. Well, we never saw that.
Time penalty involved for RD SimSport 3. that'll get applied at the end. We're here with Josiah Farrow of Hyperion Racing, running in 7th in the GT3 Pro category. Not really in a battle with anybody, just trying to get the race finished up.
He's in a bit of no man's land, isn't he, in the terms of racing? So he's sort of on his own in that category, but he's still, you know, in for, I would say, a good points haul. 7th position is still a good finishing position for your category. You know, of course, all of these positions will get you points. So finishing the race, I think, is, you know, one of the most important things, because even if you finish in a slightly lower position, you're still picking up points.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've got James Stacy with pneumatic purple coming into the pits from the lead of the LMP2 class, with Punker Gold and Punker Blue 20 and 28 seconds back at the time they came in. So that looks like they're going to lose the lead. They may end up in 3rd, so still on the podium. Assuming, of course, that nothing strange happens here, as Punker Gold now passes to take the lead. We'll see Blue come by here in just a moment. There we go.
Yeah, and you just saw on the right-hand side, Motorsport, you can see them there, exiting the pits. So very close, but unfortunately no cigar for them at the moment. They'll have a bit of racing to do to catch back up. But yeah, you're quite right. Penguin in and now leaving once again. Let's keep an eye on that gap between him and Arc Motorsport Gold. Maybe we could jump to Arc Motorsport. Whereabouts are they on circuit? Here they come up the rise of the start finish straight. This is going to be quite tight on pit exit then, isn't it? Over the start finish line. Where is that Penguin RC car? There it is. They're going to be pretty much neck and neck on pit exit. I think Arc Motorsport Gold, though, going to have it and swoops on through for the lead, net lead for the lead then of the category. Penguin RC back in 2nd position, but probably crucially ahead of that backmarker car and Sonic Racing team. So he's got 1.5 seconds roughly to close. I mean, it's doable. You've got 3 minutes, couple of laps to do it, but it's doable.
Yeah, absolutely doable. Yeah, and he's already started closing that gap down. It's down to 1.5 seconds. So it's going to be, you know, if I'm sure his tires kind of cooled off a little bit, so it's going to take a little bit just kind of get those back up into the optimal temperature. But yeah, so he's going to have about 2 laps left or so in order to get this done, and he's going to have to deal with traffic coming through, worst possible time in the tightest part of the track. You got LMDH traffic that's going to work their way through as well. That's going to make things that much more difficult.
Yeah, I think that's very much a hindrance for him there, because, like you say, tightest part of the circuit, you need to try and accommodate the other cars, and now they're going to catch up to Arc Motorsports here at one of the fastest parts of the circuit, so they should pass him with absolute ease and not really cause any hindrance. So that gap, you can now see just over 2 seconds. It has opened up slightly purely just through traffic lapping them. So it's a shame how that works, but it could come back to them again when traffic catches up once again on them. So you never know, it might drop back down sooner rather than later. But that gap opening up for Arc Motorsport, that's going to breathe a bit of sigh of relief for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you're absolutely right there, thinking, all right, maybe we got this in the bag. But you know, you've still got another, you know, lap plus to try and get all the corners hit properly. The gap's about 2 seconds, and you got to hope that there's no traffic going to kind of steam their way through to make your life difficult in this last couple of last lap or so.
Yeah, absolutely. We look here then at Bear Pope 0 P7. I think they are right up behind the car of Moradnis, the M Squad, and once again Moradnis able to bring you that lifestyle performance brand, motivated by Motorsport themselves, bringing you some brilliant sim accessories such as gloves and appeals such as that t-shirts. I think I saw them as well, and simwear socks. That's something new I've actually seen. You've got the little grips underneath to stick to the pedals. But yeah, we're getting into the very much closing stages now. Just under a minute left in this race, and maybe Bear Pope 0 can pick up another position.
Yeah, we'll see. It's trying to get this one more spot. You know, obviously they had they were in the driver's seat for the class win until tragedy struck. Not of their own doing, but they had the strategy just absolutely nailed down. That had the contact. So now it's just a matter of getting the best of what you can get. So he's got a little bit of time left to try and get this one more position over the Moradness M Squad team, and I'm sure he'll be looking to make that move anytime right now. Yeah, go on the grass, sure, no problem.
Oh, around the outside as well, late on the brakes. Is he going to be able to hold this? He's just about kept it on the tarmac, but that has allowed Moradness to sweep back through, take 6th position back from them, as we have hit the 4-hour mark. So I wonder where Solpeck, the leader at LMDH, is. Oh, he's right there. He's right behind these guys. Is this the white flag or is this the checker flag? We'll find out very shortly indeed, as he makes his rise up to the hill and the start-finish line. It is the checker flag. So Solpeck is going to take the inaugural win here for Season 5 then of the iRacing Team Endurance Series. And he absolutely checked out from that, didn't he? Because my word, over a minute gap. What a race that was indeed, as now we've got more cars finishing. Art Motorsport will pick up the GT3 Pro Class. Penguin RC couldn't close that gap back up, unfortunately. And then we have got the GT3 Amateurs. 2 and 3 have finished, so that means Going Racing Ruby will take the win of the amateur class. And I think LMP2 wise, looking at it, that is going to be sewn up by Punkru Gold and then Blue. So both cars on that podium, as what has happened here. Hyperion Racing 3 has had a really late minute incident there, crabbing their way around there, aren't they? What has gone on? Maybe we can get a replay. Oh, here we go. What happened then in this closing stages? Ooh,
that was I think the gray car.
That wasn't it. That was it.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I think it just was traffic, and Punker Gray did a good job the first time of checking the car up, but not the second time. It still was just battles going on through the corners. Everybody trying to fight to get as many positions as they could, and just unfortunate for Hyperion to get the massive damage there on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, it is such a shame. You've put all that time in. You know, you made the 4-hour mark, you made the end of the race, and literally final racing lap, and it all comes undone as Racing Ruby crossed the start-finish line in that bright red Mercedes to take the amateur win then for the GT3 class. They did have a good race. They were in it.
They did.
You know, they had to be in it to win it, of course. It was just a shame Bear Pope Zero had the unfortunate luck they did. Otherwise, I felt like they definitely would have been challenging this team for that amateur win. But either way, the glory still goes to this team, and fair play. They did what they needed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job by them. And I would say Bear Pope Zero did finish in 7th. Moradness apparently passed Longhorn Racing at the end of the race there to jump up to P5. So Longhorn Racing was 6. So great drive, great race. I mean, lots of intrigue, lots of drama. And, you know, there was a couple of times there where it was a little sketchy, but I think overall, I think it was a pretty clean race. We had a couple of incidents, but nothing out of the realm of what you would expect for a multi-class race, especially when you're talking about 4 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. He is not giving this up. He is going to finish this race. Fair play to him. He's doing his absolute best to make sure he does come around to reach that checkered flag.
Wow.
I can't say I blame him.
A car crash that bad.
Yeah, that is quite something, isn't it? Look at it go. Teammate's gonna
hit the
follow him over the. Yeah, I think they've all finished though. They're just following him up to the line, aren't they? But he is going to finish this race. Fair play, Josiah. Well done for making sure you brought that car home. And look there, teammates side by side for the finish. Brilliant stuff. Albeit half, you know, in a half spin. But he did it. He's done it. Well done. Fair play to you, Josiah. That's brilliant stuff. Well done. Well, there we go. 4 hours wrapped up. It flew by in some stages. I think a bit slower in others, but I think that is also part and parcel with endurance racing. I don't know how you feel about that one, Charles, but I think that was 4 hours of good, solid racing.
No, I absolutely agree with that. It was a really good race. Like I said, you're going to have issues when you're doing multi-class races, and that's just part and parcel of it. Even the pros will have incidents amongst themselves and amongst other classes during the course of the race. So I think well done by all drivers involved I didn't see anything that was particularly, just horrible. So it was, and then the stewards got involved when necessary. So yeah, great racing.
Yeah, I think stewards did well, but there we go. The final race results then. The first class there, LMDH. Your winner is Solpec Precision Racing in the 110 car, and absolutely checked out and won by over a minute. 100 Force then did manage to bring it home in second, followed pretty closely by Team Tenuto, and then we have, and that rounds out your podium as well. CRF Motorsport bring it home fourth, and you get 2 RD Sim Sports, number 2 and then number 1, 5th and 6th. Punk Crew Pink is 7th. Solpec, the sister car, is 8th, and Moose Motorsport brings it home in 9th, with Team FFSR rounding out that top 10 there. Hyperion Racing number 2 in 11th, and the sister Team FFSR in 12th. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue 13th, Punk Crew Grey 14th, and Wild Deuce Racecraft rounds out the LMDH class. Moving on to the LMP2s then. Punk Crew Gold managed to get the win from their teammate of Punk Crew Blue by 8 seconds in the end, and then Pneumatic Motorsports Purple bring home the podium. Echelon, unfortunately, will have to settle for 4th in the end there, but they did have a good race nonetheless, and Dog Bear Bark will come home in 5th. Team FFSR, the Mason Curry Dubai edition, they come home in 6th, with the Mutineers Racing Blue in 7th. West Coast Racing Endurance will finish 8th, with Bear Pope Prototipo in 9th, and Sim HQ Motorsports White in 10th. Initial Free Racing 11th, and Team Ryan Paulbert Reyes in 12th.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring home the GT3s, Charles.
Yeah, for sure. So in the pro category, Art Motorsports Gold takes the win. Penguin RC Pro in P2, only 2 seconds back. They tried to close the gap, could not get it done. Sonic Racing Team in 3rd, Solpec Precision Racing in 4th, Hyperion Racing 5th, Bear Pope Workers Union in 6th, Bear Pope Enduro in 7th, Team Tenuto 144 in 8th, Hyperion Racing 3 in 9th, Fendi Racing 327 in 10th, Echelon Sim Sport GT3 in 11th, RD Sim Sport 4 in 12th, Fendi Racing 396 in 13th, PCA Sim Racing in 14th, Tectonic in 15th, RD Sim Sport 3 in 16th, Solpec Precision 111 in 17th, and it was many laps down. In the AM category, Going Racing Ruby takes the win. The Penguin car, the AM car, takes P2. Fendi Racing 380 gets 3rd. Back Pain and Eye Strain gets 4th. Moretta's M Squad with P5. Longhorn Racing in 6th. That's Carbon. Bear Pope Zero, great strategy, just didn't work out for him in 7th. Punk Crew White in 8th. Solpec Precision 112 in 9th. CMRSRacing.com Titanium in 10th. Lunatic Racing in 11th. Sim Racing Endurance. CMSRacing.com Endurance in 12th. Fendi Racing 283 in 13th. Going Racing Sapphire in 14th. Longhorn Racing Chrome in 15th. And CRF Motorsports GT3 is P16th and the last car. And I did a little research. Turner Schroll of Hyperion Racing, car number 44, GT3, 0x on 51 laps.
Wow, that is actually very impressive indeed. I know I would struggle to get 0x on that many laps, especially going at the speeds these guys are. But we've got a massive flood of people waiting then for some interviews here, Charles. Is there anyone in there that maybe stands out that you'd like to have a chat with first? I think we might need to get what team that they were representing, because there are so many people in this series. Who would you like to chat to first?
Oh, I have no idea. Let's pick Nicholas Gowen, because I'm going to guess that Nicholas is one of the Gowen racing drivers who I believe took the victory today in the AM class. Is that right?
We'll find out. Why don't we get him in and we can see which team, because there was two.
There were two Goins.
There were two Goins, exactly. So why don't we find that out first? Am I correct in moving him there? Here we go. Nicholas is in the chat. Why don't you take it, Charles?
Nicholas Gowen, congratulations. I'm going to guess that you were in one of the class winning cars. Is that correct?
Yes, I was in Going Racing Ruby.
All right.
Amateur with Jack.
Cool. Well, congratulations. So talk about your race. It was it looked pretty busy out there for the vast majority of that race. Lots and lots of traffic to deal with today.
Yeah, it was it was definitely interesting. We didn't, I mean, because we joined the series last week and we didn't really know what to expect traffic wise. I mean, to get in onto the grid and see a full lineup of 60 cars is pretty overwhelming at first, to be honest with you. But a lot of us were definitely just trying to keep track of the faster prototypes coming out from behind us and kind of like learning who's going to do what and just managing mistakes and trying to minimize incidents throughout the race.
So who was busier in the car, the driver or the spotter?
Honestly, it's about 50-50. I mean, I would say the seat's definitely hotter being in the driver's seat versus spotting. But we were both pretty busy, either in the spotter's booth or the driver's seat.
Well, congratulations again on your class win. We have Le Mans coming up next. What do you think, or your initial thoughts of that?
I look forward to Le Mans. We have a good history there. I think we've podiumed a couple the 24-hour races that we've done there before, so it'll be pretty familiar to us. So I know we got a decent lineup. So now that we kind of see where we are as far as like the amateur division, I think we're feeling pretty good for Le Mans. All
right. Well, Nicholas, thank you very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the next round.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Nicholas Goen with Goen Racing Ruby, taking the class win in the GT3 Amateur.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, it's nice to hear from a class winner straight away. Yeah, absolutely brilliant racing from him and his teammate as well. Why don't then, I have seen it, Patrick Pelchat, I think he's the overall race winner. So I'm going to bring him in and have a quick word with him. Patrick, welcome here, of course, first of all, and do correct me if I'm wrong, but you did just win that race. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, it's a much better start this season than the start we had last season. Yeah, it was a good race, to be honest. The car was on rails. Traffic was good, and just everything went smooth.
Everything did just seem to click out there for you. I mean, when you sort of feel you were building that gap, did you really sort of takes the pressure off your shoulders, doesn't it? How were you feeling at that point once you knew you had that gap in the bag?
Well, it was pretty hard during the first stint to pull the gap because traffic. First one, the traffic really went my way, but the rest after that was pretty rough. I know I had pace, but it was hard to stretch the gap. After a little while, I don't know. I think a couple of people got drive-throughs and stuff happened behind, but it took us a good hour and a half into the race before we really started to stretch the gap and be able to exploit the pace of the car that we had.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, exploit it you did because yeah, that gap in your back pocket, I'm sure would have taken the edge off somewhat. But yeah, coming to Le Mans next time around, how are you feeling about that circuit?
It's gonna be interesting. I think with the rain that's on the forecast, is gonna be a pretty intense race. We're gonna have to put a lot of practice and make sure the car works well in the rain and in the dry, depending on the conditions. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, look forward to seeing you for Le Mans in about a month's time. Congratulations to you and your teammate again today. You very much checked out from that race and very much had a dominant win by the end of it. So no, well done, Patrick.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank our sponsor real quick, Salpec, Broadsea, and the Precision Racing League for supporting us day in, day out. Yeah, we're doing this because of them.
Lovely stuff indeed. Well, yeah. Well done. Thank you once again, Patrick. Some lovely words and good to hear from our race winner. Charles, back to you. Who would you like to have a word with then?
I'm going to try this. I don't know how well this is going to work, but we're going to try this. I'm going to bring in 3 drivers at the same time because they're all teammates. So I'm going to bring in James Stacy, and I'm going to bring in JT Tammy, and I'm going to bring in Davis Braun, who were all in the Pneumatic Motorsports purple car that finished P3 in the LMP2 category. So guys, welcome in. We'll see if we can keep it, if we can interview everybody at the same time, but nobody talking at the same time. So we'll see how that goes. So anybody who wants to start, let's talk about your race and how you guys did.
Yeah, it was, we had a pretty good race, I thought. Just doing our best to try to save fuel and stretch it to the end. Didn't quite make that, as you guys probably saw. But overall, I think we did a good job. I'll take some of the blame for all the incidents I racked up, but no drive-throughs, no penalties, no hits with other cars, so we'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was looking at that because obviously there's an award at the end of this for the safest driver in each class. And so James, yeah, you took the brunt of it today, unfortunately. But between JT and Davis, JT 1 incident point over 43 laps, and Davis 2 incident points over 40 laps. So JT, great drive, obviously by you. I think you were in the car at the start of the race. So how did the start take off for you guys?
It was good. I just basically went easy, tried to save fuel, tried to save tires just in case we needed a double stint of tires. Came back a little bit towards the end of the stints. The 1X I got was from the Acura running into the back of me. So other than that, we were clean. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. We were just our goal was to stay out of trouble, stay out of the pits, and hopefully that would get us within the top 5. So it worked for us.
Yeah, it sure did. So Davis, I'll give you the last questions. We've got Le Mans coming up with rain probable. Obviously, we know that the as tight as the lap times are here between the 2 top classes, the GTP or the LBH and the LMP2, you throw the rain in there and it becomes even much closer. So, what are your thoughts about that, just initially?
I mean, I think the rain's always fun, right? Luckily, I think with Le Mans we have the very long straightaways, so hopefully that helps out the gap between the LMP2s and GTPs on that front. But yeah, we'll just kind of run our race similar to today, keep it clean, keep going, and have fun with it.
All right, guys. Well, congratulations, and we'll look forward to seeing some more fine driving for you guys next round.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the Pneumatic Motorsports team, the purple.
Yeah. That's a new way of doing an interview process, isn't it, Charles? Inventing it as we go. It's good stuff.
Yeah,
there. It was, worked very smoothly. Actually, that was good. I like it. I'm going to bring in Michael Gonzalez here into the comms lounge now. Michael, you finished P2 in the GT3 Pro category for Penguin RC. Obviously very close to the actual win itself. I mean, how are you feeling after that one, first of all?
Feeling actually really good. We came into this race through the practices and all the tests that we did, not even thinking we were in a top 10 position. Car just wasn't really kind of gripped up how we wanted it. One adjustment would make it terrible, the next adjustment would make it even worse in a completely different part of each corner. So we had really subpar expectations. So to come out here and actually run top 3 the entire race, queue up there in 4th and hold that is actually a good thing for us. So we're very, very, very happy with a P2 there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great result. I mean, you were not far off of the win. Was there a point of that race where maybe you thought it could have been on?
When they got the drive-through, we were pretty good on incidents. So there were a few things that could have went wrong and would have still maintained on that drive-through penalty. We were going 2 laps longer each stint, so we were definitely trying to play it on if we could make it to the end on the stops that were needed, or if we could just get the least amount of fuel in it. As we came in to pit on the last stop, the little splash, the lap count went down that 1 extra lap, so we actually overfueled by like 1.2 gallons. I think if that had happened just before we came in, it probably would have been pretty game on for that finish. It's about 2 seconds or so is what we would have had extra. And then the incident that we had like earlier in the race kind of slowed us down too. There were a few things just at the end of it that played in that I think we could have been in more of a contention than we were at the very end. But yeah, I mean, 2 seconds behind going into the race, we didn't think we'd even be there is pretty nice to have.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course you'll carry those good point score, that great point scoring position there into the next round at Le Mans. How are you feeling about that one in a month's time?
No idea. We've been driving this little old Maca in 2 different series. Haven't quite really hit on a setup or anything in terms of what feels good and what's fast. So I think we made some pretty good gains here. There's quite a few corners that are very flat, similar to the ones that we have here, that we might be able to take what we've learned and put it into a setup there and really kind of get the car rolling. But I know that we're expecting rain. I have yet to drive this car in the rain. I don't know how it handles, but it'll be very interesting. It's 3 hours next time around, so I don't know. It'll be a challenge that I'm not quite sure how it'll play out.
No, that's all right. Absolutely, it'll be a challenge. Yeah, I think you are right. It's 3 hours, and with changeable conditions, just to throw things off a little bit more. But it sounds like you haven't quite hit the nail on the head in terms of setup, but still got a great result and performance out of the car. So well done, fair play. And just before we let you go, is there anyone you would like to thank as well?
Yeah, I want to thank Lance, teammate that I had on this race. He's kind of a fill-in for Paul, who will be in for the remainder of the races. But yeah, Lance did a great job. He did what he needed to do, keep the times down, keep the incidents in count, got us to the number that we needed to at least be in contention for the fuel mileage at the very end. But yeah, he did great. And then everybody over at Penguin RC, Brian, was putting in hours on this setup to just get it all tuned in. He did a really good job, and I think that we got some things planned for the next few races. I think we can, tone in on that set and really be ripping.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Well, great stuff. Well done on your P2, and maybe next time you can improve it just one better, but still a fantastic result nonetheless. Thank you very much, Michael Gonzalez, and good luck next time out as well. Lovely. Well, that was Michael Gonzalez, and Charles, who would you like to have a word with next?
Well, let's just go ahead and do what we did last time, and let's bring in the team Tenuto, the Pat Labrossa and Peter Lowe, and we'll get them up here. So Pat and Peter, congratulations on the P3. Had a really good race, so I'll let one of you guys start and just talk about it. But you guys were up front pretty much all day.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a good race. We had some really good battles with a couple of the other drivers, especially the RD guys. Yeah, it was a good start to the season.
So we'll go to the next question for Peter. So what was the biggest challenge out here today? Was it just traffic? Were you guys doing any kind of special fuel strategy, trying to maximize your fuel usage, or was it just as hard as you could go for the entire 4 hours?
We decided beforehand we weren't going to do anything too fancy. So yeah, we were just going as fast as we could. We knew the biggest factor would be surviving with the traffic. I mean, multi-class is always a bit of an art, and unfortunately we got real unlucky down at Canada Corner. There was a GT3 that was doing literally half the expected speed at the apex and still slowing afterwards, and yeah, we got sandwiched. So for me, probably the biggest challenge was the lap I accidentally did without a rear wing. I didn't know at the time, and as luck would have it, I think Pat was just away taking a break after his stints, so I was desperately trying to raise him on the radio, and I just didn't know that I was circulating without a rear wing, just struggling with a really loose car.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. So next race up is Le Mans, as we talked about with some of the other drivers. Changeable weather, so it's going to be a little bit of wet stuff for that 3-hour race. And we know the GTPs have not necessarily done the best in the wet. So how are you guys feeling about that?
A little nervous, if I'm honest, but
practice makes better, hopefully. So we'll put some time in and see if we can show up and be competitive in the wet stuff.
There you go. So if you have anybody that you want to thank, we'll let you do that before we let you go for the day.
Love to give a shout out to the Delta SimTech team. They've been really supportive to us, and just nothing but grateful to them. So they make great products, and we're really grateful for their support.
And as usual, big thanks to Pat for being a great teammate.
And right back at you, Peter. And thank you guys for the broadcast. Look forward to watching it.
Cool. Thank you guys very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you at Le Mans in about a month.
Thank you. See ya.
All right.
Take care.
All right, that was Team Tenuto 233 with the third place in the GT or the LMDH category.
Lovely. I'm just having a look. Who would I like to? I think I might bring the GT3 Pro class winner here, Zane. I'm going to bring him into the chat and see how he thought that race went. Zane, hi, nice to have you here. First of all, congratulations on your class win. You just about won over the Penguin RC team. First of all, how do you feel the race went in general?
I think it went good, besides the drive-through. A few mistakes here and there that I could definitely have tidied up on, but overall I think a good race. Nick did really well, stayed consistent, did his job. Yeah, just trying to manage the traffic correctly, and very different levels of experience out there, but it was interesting to contend with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were looking almost like class of the field in a way, because you were pretty much at the front of it for the majority of that session. Of course, the RC Penguin RC, sorry, nipping at your heels at the end there. Was there maybe a bit of doubt in your mind? Of course, maybe the penalty bringing a bit of that into play as well, or were you pretty confident you had the pace to tough it out?
We're very worried, because we were genuinely thinking that they were going to make it to the end, and if they'd saved just one lap more of fuel, then they would have made it. So then we would have been stuffed. But yeah, we was very, very close. Good fun. They drove a really good race, and did a great job of the fuel saving.
Absolutely. I will also jump in. We saw you and RC Penguin again. Some brilliant overtaking and defensive moves between the two of you. You know. How close was it, sort of sitting in the car itself, or watching as the spotter potentially? Because to us, looking on as spectators, it was very touch and go for some of those corners.
Yeah, Nick, he did an amazing job. He drove really well. He managed it really well. He stayed with them, which is what he needed to do. And then he overtook, passed, and got a little bit of a gap. So he drove brilliantly. Yeah, he did a really good job. And for him also being a bit ill, so he couldn't do 2 stints, he did an amazing job.
Fair play. So a win, even with some illness on board. So no, good stuff. Brilliant result. Le Mans next time around, how are you feeling about that one?
I was feeling good until I heard there was a bit of rain, which sparked a bit of doubt, but I think it should be good fun.
Good fun indeed, I'm sure. Well, make sure you get your practice in, and well done on the win today, and we'll see you in about a month's time for Le Mans. Is there anyone you'd like to thank real quickly before we let you go?
Yeah, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Faro Short Engineering, for supporting our racing series. I'd like to thank Nick for persevering through his illness. I'd like to thank Craig for managing it and entering us into the series. I'd like to thank CMS for hosting, and I'd like to thank you guys for giving a good broadcast.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Zane, and have a good rest of your day as well. Brilliant. So that was Zane Khan, GT3 Pro winner this evening. Charles, who would you like to chat to next?
Let's talk with Federico Feria of the Sonic Racing team that finished P3 in the GT3 Pro category.
Bring him in. There you go.
There we go. Thank you very much. Federico, congratulations. It was a good battle. We were kind of curious with those last little splash and dashes, how everything was going to try, kind of work itself out. But the top 3, I think, finished within like 5 seconds of each other. So pretty good battle overall in the GT3 field today.
We just had the battle at the end. Our race went for 3 stop only, no splash. so it kind of went a bit short at the end. After the last pit stop, we wasted quite a few more seconds in the last stop that could have gave us a bit of a gap. We still had to save though at the end because we were short on fuel, but luckily, or like for the McLaren guys in P2, it got one lap less, so it was one lap extra fuel that we saved almost. So that was quite a bit of saving this race. But yeah, that was our plan from the beginning. Then the starting position on the grid was not that great. It was P9. We kind of went safe and tried to avoid as much as possible incidents within the class or prototypes. And yeah, unfortunately at the end we still had to save, so there was not much to do against Zane in the Ferrari that won. Congrats to them. And also we were had a neck to neck with the McLaren with the fuel strat, but they underfueled, or they didn't manage to save on the previous stint, so it was very, very close at the end. But unfortunately it came out short for us this time. But at least podium was still very good result for sure. Yeah,
absolutely. So next race up is Le Mans with changeable weather conditions. So we're going to get a little bit of rain. So how do you think your Ferrari is going to handle that?
If it was a plain dry track, I think McLaren will be better. But it seems like the majority of the cars that we are fighting today were also Ferraris, so we will be in the same boat, let's say. So let's hope it doesn't rain that much, let's say, because it can be tricky. Even though the track is pretty wide, but there's some tricky corners and some chicanes going side by side on wet patches with LMPs passing by. It will not be easy. Yeah, that's for sure. But let's hope for the best.
There you go. That's all you can do sometimes. So we'll you give any thanks that you want to give, and then we'll let you go.
So thanks to the team, especially Isaac, did 2 great stints, saved a lot of fuel, kept a really good pace, and stayed out of trouble and off track. So we managed to avoid a drive-through. It was pretty close in the end. So thanks to him and the team, and see you guys in Le Mans. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Federico.
Thank you. Good night.
Federico Feria of Sonic Racing with the P3 and the GT3 Pro class.
Absolutely. I am going to bring in Tony Flores into here. Hello, Tony. Welcome along. First of all, can I just clarify what team it was you were racing for this evening?
Penguin RC GTM.
Brilliant stuff. And we finished in second, correct me if I'm not, for the GT3 AMs. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Absolutely. I'm looking at it now. And Anthony, yeah, it makes absolute sense. Well, congratulations on second place in class. Bit of a tough race out there today. I think it went a bit back and forth with sort of the positionings. You had Fendi racing in there as well, potentially looking for that win and maybe knocking off a position or 2, as well as I think it was Bear Pope as well. How did your race feel in general, though, as a whole?
It was really tough out there. Trying to decide also between if we wanted to push, do a 4-stop strategy, or try to fuel save. I think we kind of missed the mark on there. So we kind of short pitted on our 3rd pit stop and try to move up from there. It kind of worked out for us with Fendi with their black flag. So all in all, it was a really tough race, a lot of fast drivers, and a few mistakes that we made. I don't think we could have done more than what we had.
No, well, second place is still a very good result indeed. Maybe you can give us a little bit of insight then into the endurance side of this racing. How was it having the faster cars trying to get past you as you went around? Of course, you have to navigate it, so on a fine edge, if you like. How was that during this race?
It was really tough to judge. Having driven this track with multi-class before, but everybody drives a little differently, so you don't really see these drivers all that often if it's your first time, like myself. So really tough to navigate and have people come through, especially the GTP drivers. All in all, it was a good day. We didn't really get into any real big mess. but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, good. It certainly looked like a lot of fun. Of course, it's quite narrow around here, but next time at Le Mans, circuit should be a bit wider and easier for that overtaking and sort of the lapped traffic situation. But Le Mans, how are you feeling about that one next time?
My team feels really good about going out to Le Mans next time. I understand it'll probably be a little wet when we get there, but as far as myself, I think I'm pretty confident we'll have a good result as well.
Good stuff. Always good to hear the vote of confidence as well. It's always nice. Is there anybody you would like to thank before we let you go, Tony?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you guys and Brian Som for Penguin RC. He did a whole lot of work with the setup. Mike Gonzalez and my teammate Matt Kingsbury. Really good team, and it's a lot of fun.
Good stuff. Well, lovely to have you here, and congratulations once again on a good point scoring second position in class. So thank you very much, Tony.
Thank you.
Lovely. Well, that was Tony Flores, second in GT3 AM category. Charles, who would you like to talk to next?
I think that's it's time to wrap, I believe.
Not got time for one more. Not even one more.
Not even one more.
Oh, well, there we go.
Anyway, but that's all right. You know what? We're going to have a whole new, I bet we'll have a whole new cast of characters after the race next month. So we'll have plenty of more opportunities to speak with folks. And I will say this, I really enjoyed having Jason Taylor come in during the race, and maybe we can get a couple more drivers come in and give us a chance to clear our throats occasionally for the next round.
Yeah, I love that. I thought it was nice to have that sort of insider knowledge almost during a Grand Prix. During this sort of endurance style racing, gives you a bit of a deeper driver insight into this sort of stuff, because you know, you and me, we can get around a circuit, but not to the sort of pinnacle level that these guys can. So it's always good to get that little bit of extra info and knowledge. But okay, fair enough. I've actually taken a picture of the people we couldn't quite get to this time. So if we maybe if you're in the interviews for the next round, we'll try and prioritise you guys and have a word with you first of all. But that is then going to wrap us up then, Charles. Is there any final thoughts you'd like to bring us to the stream, to the broadcast?
No, I thought it was a great opening round and some really good battles on track. We're going to have, I think that's going to be continued for the next race at Le Mans. Weather notwithstanding, I think there's going to be some people that are going to, we have some people that are going to surprise us as well.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. I am seeing Amir. Maybe Somali can confirm. Do we have just enough time to get a quick interview with the LMP2 winner? He is quite right there. That's Amir just sort of waiting. Somali, do we potentially have a quick word with him?
Yeah, I think so.
Brilliant. All right, we'll have a quick word.
Sure.
We're shaking up the. We're shaking it up, but either way, it does make sense to have a quick word. Amir, LMP2 winner. Sorry, we didn't quite get to you so early on, but brilliant result. Brilliant result.
Thank you.
And how did it feel?
It felt really great, man. It felt really great. It was an amazing race, and in a point there in the beginning of the race, I was like, oh my god, we're not gonna have the win or even get a podium, because we were. I accidentally brake late, and we got that spin, and then we got a bit of a damage. Not too much, but optional damage for that GT3, black GT3 Porsche. And but from there on, we were last in our class, and it was like, okay, this is gonna be very difficult to get back. And we also got the drive-through, but I have no idea how we got there, because all I have to say is if it wasn't for my teammate, for the strategy pulled, we would never be up here. That's no chance. It's all thanks to him to begin with.
Well, it sounds like you've had quite a hectic race. I don't think we caught all of that by what you're telling us, but yeah, it's well done. All I can say.
Thank you. It was amazing.
Oh, good. Well, then a quick word then about Le Mans next time. How are you feeling about that one?
I've been pretty good. It's a track I know well. I've driven very much on that track, not with the LMP2 car. I recently started to get in this class since I'm always driving GT3, and well, Fanjo here asked me about, do you want to drive iRTES League with me in the LMP2? I said, okay, why not? See how it goes. And 1 month of preparation, and yeah, we got what we needed. as you can see. But I think Le Mans is going to be a better race actually than this one. That's what I think. Can't tell for sure, but I'm hoping for that.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're going into the next round with a bit of confidence to you, and rightly so. You've just won the class category that you're participating in, so no, well done on that one. Final quick one then, is there anyone you would like to thank, Amir?
Oh, I would want to thank Fanju to begin with, you guys for setting all this up, and everyone, friends and family that believes in me and support me throughout this racing career that we have in iRacing. I'm just happy to have someone that's cheering for me.
Good. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Amir, and good luck at Le Mans in about a month's time as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Lovely. Well, we got a quick word from all the winners then as well, so
Yeah,
fair play to them.
As we should have.
Yeah, you're quite right. Well then, that does wrap things up then for this evening, Charles. It's brilliant to have you alongside me here for this first round, the inaugural round of the iRacing Team Endurance Series, of course presented by Champion Motorsports there as well, and all of the various sponsors that we have mentioned throughout the stream. It's been a pleasure. I don't really know how else to finish it off, because it really has been such a good event.
Absolutely, yes. I've really enjoyed it, and it was great to work with you. It's great to work with Samuli again. So we haven't crossed paths in a while, but always does a great job.
Yeah, lovely. I will, thank you as well, Samuli, because you have put on a brilliant broadcast, even with the technical hiccups going into radio mode as well. But for all of that, we managed to make it through to the other side and put on a spectacle, which is great stuff. Well, that does wrap it all up then from us here. My name's been Ashley Denman. Alongside me has been Charles Bushell and Samuli behind the scenes in the production booth. Join us then in about a month's time, December 8th, for the next round of this series. That's going to be held at Le Mans, that we've mentioned a few times now, and potentially some unpredictable weather conditions. So that should challenge the drivers in a whole new way around a very different characteristic circuit as well. But that is all from us this evening. Thank you very much. Hope you have enjoyed, and we'll see you all in the next one. Bye bye.